Patrick set the empty pudding container down on the ledge and reached into his back pocket, working hard to ignore the pain from the sword wound in his stomach as he shifted his weight. He pulled out the letter and unfolded it, gingerly and for the last time. Tears stung his eyes as he moved his fingers over the familiar scrawl. The letters were sharp and uneven, the careful scribble of a child. "My summer vacation," it said across the top. "Isabella Deen, age 6. Patrick wiped a tear from his cheek and blinked hard as he read the words he knew so well. "This summer I will go to Disney World. I am excited. Daddy says I can be a princess like Cinderella. Mommy likes Mulan because she is a good role model, but I like Cinderella. Mommy says magic things happen at Disney World. It is our first vacation. Daddy never went to Disney World, and I never went too. Daddy says our first time will be together, and that makes it special. I am so happy to be going to Disney World." Patrick folded the letter and held it to his lips. He breathed in the musty smell of the worn paper, remembering the scent of baby powder and Annie's lavender lotion. He looked down and saw the last of the redcaps disappearing into the castle. He thought he could hear the rattle of their footfalls on the metal staircase. He clutched the letter tightly in his hands and turned to face the rising sun. A gust of wind blustered up from the east and pushed the yellow fog swirling away. The wan yellow disk appeared on the horizon, bathing the park in its glow. Cinderella's castle sparkled in the light. "We made it, Izzy," he sighed with a smile. "I am so happy to be at Disney World with you." Then he closed his eyes and waited for the end of the world. "Wait!" a squeaky voice shrieked from the other end of the chamber. A bundle of redcaps burst through the door, trying to squeeze through the opening at once. 3 of them got stuck in the doorframe, smashing their limbs together and grunting and swearing as they each tried to push the others loose. "Wait!" one of them said again, the one in the middle getting smooshed by bigger, broader men on either side. This time his voice wasn't as shrieky or as urgent. It was a whimper that limped into a heaving gasp for air as he finally slipped out from between his companions and hit the floor on his hands and knees, wheezing and coughing. A 4th redcap barreled in from the hall, plowing over the 2 oafs in the doorway, and all 3 of them went tumbling forward, crashing onto the smaller man. Something inside him went crack. Patrick raised an eyebrow, watching the circus unfold across the chamber. 2 more redcaps came barging through the door. They, too, tripped over the pile of sweaty, squirming bodies and went sprawling across the hardwood. "This is the saddest thing I've ever seen," Patrick decided with a sigh. Then he remembered the letter in his hand, and he looked down at it with a frown. A bit of blood from the wound in his stomach had smeared across the page. "Well," he said quietly, "one of the saddest." "Wait!" the crushed redcap wheezed again, reaching out with one hand, his fingers scrabbling in Patrick's general direction. His face was darkening through a few dozen shades of purple until, with an admirably Herculean effort for such a small and injured man, he wrenched himself out of the dog pile and flopped forward on the floor like a bloated fish. "Don't jump!" he rasped. The other redcaps nodded enthusiastically. "Don't jump," they agreed as they awkwardly disentangled themselves. Patrick screwed up his face in confusion. "You think I'm going to jump?" The short redcap frowned. "Aren't you?" he asked. Patrick shrugged. "To be honest, I hadn't really thought about it," he said, "but it wouldn't be very on brand. I am astonishingly afraid of heights." He craned his neck and looked out the window down through the swirling green mist at the theme park spread out before him. "It's weird that I'm sitting here," he decided. He pressed his hand to the wound in his belly, and his palm came away wet and red with blood. "Do we think blood loss has made me fearless?" Oh my God, did I just solve phobias? An airy lightness spun through his head, and he swayed on the windowsill. Small black dots speckled in over his vision as the whole castle seemed to spin. He tilted backward out the open window, his head and shoulders falling out into empty air. The redcaps rushed forward as Patrick threw out his hands, pushed his palms against the wall on either side of the opening, and pulled himself back into the room. "What a breakthrough! I'm a genius," he said happily, finishing his thought as if he hadn't almost fallen 100 feet to his death. The short redcap and one of his friends inched forward cautiously, reaching out and taking Patrick gently by either elbow. "Maybe let's come all the way inside," said the small one uneasily, pulling Patrick off the windowsill. "Come on. My name's Gary. This is Frank." "You know I want to be called Turbo," Frank hissed. Gary gave him a look. "Not the time," he hissed back. Patrick let himself be pulled up to his feet, but as they tried to lead him over toward the bed, he suddenly jerked free of their grasp and stumbled back against the window ledge. "Wait!" he cried, his limbs flailing wildly with a combination of indignation and blood loss. "You tried to kill me 78 times, and don't think I didn't count," he shrieked, sticking a bloody finger into the air. This threw him off balance further. He tripped over his own foot, his shoulders slamming against the wall. "Why don't you want me to jump? You want to kill me with your own hands?" He closed his eyes. It felt so good to close his eyes. "You killed Bloom," Gary said. "I did not kill Bloom," Patrick sighed, his eyes still closed. "Ben killed Bloom with a—" His mind searched for the right word, but it came up blank. He swung his arm through the air, miming a machete, with a hammer. Frank raised an eyebrow and looked at Gary. "A hammer?" he mouthed. Gary waved him off. "Whichever one of you killed Bloom," he said, "listen, we owe you." Patrick opened one eye. The world was swimming, and there were even more redcaps in the room now, 8 or 9 of them in all, most of them lingering uneasily by the door. "You owe me?" he said. "Bloom was a bad guy. He was cruel, but he had a plan. And Horace was a nice guy, but weak as hell. And, well, we didn't know what to do." The other redcaps nodded slowly, looking down in shame. Patrick sighed. His legs felt rubbery as he eased himself back down onto the windowsill once more. "You did terrible things," he said quietly. He looked down at the blood-soaked letter in his hands. "To innocent people." "We ain't bad," Frank insisted. "We're just self-survivalers." "That's not a word," Patrick pointed out. He began to hear buzzing in his ears. It started out softly, but the volume was increasing rapidly. He closed his eyes again, trying to shut out the sound. "You're not good people." "We've done bad things," Gary said cautiously. "I know it. But we thought we were doing them for the right reason." Patrick shook his head. It felt like trying to turn a hot air balloon with a rope, his bulbous skull rocking awkwardly from side to side and bouncing hard on his neck. He opened his mouth to speak, but another dizzy spell took him and he swooned. His head fell back through the window and his arms wheeled in a panic. The foil snack pack lid and Izzy's letter slipped through his fingers and went fluttering out the window into the air above Disney World. Frank, sensing a chance to prove that he was in fact good, lurched forward and snatched at the letter as the wind caught it and lifted it beyond the window opening. But he overextended his reach and threw himself off balance just as he slipped into the pool of Patrick's blood. He screamed as he went toppling out the window. The other redcaps gasped in horror. Their faces turned sour as they heard the soft splat of Frank hitting the pavement below. The blood had drained from Patrick's face, and his skin was white and chalky. He stood up, but swayed uneasily on his feet as he looked over his shoulder at the mess of Frank down on the blacktop. "Ben's gonna be so mad at me," he whispered to no one in particular. Then he closed his eyes and fell into darkness. 2. Patrick's head hit the ground with a sickening crack. His eyes flew open and red fireworks exploded across his vision. "Ow!" he cried. "Careful, dang it! Careful!" a voice above him said. "But he's heavy," a second voice whined. "He's 50 pounds soaking wet," insisted the first. "He was, for the first 20 miles, a third voice wheezed. "He's put on a few 1,000 pounds since then." The fireworks dissolved, and Patrick squinted against the harsh glare of the sun blazing through shifting layers of yellow-green mist. 6 silhouettes stood over him, inspecting him closely. They encircled his vision like numbers on a clock. "He's still alive," said the man at position 3, sounding surprised. "Are you sure?" asked the man at 7. "He looks kinda dead." 11 reached down and snapped his fingers above Patrick's nose. Patrick blinked furiously, trying to squirm away, but his head burst with dull, heavy pain. His neck felt as stiff as iron, and he couldn't really feel most of the parts of his body. "Stop snapping," he fussed. "He's alive," 11 confirmed, reaching down with his other hand and snapping with those fingers too. "Look, he hates this." "I hate it," Patrick confirmed, his voice thick with sleep and confusion. "Stop it!" "Yeah, he's alive," said 11. "All right, that's enough," said 2, and Patrick recognized the voice as Gary's. "Let's break for camp. Rest your arms. We've got to stop dropping him on his head." The rest of the Redcaps shrugged and wandered off, but Gary stayed behind and crouched down at Patrick's side. His stiff red hat blocked out the glare of the sun, and Patrick could see his face pretty clearly beyond the flashing lights of pain shooting across his eyes. He had a dark beard that was cut rough, as if he'd trimmed it with a hunting knife sometimes, and his eyes were dark with deep wells beneath them. "How you feeling?" Gary asked. "Like I fell under a dump truck." Patrick coughed out a ball of phlegm that had formed in his throat, and it almost killed him. His throat felt as hot and dry as brimstone. Pieces of it seemed to flake off with every breath. His skin was warm and clammy with sweat, but cold chills rippled through his bones every few seconds. "Death sucks," he decided. Gary snorted. "You're not lucky enough to be dead," he said. "You're mostly alive." Patrick frowned. "Which parts?" he asked, honestly confused. He struggled to sit up, and his body revolted. But Gary put a hand under his arm and helped him rise up to an awkward, half-reclining lie-down. "Where are we? How long was I unconscious? What happened to me?" "You got stabbed in the gut." Patrick nodded miserably. "Yeah, but, after that." "It caught up with you," Gary said. "You bled more blood than I thought a body had in it." "I am a walking Tarantino movie," Patrick confirmed glumly. "Or, I guess, a not-walking one." "You passed out in the castle. I thought you were dead. But Jimmy there—" Gary nodded toward the redcap who had snapped his fingers at Patrick's face. "He used to be an EMT before M-Day. He said you were just mostly dead." "To blave," Patrick whispered. He closed his eyes and chuckled. This brought a shot of pain through his belly, and he winced sharply. Gary screwed up his face, confused. "Sure," he said dismissively. "So Jimmy, he got in there and did his thing. Stopped the bleeding, cleaned the wound, stitched you up, hoped for the best. Took a few weeks. Shit, I don't know about time anymore, but honestly, I think it's been over a month. Seemed like forever. But here you are." "A month?" Patrick struggled onto one elbow and pulled up the hem of his ratty t-shirt. He frowned as he looked down at the sword wound and the uneven scar to the left of his belly button. "What did he sew me up with?" he demanded, gingerly touching the raised welts where, from the looks of it, a surprisingly thick cord had been used as a suture. "Only thing he could find," Gary said with a frown. "His shoelace." Patrick blenched. "I don't suppose it was a new one," he said quietly, trying to swallow down against the vomit that was threatening to rise in his throat. "Fresh out of the package from a Disney gift shop?" "Fresh off his 8-year-old boot," Gary corrected him, "but he washed it first." "With soap?" "With rotgut." Patrick pulled down his shirt and let himself collapse back onto the ground. "How am I still alive?" he grumbled. "No sepsis yet," Gary shrugged. "Lucky me," Patrick grunted. He closed his eyes to hide them from the high sun's harsh glare. "Where are we now?" "North Carolina." This bit of information tried to penetrate the fog of confusion that surrounded Patrick's understanding of his current predicament. It failed. He did not understand. "North Carolina? We passed Myrtle Beach about a week ago, so I don't know. Somewhere on the Crystal Coast? Talk to me like my parents didn't wear sweaters tied around their necks." "Halfway through North Carolina, maybe. On the water." Gary waved out toward the space to his left, and Patrick turned his head. Through the challenging light, he saw a distant ridge of sand, and beyond that, a gray-blue streak. "There's the Atlantic." Patrick's head swam. He tried to form words from the complex cloud of injustices that swelled in his mind and in his heart at the thought of being dragged north along the East Coast against his will and without his knowledge. "Gary," he finally managed to say, "my blood sugar is at 0, and this news is making my head spin, and I have to close my eyes for a while." He laid back and exhaled, giving up the fight against exhaustion. "But I want to be clear that when I wake up, I am going to be very, very angry about being in North Carolina." He fell asleep and started snoring softly. Gary sighed. He called for a few of the others, and together they lifted Patrick and carried him up the beach. 3. "You hate the beach," Ben said. "I do not hate the beach, and I've never said that," Patrick insisted. "Literally last week I asked you if you wanted to go to the beach, and you said, 'No way, never, I hate the beach.'" "Oh," Patrick blinked. "Well, that was last week. This week I think the beach is fine." He and Ben were sitting at the rooftop bar at the London House Hotel. The skyscrapers of downtown Chicago rippled out around them, proud and gleaming in the summer sunshine. Far below, speedboats puttered along the Chicago River, heading toward the lake, crammed full of tanned bodies in swimsuits. "Why is it when I want to go to the beach you hate it, but when you want to go to the beach it's fine?" Ben asked grumpily. "Because why would I want to go to the beach when I don't want to go to the beach?" Patrick countered. "Do you ever hear yourself? You're not making any sense." "Sometimes I'm not clear on why we're friends." Ben drank his $12 beer. It tasted like watery orange peel. "This beer sucks, and it cost my month's rent. Why did we come up here?" "I thought you wanted to." "I thought you wanted to." "I'm pretty sure it was you," Patrick insisted. "Why would I want to come up here? I hate being around people." That's true." Patrick nodded, tapping his chin. "But why would I want to be up here? I can't stand heights." "Well, Jesus, Pat, let's get the hell out of here," Ben grumbled. He choked down the rest of his beer and slammed the empty glass on the table. He stood up and tossed a few bills onto the table. Patrick followed suit, drinking his beer in smaller sips. "It's so hard to keep making it go down my throat," he said miserably. He abandoned the last couple inches of beer, stuck his own money under the glass, and trotted to catch up to Ben, who had already boarded the elevator. "Slow down! My stomach's all sloshy." Ben jammed his finger against the button to take them to the lobby. "Do you want to go to the beach or not?" "Yes. When I said, 'let's go to the beach' a few minutes ago, I meant that we should go to the beach. In jeans and T-shirts and tennis shoes." "Yes, sir. I want to stand on the beach, but I don't want to get all sandy and stuff." "I don't think you understand the concept of beach," Ben pointed out. The elevator opened at the lobby, and they scooted through the lobby and out onto Wacker Drive. Traffic was light, but the tourists were plenty, so they hopped down into the road to avoid the congested sidewalks. A taxi blared its horn at them, and Ben flipped the driver off. "Fuck off! I live here!" he yelled. They ran across Michigan Avenue against the light and nearly got creamed by a tour bus. "You know, I don't think we can actually get to the beach this way," Patrick realized, looking around. "This is going great," Ben sighed. "So hard to think with a stomach so sloshy." Patrick frowned. He looked south along Michigan. Who cares? Let's just go down to Millennium Park and go over to the waterfront. Who wants sand anyway? "So you don't want a beach?" "I always want a beach," Patrick corrected him, "but sometimes just the edge of land will do." "You are so weird sometimes." They hustled along Michigan, then cut through the park, avoiding vacationers on Segway tours and families taking selfies by the Bean. They crossed the bridge over the train tracks and came out into a sprawling lawn on the east side of the park. "Actually, let's just stop here," Patrick said. "But the water's like 3 blocks away." "That's okay. I don't need the water." "Then what are we doing this for?" Ben exploded. Patrick flopped down onto the grass, rolling over onto his back and drinking in the sunshine. "I just had to get out of the buildings," he said happily. Ben frowned. Then he shrugged. "Yeah, fine," he decided. He sat down next to Patrick and breathed in the smell of the fresh-cut grass. "Sometimes the buildings are the worst part of the city. Raze them to the ground, I always say." They lay like that for over an hour, chatting away in the fresh air and sunshine until Patrick fell asleep, sprawled out across the grass. 4. Patrick awoke stiff and cranky as he'd promised, with something bumpy and uncomfortable pressing up against his shoulder blades. "Are we on a beach?" he asked, annoyed. "It's cold. Are we on a beach? I hate a cold beach." He heaved over onto his side, biting back the pain in his stomach. He checked the wound again. The raised bumps from the shoelace were red and angry-looking, and now they were leaking with some sort of yellowish fluid. The scar from the sword was fine. It was the filthy sutures that were going to kill him. But for now he had a different pain to deal with. "What is under me? Something hurts under me. I can't turn to look. It hurts. Someone come in here and tell me what's under me." Gary threw open the flap to Patrick's tent. "What's wrong?" he asked, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "I slept on something hard and now I'm cranky," Patrick exclaimed, struggling over onto his side. "I am a patient, I am sickly, and I need absolute perfect rest to allow my glorious corporeal body to heal." Gary frowned down at the sand. "Your glorious body slept on a dead crab." He nudged the fossilized crab carcass with his toe and flipped it across the tent. "I was keeping it warm," Patrick insisted grumpily. He let himself collapse back onto the sand. "This is exactly why I need a tent with a floor. Richie has a tent with a floor. I should have a tent with a floor." "Richie has contact dermatitis," Gary reminded him. "I have contact belly split open," Patrick countered, narrowing his eyes. And since you're being like this about it, I guess you're feeling better? I'm not having fever dreams about demon preachers chasing me on buffalo back to put bombs through my hands anymore, if that's what you're asking. Patrick sighed. You were having those? Often, Patrick nodded. His muscles had experienced some level of atrophy since the showdown at Disney World, and his entire body felt like a jumble of slack wires. His head trembled with the strain of moving it up and down. But they've stopped now, so that's a good sign. I am still of the very strong opinion that a bootlace belongs on the outside of a person's skin, and my surgical wound seems to agree with me. The stitches that saved me are going to kill me. I'll have to cut off half of my midsection and bounce around on my waist like a slinky dog. You do paint a picture, Gary sighed. Does that mean we can start expecting you to walk on your own now? I am fully capable of transporting my own weight by means of my own feet, Patrick grumped. Good. We'll go a lot faster if you could walk a full day, Gary said. Oh, right. I've been meaning to talk to you about that progress, Patrick groaned, struggling up to his feet. Gary reached out and pulled him up by the forearm. Patrick nodded his thanks and patted Gary on the shoulder. Where is it we're progressing to? His brow wrinkled. Where is it to where we're progressing? To where are we progressing to? Boy, that question is a syntax nightmare. We're going northeast, Gary said, pulling back the tent flap and cinching it open, letting in a stream of watery green light. Patrick closed his eyes against the soft glare and waited for his pupils to adjust. But why? Are we coastal elites now? Gary frowned. I know it hasn't been ideal keeping you on the move. You'd have healed faster if we could have stayed put. But Bloom put us in a bad spot. His face darkened a few shades, and he lowered his eyes to the sand. Not just Bloom. The way we were with Bloom. It all put us in a bad spot. Patrick noticed the worn lines around Gary's eyes and at the corners of his frown. Beneath his stiff red hat he had gone prematurely gray. Though he wasn't far from Patrick in age, standing there now in the misty morning light, he looked old. What kind of spot? Gary raised his eyes. He looked at Patrick as if he'd forgotten he was there. He blinked a few times and cleared away the clouds. The shit we did, it was bad. You don't know the half of it. We broke a whole lot of people. We broke just about every part of the world we touched. We couldn't stay in Florida. People were looking for us. Angry people. All along the Lincoln Service and the Texas Eagle, too. Chicago to San Antonio. Then, when we were hunting you guys down, we cut the same kind of path through the South, too. Lots of people looking for us there now. Looking for vengeance. We had to get out of Florida, and we were running out of places to go. After you passed out in the castle, we dragged you to the Palmetto line. We didn't know the conductor or any of the crew, which I guess was lucky. Our uniforms were enough to get us on the train, and we rode you up as far as Charleston. The plan was to go all the way north to New York, then jump a maple leaf into Canada. Rumor is M-Day wasn't so bad up there, in some parts at least. Things might be better with more civilization. That was our plan. But when we got to Charleston, the train swapped out crews, and some of the old boys who came on board, they did know us. 2 of them for sure. So we hopped out and ran. We've been running northeast ever since. We're a pretty safe distance from the tracks now. Patrick swallowed, his own spit hot and insufficient in his dry, dusty throat. What did you do to the other redcaps, the ones who recognized you? And what did they recognize? Gary exhaled. This older man, Buck, we crossed his path in Joliet once. He used to have a partner, someone from the old days, someone he'd trained on the Southwest Chief before M-Day. The guy stood between Bloom and a nice-looking widow on the Joliet run. Bloom did him like he did you. Gary nodded down at Patrick's belly. But better. Buck was there to see it. Patrick nodded slowly. And the other one? The other kid, Steve or Stu, he was on our crew for a few months back toward the beginning. Now the kid's got a scar running down the side of his face, forehead to chin. Nearly got his eye cut out, Gary said. The man who did that is sleeping next door, in a tent with a floor. Patrick glowered and shook his head. Contact dermatitis is letting him off too easy. Maybe, Gary said. We've all been let off easy. You're not keeping good company here. We were scared. Scared of Bloom, scared to holy shit of Calico. We were cowards, and we turned mean to hide it. Patrick rubbed his forehead. His skull was throbbing. His skin felt the warm rush of a receding fever. He thought back on the things he'd done since M-Day, things he wouldn't have done in his previous life, things he never would have even dreamed he was capable of doing. The end of the world had changed them all. "What's your plan to make it right?" he finally asked. Gary frowned. "The plan is to follow a new direction, a better direction." He raised an eyebrow. "The plan is to follow your direction." Patrick started. "Me? No. People don't follow me. People get tricked into doing stupid things by me. You don't want to follow me." "We saw how you stood up to Bloom, how you stood up for what was right. We need that. We need you to show us." "Go watch an after-school special," Patrick glowered. "Look, we all work as a crew, and we work well together," Gary said, "but we're not conductors." "I'm not a conductor," Patrick cried. "You're someone we can rally around," Gary insisted. "The last person who rallied around me took off someone's head with a machete and got sent out alone into the goddamn apocalyptic wasteland," Patrick snapped. "And the fact that you feel bad about that means you might be the last good person in the apocalypse." But Patrick shook his head. "I'm not a good person," he said. "I'm just a person." "Good enough to get behind," Gary said, his eyes level and serious. "You're right, we should know how to make this work on our own, but turns out we don't. None of us was that good to begin with. The end of the world sure as shit didn't make us better. But we saw what you did. We're with you, whatever you need." Patrick sighed. He limped over to the opening of the tent and pushed past the canvas, stepping out into the gloomy green morning. He inhaled deeply, his lungs spasming with the monkey dust whipped up by the ocean wind. He hacked and spat a yellow-green glob onto the sand. "Pretend I didn't do that," he wheezed, doubled over and breathing hard. "I was trying to strike a look." "Want to come back in, take it from the top?" Gary snorted. Patrick waved him off. "No, but thank you for indulging me. It's a feature I greatly admire." He straightened up and took a few resettling breaths. He stared out over the waves and he opened his mouth to speak. But then he closed it again and turned back to Gary. "Actually, wait. Yes, let's do that. Give me your line again." "Which line?" "The whatever I need thing. Can you do that again?" "I don't remember exactly what I said." Gary frowned. "Just do your best," Patrick insisted. "Let it be natural." Whatever you need, we can do," Gary tried. Patrick shook his head and frowned. "No, it wasn't that," he said, tapping his lips as he trailed off. "We can do whatever you need? Just say the word?" Gary tried again. "No, that's not it. It was like something about me being really good, and then you're with me. Oh, we're with you whatever you need? Was that?" Patrick wondered, squinting thoughtfully. "No, it was more like, man, I didn't think I'd have to remember it. It wasn't rehearsed or anything." No, I know," Patrick assured him, waving both his hands frantically. "It was just so." He sighed with frustration. "It's okay, just say what you were saying. We're with you, whatever you need." Gary nodded. "We are with you, whatever you need." Patrick turned and gazed out toward the ocean, stiffening his spine and squaring his jaw as he squinted against the shifting mists and light. He spoke again, this time in a gravelly, guttural tone. "I hope that's true," he rasped, "because what I need is to go back." Gary blinked. "Back?" he said. "Back," Patrick confirmed with a nod. "We have to go back." "Back where?" Gary asked. "To Disney World?" "We have to go back!" Patrick shouted, lifting his eyes to the sky and wailing dramatically. Gary took a step back. "What are you doing?" he asked. "We have to go back, Kate," Patrick said, his eyes misting over. "We have to go back." Gary looked around uncertainly. "What's happening right now?" Patrick frowned. "Come on, Gary. Lost? We have to go back? No? Nothing?" Gary shook his head. "I didn't watch Lost." He shrugged. Patrick's shoulders slumped. "Oh, Gary, you are such a disappointment." "Are you just quoting a show now, or do you actually want to go back somewhere?" Gary asked. "Both. I actually want to go back somewhere," Patrick confirmed. "Much like Jack, I have to go back to a place I have already been, and in this scenario you're Kate, and this green fog is a very dramatic rainfall, and I guess Spiver would be the smoke monster. Introduced, important for a few episodes, then completely ignored and never revisited again." Gary furrowed his brow. "Who's Spiver?" he asked. "Exactly," Patrick said, tapping the side of his nose knowingly. Gary sighed. "So you do want us to go back to Disney World," he said. But Patrick shook his head. "Not Disney World," he replied. "Mobile." Gary cocked an eyebrow. "Mobile, Alabama? That's the one." Gary rubbed his cheek and tried to place Mobile in the timeline of semi-recent events. Bloom had taken them through Alabama, though not through Mobile. The Redcaps had looped north in order to make the intercept at Disney World. Gary had never been to Mobile, but he knew that Patrick had, and that he had been there for a decent length of time. The Redcaps had camped out near the Magic Kingdom for weeks, maybe months, waiting for Patrick to arrive. "What's in Mobile?" Patrick crossed his arms. "Ben is in Mobile," he said. "Ben went back to Fort Doom. And I need to get back to Ben." 5. "Okay, gather round," Patrick said, waving everyone in close. The Redcaps eyed each other. They were already gathered pretty tightly around. "I don't know any of your names," Patrick admitted, slapping the sand with a stick he'd found among a pile of driftwood down the beach. "You've probably all said them out loud lots of times in the last few weeks, but I've been delirious with death, and I basically didn't register any of them. Except Gary," he said, nodding Gary's way. "And truth be told, I'm terrible with names. It's going to take me about a year to get them right. But that's not a you thing, that's a me thing. That's my struggle and my personal journey. I'll be stronger for taking it. Now," he said, pointing the stick at one of the Redcaps across the circle, "I want to know your first name, last name, where you're from, and one interesting thing about you." The Redcap on the business end of the stick shifted uncomfortably. It had been years since he'd done an icebreaker. "Okay, well," he began. "Wait!" Patrick cried, shaking his head and waving his hands, nearly taking Gary's eye out with the stick. "I should go first, right?" He leaned conspiratorially toward the Redcap on his right and whispered, "I'm not very good at being in charge." Then he straightened up and addressed the whole group. "I'm Patrick Deen. I'm from Chicago, sort of, but I grew up in St. Louis. My religion is the Cardinals, mostly. One interesting fact about me is that I once had a psychopathic preacher drive a railroad spike through my palm. See? He held up his right hand, showcasing the raised purplish scar in the center of his palm. He swung his hand in an arc so everybody could get a good look. Then he took the stick and pointed once again at the man across from him. Now, your turn. The redcap shifted again. He waved awkwardly at his colleagues around the circle. I'm Ted. Ted Purdy. I'm from Iowa. Where in Iowa? Patrick interrupted. Iowa City? Thereabouts? How far from the Mississippi? Patrick inquired, leaning forward with interest. About maybe an hour? Ted guessed. Congratulations on winning the Dead Body Ashwater lottery, Patrick beamed. Ted pulled back from the circle and looked nervously at the rest of his group. What? Nothing, Patrick said, waving away Ted's concerns. Please continue. One interesting fact? Ted swallowed. I guess one time I was on a talent show? A talent show, Patrick gasped. Which talent show? American Idol? Ted's cheeks burned red. Oh, no, nothing that big. It was small, a public access thing, I think, called Impressive Iowans. Weird, but great. What's your talent? The tips of Ted's ears darkened. This was like 10 years ago, he explained sheepishly. Patrick waved off his embarrassment. The talents of all ages are equal in the eyes of the great Jamaican bomb lords, he said. His head swam with a sudden rush of dizziness, and he threw out a hand to balance himself on the sand. He blinked hard, clearing his head as the world came back into focus. Sorry, he muttered, his voice suddenly muted. That keeps happening. He cleared his throat and beckoned Ted onward. Keep going. Sorry. Ted looked around the circle uncertainly, but Gary nodded, so he continued. I sang Vesti la Juba from Pagliacci. Patrick cocked an eyebrow. The opera Pagliacci? Ted nodded. You sing opera? I sang opera, Ted corrected him quietly. I studied it, and I was good. Pretty good, before... Tears welled up in the man's eyes, and he pushed himself up from the beach and ran into the trees on the far side of the dunes, weeping quietly. Patrick watched, stunned. I love Pagliacci, he said, watching Ted run away in awe. I mean, I've never seen it, but there was a really good issue of Batman, the whole Hush storyline, where Joker was the clown in Pagliacci, and boy, goosebumps. The redcaps eyed each other uncomfortably. One of them coughed. The man sitting to what had previously been Ted's left raised his hand. Should I go? He asked. Please, Patrick nodded. Name, where you're from, and fun fact. I'm Richie, the young man offered, taking off his hat and mussing his shaggy blonde hair. Richie Fry. I'm from Melwood, Arkansas originally. One interesting thing about me, I guess, is that I got contact dermatitis. The other redcaps groaned, but it was Patrick who put a voice to their frustrations. You're the one with the tent, he said, his eyes narrowing. The tent with the floor. I got contact dermatitis, Richie whined. He scratched his elbow just to prove how intensely he suffered. I slept on a dead crab, Patrick whispered harshly. The pain in his back suddenly returned, a small digging knob like a six-sided die pressing against his spine. He turned and struggled with his T-shirt, pulling it up over his shoulder blades. Look at the bruise! The redcaps frowned at Patrick's back. There was no bruise. That is a crab bruise! Patrick shouted, throwing his shirt tail back down and turning to glare at Richie. Dead crab is the hardest kind of crab. It's scientifically petrified, and I may never walk again. You walked to this fire, Richie pointed out. Only by dint of my miraculous fortitude, Patrick cried. Maybe we should get this thing moving, Gary interrupted, noting with some concern the thin sheen of sweat that covered Patrick's clammy skin. I grew up in Hannibal. He nodded around the circle, ticking off each of the remaining redcaps by name. That's Lawrence. He's good in a scrape. He used to be a bouncer from Memphis. That's Brett over there from some shithole in Illinois. He used to be a plumber. And this is Jimmy. He's the one who stitched you up. Don't tell me, Patrick said, narrowing his eyes and running his fingers over the scar in his side and the large raised welts from the bootlace. He used to be a cobbler. Jimmy frowned. No, an EMT, he said. Patrick rolled his eyes and threw up his hands dramatically. Well, I hope so. It was a joke, Johnny. Jimmy corrected him. Don't you remember jokes? Patrick demanded, steamrolling right past the correction. Sharp pain shot through Patrick's torso, and he winced, sucking air in sharply through his teeth. The pain had a clarifying effect, cutting through the fog of fever and mania that threatened to take control of his head. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, letting the cool ocean wind bring relief to his burning forehead. Thank you all for your help, he said, his tone calmer and measured. Thank you for saving my life, Johnny. Jimmy, I think the suture wounds are pretty infected, and if I die of sepsis, I take back my gratitude. Oh, Jimmy frowned. I'll take a look at that tonight. That would be great, Patrick nodded. And thank you, all of you, for keeping me alive and getting me out of Florida. The men exchanged glances. You're welcome, they said. Patrick nodded. Having said all that, he continued, I need to go back. Back? Brett said, swatting at a sand flea that had found its breakfast on the back of his hand. Back to Florida? Back to Mobile, Alabama. And we're going with him, Gary added. A grumble rose around the fire as the other redcaps shifted in their seats. Arms were crossed, heads were shaken, and heels were dug down into the sand. It was Lawrence, the former bouncer, who strung together the first full sentence of angry dissent. We just spent the last month getting out of the South, at pretty serious risk to ourselves, and you want us to turn around and go back? I don't want anyone to do anything, Patrick said, shaking his head. I'm going back. Anyone who wants to tag along is welcome. Tag along? Brett snorted. Be serious. If you wanted to stay, you should have said something before we lugged your broken ass halfway across the country. I never asked you to drag my broken ass halfway across the country, Patrick reminded him. I was just a little too completely unconscious to protest. If anything, you kidnapped me and you should be ashamed. Kidnapped? Brett cried. He looked like he was one wrong word away from charging across the fire and choking the re-emerging life right out of Patrick's throat. We saved you! And I told you I'm grateful for it, Patrick shot back. His cheeks flamed red with sickness and frustration. But now I'm going back to Mobile. You can stay. In fact, he added quickly, it's probably best that you do. We're going, Gary cut in again, sending a hard look around the fire. What the hell, Gary? Brett demanded. We risked our lives to get him out. Now we're going to risk him again to put him back? We got ourselves out, Gary replied. We brought him along. But don't kid yourself, Brett. Don't any of you kid yourself. We got ourselves out of the mess we put ourselves in. That's on us. But this is a chance to do something good. Help him get back to his friend. That's a noble thing. Hell of a lot better than all that shit we used to do, he finished hurriedly. They want our heads in the South, Lawrence said. I mean, there's plenty of folks who literally want our heads. That's a suicide mission for us, into a lion's den. "What makes you think we'll do any better going north?" Gary asked. "Look, it's shitty to say it, but we're no good on our own. All of us, we nearly fucking died in this place before Bloom found us and gave us a life. It took me a long time to realize it, but shit, I don't have the first clue about surviving on my own. And neither do any of you, because if you did, you never would have joined up with Bloom like I did, and none of us would be malnourished and vulnerable like we are now. So if you don't want to head back south, don't. You can keep going on. But I'm going wherever Patrick goes, because this man," he said, throwing a strong and level finger in Patrick's direction, "this man knows something that not a single one of us does. He knows how to live in the apocalypse." Patrick frowned. He wondered if he should point out that he was actually pretty bad at apocalypse life, and that at least some part of his desire to get back to Mobile was so that he could reunite with Ben, who had some decidedly blunt ideas about how life in the apocalypse could be successfully lived. But before he could open his mouth, Lawrence spoke, his words heavy with concern. "I get what you're saying, both of you," he began, indicating Patrick and Gary with a sweep of his hand. "And you're right, Gary. We're not good at this. And we did come up here for us, not for him. When it comes down to it, we've got a whole lot of bad shit between us that we need to make up for. I'm not opposed to the idea of getting the Gimp back to his people." "Gimp?" Patrick frowned. "But," Lawrence continued, "there's a lot of land between here and there, and that land is covered with a whole lot of tracks, and those tracks are full of people who want to see us hang." "That's exactly why we won't go by land," Patrick offered, pushing himself up from his seat and standing proudly over the fire. "I'm not going to ask you to retrace your steps, especially when those steps take you through a lethal firewall of super-righteous anger." Lawrence tilted his head. "But you want to go back to Alabama. What other choice do we have?" "I'm glad you asked," Patrick beamed. "This is the good part of the plan." He walked dramatically to the edge of the fire, standing between the red caps and the crashing ocean to the east. "We're going to take to the water," he said proudly, spreading his arms toward the sea. "Gird your loins and man your sails, boys," he cried, his eyes glinting with glee. "We're about to become extremely fearsome pirates." 6. The plan was simple, and nobody liked it. "So just to make sure I'm clear," Gary said after the pregnant silence that followed Patrick's breathless explanation of the scheme, "you want us to steal a boat. That boat," he added, pointing to a small yacht anchored about half a mile offshore. "You want us to steal that boat and sail it all the way to the Gulf of Mexico?" Patrick bobbed his head from side to side. "That's sort of accurate," he decided. "A few points of clarification. I'm not comfortable with the word steal. You can't steal something that belongs to the ocean. You can only borrow it. And also, we're not sailing. It's not a sailboat. We're driving it. But other than that, yes, you've got the gist." "Do you know how to drive a boat?" Ted asked. "Nope," Patrick said. "But I don't know how to sail a boat either, so we're no worse off." The Redcaps exchanged worried looks. "Hey, listen, don't get too wound up in the details," Patrick encouraged. "Do I know how to drive a boat? No. Do I think there will be usable gas in the fuel tank? No. Do I have any idea how we're actually going to use the boat to move ourselves from here to there? I do not. But we'll figure it out." He placed his hand on Jimmy's shoulder. "Together." Jimmy shuffled sideways out of reach. Patrick's hand dropped. Gary was trying to stay positive. "I guess if we can't figure it out, we're no worse off than we are now," he said. "Exactly. And I'm confident we'll be able to figure it out. I've got an ace in the hole here." "Oh, yeah?" Brett asked, crossing his arms. "What's that?" Patrick crossed his arms, too, and he smiled confidently. "I am an engineer." The Redcaps groaned. Patrick's face fell. "What? I thought you were going to say something useful," Richie frowned, "like I'm a survivalist." "An engineer is like a survivalist, of the mind." Patrick tapped his temple. Everyone groaned again. "Oh, come on, stop doing that." "But I mean, how do we even get out there?" Richie asked. "We can't swim that far. It's like a mile." "It's not a mile," Patrick corrected him. "And anyway, you don't have to swim. It's easy. Look out there. Look at all the boats." He swept his hand out toward the water, and indeed there were about a dozen boats bobbing on the waves at various distances from the shore and in various stages of disrepair and neglect. We swim to one of those boats, then we row that boat to the big boat, and then we figure out how to take the big boat down the seaboard and into the Gulf. He crossed his arms, very satisfied with himself. It's almost too simple. And that simplicity is what an engineer brings to the table. The Redcaps huddled together and conferred. Some of them shook their heads violently. Others just sort of shrugged their shoulders. Their whispers were heated, and it was clear that no one was happy. But in the end, they turned back to Patrick, and Gary said, "Okay, we're going to try your plan." "Excellent," Patrick smiled. "We will definitely not regret this." 7. Patrick frowned. He was starting to regret this. No one was doing what he asked. Being in charge of half a dozen people was nowhere near as efficient as being in charge of just himself and Ben. "Why aren't you getting the boat?" he called down to Ted and Jimmy, who were standing uncertainly at the water's edge. Patrick raised his hand and pointed at the well-worn dinghy that was bobbing on the uneven surface of the ocean, held down by an anchor that someone had inexplicably dropped 50 feet away from the shore. "Go get the boat!" The two men turned back to Patrick and frowned. "The water looks cold," Ted complained. Patrick rolled his eyes. "Of course it looks cold," he said. "But it only looks cold because it is cold. It's the Atlantic Ocean, not a hot tub at the Hilton Royale." "What's the Hilton Royale?" Jimmy asked, blinking. "I didn't want to ask, but I am also confused about that," Ted quietly confided to his colleague. "Was that even part of their portfolio?" "Look, it is right there," Patrick said, stabbing his finger in the sad, badly weathered boat's general direction. "I could pick up one of you and hit it with you." Ted and Jimmy exchanged worried glances. "Maybe this is something you could do?" Jimmy asked nervously. "As our new and undisputed leader?" Ted threw in quickly. Jimmy gave him an affirming nod. Patrick narrowed his eyes. "First of all, I don't like having the feeling that maybe what you're saying is actually a patronizing insult, and I definitely don't like not being able to tell if it is or not," he said, crossing his arms. "And second of all, I can't wade into neck-deep apocalyptic monkey dust water. I might get sepsis." He directed this last comment directly at Jimmy, his eyes shooting daggers. Jimmy frowned and turned to Ted. "He's actually right," he admitted. "He could get sepsis." "I told you not to sew him up with a bootlace," Ted hissed. "You are not a medical professional," Jimmy cried, thrusting a finger into the air and taking extraordinary umbrage. Ted rolled his eyes. "You rode in the back of an ambulance. You're not exactly Dr. Quinn," he said. "You mean the fictional character Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman?" "She was a frontier treasure," Ted replied, planting his hands on his hips. "She saved the lives of every single person in Colorado Springs, and she learned how to use a broom, even though she grew up with servants." "She is fictional!" Jimmy shrieked. So are your medical skills, Ted shouted back. Hey, downstairs, people, Patrick said, snapping his fingers to bring them back to attention. Can we please focus on the important things, which are getting that stupid dinghy over here so we can load it up and row it out to that yacht, which we will then sail to the Gulf of Mexico? He nodded out toward the Sea Ray 58 that was bobbing on the water about 500 yards from the shore. Ted and Jimmy both stopped and turned to face Patrick. "We're not taking the dinghy?" they said in unison. Patrick dropped his head into his hand. "Of course we're not taking the dinghy," he sighed. "You can't take a dinghy from North Carolina to the Gulf of Mexico." Ted's face screwed up in confusion and asked, "Are you sure?" "I am more than willing to let you try it," Patrick sighed. "But first we need that Sea Ray." Ted frowned at the ocean. "It's just, the water's so cold," he repeated. "It's really cold," Jimmy agreed again. Patrick shook his head and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Would you prefer to wait until nuclear summer appears and melts us all in sweet, sweet release?" he murmured. Ted looked at Jimmy. Jimmy shrugged at Ted. "That doesn't sound so bad," they both agreed. Patrick gritted his teeth and stomped toward the ocean. "Fine," he said, rolling up the cuffs of his jeans. "I'll do it myself. But if I get sepsis, I'm going to chop your legs off with the dullest machete I can find." Jimmy sighed. "No, wait." He made his way down the shore and met Patrick at the water's edge. "I'll do it. I can't let you take the risk. I took an oath." Ted snorted. "I'll keep saying it. You were an EMT. You weren't a doctor." "EMTs are like doctors," Jimmy insisted. "EMTs are the Jonah Hills of the medical world," Brett snickered from up the beach. "I love Jonah Hill, so thank you," Jimmy retorted, crossing his arms. "Jonah Hill is dead, and so is your lame-ass profession." "EMTs take an oath," Jimmy shrieked. "To do what?" "To consider for the benefit of patients and abstain from whatever is deleterious and mischievous," he recited. Ted narrowed his eyes. "You made those words up." "I didn't, and sepsis is extremely deleterious." "I happen to agree," Patrick piped up, "and I, for one, salute our medical heroes." He grabbed Jimmy's hand and shook it vigorously. "Thank you for your service, Johnny. Now, which of us is going after that dinghy?" Jimmy nodded resolutely. "I am," he said, his voice firm. Then he turned to Ted. "Are you coming with me?" Ted pressed his teeth together, giving Jimmy a guilty look. "I'm not an EMT," he said. Jimmy shook his head in disappointment. Then he turned to the ocean, rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and dove into the ice-cold water. "He shouldn't have dived," Ted said, concerned. "No," Patrick agreed, hiding his eyes behind his fingers. "What was he thinking?" "It sounded like his neck cracked." Ted blanched. "I think Johnny might be dead," Patrick agreed grimly. Then the surface of the water broke, and Jimmy flailed into the air, wheeling his arms and sending cold water spattering in every direction. "It's cold! It's cold! It's cold!" he shrieked. "Oh, you're alive!" Patrick cried happily. He gave Jimmy a round of applause. "Excellent work! Go get the boat." They watched as Jimmy bobbed awkwardly through the yellow-crusted water, cursing and shivering and making extremely slow progress. "I can't feel my legs," he cried out over his shoulder. "My legs have gone numb." "Well, you're our only medical professional. What do you think you should do about that?" Patrick called out. "I think I should get out of this fucking water," Jimmy grumbled. He splashed his way toward the dinghy and was only a few yards away when he suddenly stopped. His body went stiff, and the water around him calmed. "What's wrong?" Ted shouted. Jimmy turned his head slowly. His mouth was open wide and his skin blue-white from cold and from fear. "There's something out here," he whispered. "You mean besides the boat?" Ted asked. "I mean in the water. There's something in the water," Jimmy hissed. He turned his attention back to the ocean and swiveled his head, looking for signs of movement beneath the surface. "It touched me. Something touched me. It swam into my legs." "I thought you said your legs were numb," Patrick said suspiciously, crossing his arms. "It's probably just a fish," Ted said, but his breath was short and sharp. He clearly did not actually think that it was probably just a fish. "It feels big," Jimmy said, spinning around frantically in the water and somehow finding a way to turn even paler. His skin looked like it had been run through a rinse cycle with bleach. Then, a few yards to Jimmy's left, the water splashed. It was a big splash. Patrick's spine tightened. The corners of his mouth drew down. "Get to the boat," he said. His voice was hoarse from the lack of speaking authoritatively, so he cleared his throat and said it again, louder. "Get to the boat." "It might be a shark," Ted said, going pale as the blood drained from his face. He had seen the splash, too. "I know it might be a shark," Patrick hissed, swatting Ted's shoulder. "That's why we have to get him into the dinghy." He turned back toward the ocean and toward Jimmy, cupping his hands around his mouth as he shouted, "Jimmy, get to the boat." "I'm trying to get to the boat," Jimmy shrieked. He lurched forward, his arms wheeling as he struggled against the cold, crusty ocean, and made desperate dive at the anchored, bobbing dinghy. His fingers scrabbled over the edge of the wood, trying to pull himself up. But then he plunged back into the water as if his feet had suddenly taken on a 50-pound weight. "Oh, God!" he screamed as his shoulders disappeared beneath the waves. "It bit me!" "It bit you?" Ted cried. "It bit me!" Jimmy screamed, thrashing in the ocean. Streams of yellowish water flung out in every direction. "Oh, fucking God, it bit me!" "Jimmy!" Patrick screamed, rushing to the shore, stopping short as the water lapped at his shoes. "Get in the fucking boat!" "I'm trying to get in the fucking boat!" Jimmy screeched. "But it bit me! It bit me! Oh, God!" He lunged for the boat, his hands slipping off the edge. The dinghy rocked on the waves, threatening to tip as Jimmy screamed and scrambled, splashing the ocean into a yellow-green froth. He yanked the edge of the boat down to the water and launched himself into the wet belly of the dinghy, hollering with pain as the boat righted itself. The slippery top ridge of a mysterious creature surfaced as if it had followed Jimmy, spurred on by a taste for human flesh. Its spikes were visible for only an instant, then it slipped back beneath the water, disappearing into the green-tipped foam. "Did you see that?" Patrick whispered, his face turning pale. Ted swallowed hard. "Yeah," he whispered back. "I saw it." Jimmy scrambled to the far end of the boat and set to work examining his leg. He couldn't remember if his worn-out dicky pants had already been that shredded, or if the ocean monster had ripped new strips apart with its ghastly fangs. His fingers scrambled over the skin, searching for the warm rush of blood. But he felt nothing but cold water and goosebumps. Jimmy breathed a sigh of relief. He had not been bitten. He was safe. He was fine. He had survived his first sea monster attack. He situated himself in the dinghy, his heart slipping with each shake of the boat. He raised himself up to his shaky knees, balancing his weight as best he could. He leaned out and peered over the side. The monster seemed to have retreated. "It's okay," he shouted back toward the shore. He laughed, a high-pitched sound that was strange to his own ears. "I'm okay, it's—" He didn't get a chance to finish. The slick, spiny back of the monster resurfaced. It was headed for Patrick and Ted on the shore. "It's not okay! It's not okay!" Jimmy shrieked. "Look!" Back on the beach, Patrick's eyes had grown to 3 times their normal size. The monster's hump was knifing through the crusty ocean, headed directly for them. Patrick and Ted watched with alarm as the creature slid closer and closer. They stumbled backward up the sand. "It won't come out of the water, right?" Ted cried, his lips tight-curled back in fear. "Definitely not," Patrick tried to assure him, his hands clenched into airtight anxiety balls. "If there's one thing I know about fish, it's that they don't come out of the sea." "Oh God, it's coming out of the sea!" he shrieked. The creature barreled through the surf and emerged onto the sand in a frenzy of yellow foam. It writhed on the beach, hissing and spitting and gasping for air. Ted drew his mouth open in a grimace. "What is it?" he asked sourly. Patrick furrowed his brow. "That," he said, "is a demon spawn." The fish looked like the result of a horrific science experiment, as if King Triton's mad scientist had successfully bonded a moray eel with a lizard, screwed a fish's head onto the grotesque body, then enrolled the thing in Barry's boot camp for 6 months. It was big and broad, about 10 inches from shoulder to shoulder, which was, Patrick noted, a strange way to measure a fish, since he didn't remember them ever having shoulders. But this one did, 2 wide, knobby shoulders, each one attached to a floppy, fin-like arm that bent around an elbow in the middle. The creature's eel-like body stretched out behind its almost 3 feet. Its grimy black-green tail thrashed against the ground, spraying sand in every direction. And the monster's head, it was huge and swollen, like a grotesque, bumpy-scaled fish suffering from an allergic reaction to a bee sting. Its eyes were wide-set and gaping, with tiny yellow veins shot through an off-gray-white bulge. Long spindles thrust out from the sides of its head like needles. One had a dead minnow skewered on the end of it. It had been impaled so long ago the tiny body was half lost to rot. The monster's mouth opened and closed as the angry thing gasped for air. They could see the yellow-gray flash of thin, flat teeth every time the mouth opened. And every time the mouth closed, they could hear those teeth go clop, clop, clop. "Gary!" Patrick hollered, yelling up the beach without taking his eyes from the squirming monster. "Bring the machete!" "What do we do?" Ted whispered without moving his lips. He was petrified with fear. His whole body was rigid, as if the eel-lizard-fish monster had already ripped his guts from his belly and left him dead and stiffening on the cold ocean border. "We wait for the machete." Patrick narrowed his eyes. "Then we make ceviche." The 2 men eyed the creature carefully, neither daring to blink as it wriggled its leg fins against the sand, getting used to the feel of the shifting earth beneath its weight. Its slick, slimy appendages spun before the monster adjusted, snarling and spitting and with eyes that raged. Then the flimsy arms made purchase. The fish lurched forward on the beach, pushed along by its clumsy arms. Patrick and Ted leapt back, screaming. "Kill it!" Patrick cried. "You kill it!" Ted squeaked back. "No, you! It's a goddamn catfish. It'll be easy!" Patrick screeched, darting behind Ted. "It's not a catfish! Catfish don't walk!" Ted screamed, stumbling backward, tripping over Patrick, and sprawling sideways onto the cold sand. "Walking catfish do," Gary said, out of breath as he hurried down the beach. He slid to a stop next to Patrick and handed him a weapon. "This is a bat." Patrick frowned, staring down at the bat. "I couldn't find the machete." "Rule number 82, Gary." I know. Always know where the machete is." "Always know where the machete is," Patrick repeated, incredulous. "What even is the point of making new rules if no one is going to—" "Oh, fuck!" The monster launched itself into the air, snarling and snapping its wide, flat teeth. Patrick moved on instinct, swinging the bat clumsily. He connected with the broad side of the fish and sent it sailing at a new angle, one that delivered the creature teeth first into Ted's leg. "Ah!" Ted screeched, dancing on his non-fished leg and kicking with the other, trying to unseat the water demon. "It's fucking eating me!" "Hold still!" Patrick cried. He gripped the bat and held it up on his shoulder, rushing over to the besieged redcap. Ted flailed in a manic dance, slapping at the mutant catfish with an open palm. Luckily, the monster's teeth weren't sharp, so they hadn't gotten deep into his flesh. But its jaw was powerful and clamped down like a vice, holding Ted's leg in its mouth and slowly crushing the structure beneath the skin. "Hold still," Patrick repeated. "The fish! The fucking fish!" Ted shrieked. "Get it!" "I'm trying!" Patrick wagged the bat, the tip of his tongue poking out of the corner of his mouth. He concentrated on the creature, dangling from Ted's leg like a marionette on speed. "Hold still!" "Kill it!" Ted yelled. "Kill it! Kill it! Kill it!" Patrick saw his chance. He dropped his shoulder and swung the bat as hard as he could, aiming for the monster's head. At the same time, Ted spun in his mad pirouette and brought the fish directly into the arc of the bat. The wood connected against the monster's side with a loud crack. The bat splintered into pieces that went skittering across the sand. "Huh," Patrick said, holding up the jagged remains of the handle. He scratched his head. "This feels familiar." "Fuck me," Gary murmured in awe. "It is killing me!" Ted screamed, snapping them out of their stunned thoughts. The monster was still firmly clamped onto the redcap's leg. The possessed catfish's jaws were tightening so much that Patrick could see the shape of Ted's leg changing, collapsing beneath the monster's bite. "Help!" Bright lights shot through Patrick's vision. The beach faded in the glare of memory, and he saw a slow-motion tableau of the recent past. There he was, beneath a marquee in Mobile, and the short jester, Spiver, was swinging a bat at Ben's head. He saw the bat connect hard with Ben's temple. He saw Ben spin in a lifeless twist as blood misted in the cold, heavy air. Patrick felt something inside of him crack and splinter, like the leg of a bridge that was hit by a wrecking ball. A piece of him broke into a sideways place, not enough to take down his whole structure, but enough to unsteady him and make him, in that one instant, question the sort of support he'd had and the sort of support he'd been. It was a glimpse into the consequence of a life he'd taken for granted. Not his own, but his best friend's. "Yeah, keep making jokes. You're pretty fucking good at that," Ben had spat, blood crusting at his temple, tears of frustration running down his cheeks. "You're not very fucking good at keeping your best friend safe. You're not very fucking good at keeping anybody safe with your stupid-ass decisions. But hey, you can deliver a punchline. Congratulations!" The vision of Ben faded as Patrick blinked away the past. He looked at the struggle in front of his eyes again, at the mutant catfish that was crushing Ted's leg. His hands tightened on the handle of the shattered bat. He stepped forward toward the ferocious fish with its teeth buried deep in Ted's flesh. He flipped the wood in his hand like a dagger, with the smooth, knobby end facing the sky and the sharp, splintered end pointed down toward the sand. Then he gave a warrior's scream as he raised the bat above his head, lurched forward, and drove the sharp wood down into the sea creature's eye. Shards of planed oak sheared away on impact, shattering against the fish's hardened sclera and exploding outward in a halo of splinters. A shank split down from the center of the stake found purchase in the soft part of the monster's eye, and the spear drove in. The eyeball popped like a grape, a thick, gummy wetness exploding up in a geyser. Then Patrick drove the bat down through the fish's orbital socket until it punctured its brain. The monster convulsed, waving away from Ted's leg like a windsock before it went slack, held half rigid by the strength of its reinforced bones and hardened veins. Patrick pulled the bat handle out of the creature's eye socket. The wooden spike dripped with thick yellow mucus. Then he jammed the stick into the opening between the monster's mouth and Ted's flesh, and with a quick jerk, he popped the redcap's leg free. "Oh, my God!" Ted cried, falling onto the sand and grabbing at his injured calf. Blood oozed out through his fingers. "What if it gave me rabies?" "Can fish even get rabies?" Gary asked uncertainly. He looked at Patrick. Patrick shrugged. "Fish rabies!" Ted insisted with a wail. He grabbed a hold of the hole that the fish had ripped in his pants and pulled, tearing off a long strip of dirty, bloody fabric. He wound it around his leg and cinched it tight. "Make sure you clean it," Patrick advised. "Oh, with what? Apocalyptic soap?" Ted sniped. Patrick rubbed his chin. "I bet Old Spice made something called apocalypse soap," he decided. "Cleanliness is next to world-endliness. I can make jokes and save my friends, thank you very much, Memory Ben. What about the moonshine you cleaned my stitches with?" "We used the last of it on you," Gary replied. Patrick turned back to Ted. "Okay, well, I used the last of disinfectant. But it was for good reason, because if I had died, no one would have saved you from the creature from the Black Spittoon over there. So call me crazy, but I'm going to say we're even." Ted mumbled something angry under his breath. He struggled to his feet and leaned on Gary for support. "Help me down to the water, I'll flush it out." "I'd use clean water," Patrick said, "like some of the drinking water. Not my drinking water," he added quickly. "In fact, I recommend Richie's drinking water." Patrick gritted his teeth with envy at the thought of Richie's tent, with its thin nylon floor. "Fucking Richie," he muttered. "Hey, are you guys all right?" Jimmy called out from the boat. He was bobbing helplessly on the yellow foam bay, holding one oar in front of him like a spear. "We're fucking roses," Ted snarled. He and Gary began making their way up toward the camp. "What was that thing?" Jimmy asked. Patrick frowned down at the dead creature. He nudged it with the toe of his shoe. The corpse made a thunk when he tapped it. "Something we should have seen coming," Patrick said, sizing up the creature. "What's that supposed to mean?" Jimmy asked. Patrick frowned. "Swimmers are also runners now." 8. "Wait, you're saying that the fish are—" Gary asked uncertainly. "Not zombies," Patrick said quickly. "They're the drugged-out, metal-skull-hungry people who act like zombies, but who are definitely not zombies." "We call them zombies," Richie offered. Patrick motioned to Richie. "Can I murder him?" he asked Gary seriously. Gary considered this. "It's your crew," he finally decided. "You're marked for death," Patrick said, pointing at Richie. "Don't let me forget." Gary, Patrick, Lawrence, and Richie had all piled into the dinghy that Johnny had paddled back to the shore, and now they were slowly making their way across the water, heading toward the yacht. Being the only one with any sort of formal medical training, Johnny had stayed behind with Ted on the beach, tending to his mangled leg. Brett loomed behind them, providing cover from any post-apocalyptic eventualities that might arise while the mending proceeded. Gary gripped the edge of the boat and peered down into the water. "You think there are more of them down there? The fish monsters?" Patrick nodded. "As best I can tell, people turn into runners when they ingest concentrated amounts of monkey dust, snorting it, shooting it, whatever. Look how thickly it's settled on the water." He waved with one hand as the other men gazed out over the surface of the ocean. The greenish-yellow foam was so thick that it had formed a crust in some places. "This dust has been in the water for years now. It makes sense that fish have taken it into their gills like crazy. At their size, the transformation is bound to happen a whole lot faster than it does in humans." Patrick crossed his arms, fighting off a sudden chill. "My guess is half the fish in the ocean are probably dusters by now." The men all drew themselves back from the edges of the boat. "Great," Richie muttered. "Now we have to be scared of fish, too." "I've always been scared of fish," Lawrence said. The others turned to look at him. They blinked. "What?" Lawrence asked. "You've always been scared of fish?" Gary asked. "I thought you were the good-in-a-scrape guy," Patrick said. Lawrence shrugged. "Not good in a fish attack. He nodded back toward the beach. "Say what you want. Looks like I was ahead of the curve." "I think it's worth noting it's probably not just fish," Patrick added. "There are a lot of animals with a lot of access to a lot of monkey dust around here." It was an uncomfortable thought to process. Richie pulled on the oar and they glided through the water. The mist whipped and swirled like autumn leaves in a storm, blocking out the sunlight and casting the ship before them in a shadowy gloom. The Sea Ray 58 had once been a sleek, sparkling craft with a handsome navy blue hull and a gleaming white body. It had once been smooth and new and impressive. But that was years ago, before M-Day. The boat hadn't fared well in the apocalypse. The hull was covered with thick, slimy sea gunk and frosted with hard yellow-green flecks. The fiberglass was stained with grime and blood in dark, lumpy smears that coated the boat from stem to stern. The windows around the captain's cabin had been smashed, jagged points stabbed out from the frame like the teeth of a small shark. Many of them were stained with blood. Most of them were stained with blood, in fact. The metal railing around the deck had exploded outward, the steel twisted to oblivion, as if the Kool-Aid man had blown right through it. One of the bent bars dipped loosely down into the water, tapping against the hull as the boat rocked on the waves. The deep sound was muffled by the water. It was the only sound they could hear, bobbing on the ocean surrounded by the mist. "What's the plan?" Gary whispered. His eyes were wide and restless with anxiety. "We board the boat," Patrick said. Though he made his voice sound confident, it took effort. There was something undeniably spooky about the abandoned Sea Ray. "Think it still runs?" Richie asked at full volume. "Shh!" Patrick and Gary hissed at the same time, though neither of them could have said why they felt the need for quiet. Richie lifted his hands in confusion. "What?" he asked. "It probably doesn't run," Patrick said. "Even if the engine is still good, any gas in the tank is bound to be useless by now." Lawrence frowned. "Then what do we do?" he asked. "Sail it to the Gulf?" "If you're into semantics, we're not going to sail it," Patrick replied, eyeing the boat carefully. "We're going to drive it. The only thing I know how to sail is a heart-shaped jacuzzi, and I'll tell you I'm shocked I was able to manage that." "Okay. So, how?" Lawrence needled. He glanced around uncomfortably, looking for fish monsters in the water. "I didn't come out here for nothing." "No. You came out here to bond with your favorite post-apocalyptic mechanical engineer," Patrick snapped. "If the engine's in good enough shape, I should probably be able to modify it to use a different kind of fuel. We'll need some tools and supplies, but nothing we shouldn't be able to find lying—" Patrick was interrupted by a loud creaking sound from within the belly of the boat. The redcaps exchanged uneasy glances. "Probably just the bones of the craft," Patrick said doubtfully. "Just settling, like houses do." Lawrence scooted forward in the dinghy and cracked his knuckles. Now that they were about to dock at a mini-yacht that held any number of unknown dangers, they were officially in his wheelhouse. And also, he desperately wanted out of the dinghy. If he was going to be floating above an ocean full of mutant fish, he wanted to do it in the biggest boat he could find. "Get me closer, I'll go first." Richie rowed them up against the side of the Sea Ray. Lawrence jumped out and grabbed the side of the bigger boat with both hands. In one smooth, easy motion, he pulled himself over the edge and disappeared onto the deck of the yacht. "I should have gone first," Patrick frowned, clambering along in the dinghy and bumbling toward the Sea Ray. "Now I'm going to look ridiculous by comparison." He motioned at Richie, who dropped his oar and carefully sidled up alongside Patrick, trying not to rock the boat. "Give me a boost," he said grumpily. Richie laced his fingers together and held them near Patrick's foot. Patrick put one hand on Richie's shoulder and the other on the side of the Sea Ray. Then he lifted his right foot and placed it squarely in Richie's fingernet. "If you drop me, I'm aiming for your head on my way back down," he warned. Richie nodded. He struggled under Patrick's weight as he worked to heft him toward the boat. "I thought you'd be lighter," he admitted. Beads of sweat were already squeezing out of the pores of his forehead. "My head weighs 50 pounds, Patrick cried, shifting crazily on the uneven foundation of Richie's hands. "Hold still!" "My hands are delicate," Richie whined. Gary hurried over, moving unsteadily in the rocking boat as he lifted Patrick's left foot with his hands. He looked at Richie and nodded. "Ready? 1, 2... Wait! Be gentle," Patrick said, but they had already reached 3. Together, Richie and Gary shoved him clumsily over the side of the yacht. Patrick pitched forward, his hands flailing, and he crashed onto the deck of the boat. "You okay?" Gary asked. "Fine," Patrick mumbled, picking himself up. "My nose broke my fall." He brushed himself off and scanned the deck of the boat. Through the fog, he peered down toward the rear and saw the silhouette of Lawrence disappearing around the corner. The redcap was headed swiftly into the depths of the boat. Patrick followed cautiously, unnerved by the silence as he glanced through the shifting clouds. He reached down and pulled out the hammer he'd slipped into his belt loop. He twirled it in his hand, letting the weight of it settle into his grip. "This is fine," he said to himself, his voice quiet even to his own ears as the mist muffled it. "This is almost definitely fine." Hammer raised, he stepped toward the back of the boat and the staircase that descended into darkness. 9. Patrick tightened his grip on the hammer as he peered into the cabin. It was empty. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned the corner, slipping through the entryway that had lost its door somewhere in the flux of the apocalypse. He crept through the shadows, feeling his way along the broken cabinets and ripped-up bench seats until he reached the staircase, a rectangular void in the floor that disappeared into absolute darkness below. "Lawrence?" he called quietly, trying to quiet his heart as it hammered against his chest. "You down there?" His ears tingled as they reached for a response, the fine hairs within bristling with anticipation. His sweaty palm slipped against the worn handle of the hammer, so he tightened his grip. The scar on his belly prickled and burned. Patrick's throat was so dry he could barely hear his next utterance as it scratched through his own mouth. "Lawrence?" "What?" Patrick jumped, nearly cracking himself in the forehead with his hammer. He closed his eyes and swore quietly under his breath. "What?" Lawrence repeated from the darkness below. "Nothing," Patrick said, wiping his hands on his jeans. "Just making sure you weren't eaten by a boat monster." He carefully descended down the stairs, checking for each new step with his toe before stepping down. "I never appreciated electric lights enough," he decided aloud, feeling his way into the room with his free hand. "You ever think about that? About how we should have appreciated lights?" "I'd appreciate some light right now," Lawrence grumbled from the far end of the room. Patrick's eyes were adjusting to the darkness. He could make out Lawrence's shape as he crept across the near-black space. "Feel around, see if you can find a flashlight or something." "A flashlight?" Patrick grimaced. "Why didn't we bring a flashlight? What in the absolute world is going on with my brain?" The boat creaked as Gary took a few steps down into the hull of the boat. "Good thing you've got me," he said. He flipped on the solar-powered emergency flashlight he'd rummaged out of his tent. Though the beam was weak, it seemed bright as the sun in that darkness. Patrick shielded his eyes and squinted hard against the glare. "Very helpful," he said. "Maybe too bright, but very helpful." He turned away and blinked hard, waiting for his eyes to readjust to the new illumination. As the red halo faded from his vision, the interior of the Sea Ray came into focus. He felt his whole body relax. They were alone. He and Gary were at one end. Lawrence was at the other. He looked annoyed by the sudden shift of light. There was nothing but a couple dozen feet of empty air between them. Patrick breathed a sigh of relief. "If there's one thing I've learned," he said, stepping forward through the cabin, "it's that a dark room that you hoped would be empty is always better when it actually is empty." "Oh, fuck!" "What?" Lawrence turned just in time to see the thing that had been lurking silently in the corner leap across the room and slash his throat wide open. Patrick stared in horror as Gary's light caught Lawrence's body in its beam, his eyes turning confused, his muscles going slack, his body collapsing on itself as a bright red spray exploded from the gash in his neck. Lawrence fell to his knees, then onto his side. His body fluttered on the floor, blood spraying out of his neck in short bursts and pumping out his life into the darkness of the boat in slower and slower pulses. The thing that had slashed his neck landed in a crouch in the corner, the sharp blade in its hand held up against the flashlight. The creature was framed in the dim light, and Patrick gasped in horror. It was a young woman, with oily, tangled hair falling in front of her eyes. Her clothes hung ragged on her emaciated body, her teeth bared between her lips as she snarled. Her eyes were wild, and they burned with anger. For interminable seconds she held Patrick's eyes, her cold fury striking like flint against his horror. Then she broke the connection, turning her head toward the twitching heap of meat that used to be Lawrence. She leapt across his body like a panther, then sank her teeth into the oozing flesh of his throat. "Jesus Christ!" Patrick screamed. He stumbled backward, his arms flailing. He crashed into Gary, who was pale as a statue and rooted to the floor in fear. "Move!" Patrick shrieked, turning and shoving Gary toward the staircase. "Fucking move!" But just as Gary found his feet, another woman dropped through the hole above with an identical blade glinting between her fingers. She swiped at Gary's throat. Patrick grabbed the red cap by the shirt and yanked him backward, the blade missing his neck by centimeters. Patrick pulled Gary into the darkness of the hull, stumbling blindly backward. He smashed into a chair and fell, dragging Gary with him. The woman who had killed Lawrence remained hunched over his body, tearing at his skin with her sharp fingers, yanking off pieces of his flesh and stuffing them into her mouth. Lawrence's blood made her cheeks shine. The second woman launched forward, swinging her knife in wide arcs. Patrick pushed Gary toward the front of the boat as he rolled to his left. Gary slammed into a bed frame, crying out as he fell onto the mattress. The box spring squeaked like a rusty swing set as the woman turned and slashed blindly in the darkness. Patrick got his feet beneath him and pushed forward, ramming his shoulder into the small of her back. It was like tackling a pillowcase full of sticks. As skinny as Patrick was, he nearly doubled her weight. When he drove his shoulder into her, he heard her spine crack. The woman didn't scream. She only made a frustrated, whimpering grunt. But her body went slack, and she hit the ground hard, landing on her outstretched hand. The bones in her wrist cracked then, too, and she dropped the blade held in her free hand. It clattered to the floor at Patrick's feet. "Go!" Patrick commanded. He dove forward and snatched the knife as Gary, still too shocked to speak, pushed up from the mattress and ran toward the watery light of the stairwell. He clambered up 2 steps as Patrick pushed him from behind, urging him to move. They burst through the floor of the cabin so quickly that Gary didn't notice the third woman until the edge of her machete had hacked into the meat of his shoulder. She stood just behind the stairwell opening, straddling the open door that allowed access to the hull. The machete in her hands was dull and didn't cut very deep. Still, it hurt like hell. Gary yelled as he tried to wrestle himself free of the blade. Patrick burst up through the doorway, wielding his hammer. He swung it in a tight arc, connecting just beneath the woman's ribs. The air rushed out of her lungs, and she fell backward. She kept a firm grip on the handle of the machete, the metal twisting as she yanked it out of Gary's skin. The wound widened a bit, a stream of blood beginning to flow down his shirt sleeve. Patrick pushed Gary forward again, shoving him toward the door. Gary moved slowly, clutching his injured shoulder, his eyes glassy and strange. "Move!" Patrick screamed. He heard a scraping sound over his right shoulder and turned to see the woman limping forward. He rammed Gary through the doorway, then turned and swung the hammer at the machete as the woman slashed it at his head. The 2 weapons met with a dull clunk, a cloud of rust shattering from the machete blade. A rusty cloud fell into Patrick's eyes, and he blinked furiously, tears welling up and masking his vision. He dropped the hammer, rubbing at his eyes as his free hand pulled the knife from his belt. He swung it blindly in the woman's direction, which was enough to keep her back until his vision cleared. When it did, he saw her charging at him with the machete raised above her head, her sharp teeth bared and her tangled hair flying out behind her. Patrick didn't think or hesitate. He pulled back his arm, turned his shoulder, and drove his fist straight into the bridge of the woman's nose. The crack of breaking bone echoed through the cabin. The woman's head jerked back, but her legs kept moving forward, forcing her into a backward somersault in the air as she crashed headfirst to the floor. "What the fuck?" she shrieked. Her nose gushed with blood. She looked up at Patrick, her eyes angry and hungry. "Fuck you! You punched me in the face!" Patrick heaved as he caught his breath. "Oh my God, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. That didn't feel right. I'm sorry. You were just... Boy, I don't know. You're a woman. I don't think I should have done that." Then he realized that she had been trying to kill him just a second before, and below deck this woman's friend was literally ripping the flesh from Lawrence's bones. "Wait! Fuck you! Your friend is literally eating my friend. I'm glad I punched you in the face." He picked up the hammer, flipping the door to the bottom deck closed with his foot. It fell hard, sealing the two women below in total darkness. Near the handle, Patrick saw a catch that sat flush with a metal loop set into the floor. He didn't find a padlock nearby, but he had a hammer. He bludgeoned the metal catch as hard as he could, twisting it over the loop and smashing them both into a lumpy metal tangle. It wouldn't be impossible for the woman with the broken nose to pry it open, but it would take time. With any luck, Patrick hoped, the things below would eventually turn and eat each other to death. But that was unlikely. Lawrence was enough meat to keep them satisfied for a while. He stared at the woman whose nose he'd smashed, cowering in the corner yet glaring up at him with rage. "This world is fucking broken," he said bitterly. Then he left the cabin, joined the others in the boat, and sat quietly as Richie rowed them back to shore. 10. "What happened?" Ben asked. Patrick plopped down on the couch and covered his face with a pillow. "Nothing," he mumbled into the fabric. "Your leg's half gone," Ben pointed out. "It's not half gone. It's partially gone. It's not any gone, it's just bleeding. It's bleeding a lot," Ben pointed out, "all over my couch." Patrick pulled the pillow off his face. "I thought this was my couch." He looked around confused. "Is this... Whose apartment are we in?" "You're in my apartment, where I live, on a couch I used to like to sit on." "I thought this was my couch," Patrick repeated. He placed the pillow back over his face. "Your couch is 2 miles away from here. Patrick, how much blood have you lost?" Patrick waved lazily at the floor. "Such much." Ben pulled his phone from his pocket and tapped the screen. "Should I call Annie or an ambulance?" "Better make it Annie." "Boy, she's going to hate this," Ben sighed, opening up his contacts. He tapped on her number and walked into the bathroom while the number rang. He returned a minute later with a first aid kit. "Voicemail," he said. "Lucky." Ben sat down and rolled Patrick's pant leg up over his calf. "Jesus, Pat, what did you do?" "I was walking to the train, but the sidewalk was closed because they were tearing up the street." "And you didn't go around?" "I hate to backtrack." Patrick winced as Ben dribbled hydrogen peroxide over the hole in his ankle. "It wasn't very wide. I was like, I can clear that." "And let me guess, you didn't clear it." "Benny boy, I did not clear it. I landed on rebar." "Shit, Pat." Patrick held up his hand, pinching his thumb and forefinger close together. "It was a small rebar. I hope you're up on your tetanus shots." "Tetanus? I barely know us." "Oh no, all your funny leaked out." Ben frowned. We'll look back on it and laugh later, Patrick decided. Ben sighed. He squeezed a blob of neosporin onto the wound, then he wrapped it carefully in bandages. Do you think you'll make good decisions someday? I hope so. Me too. You're going to be a dad in like 2 weeks. 3 months, Patrick corrected him. Plenty of time. Ben's phone buzzed. Great, it's Annie. Tell her I'm fine. I'm telling her she owes me a couch. Ben wandered off to explain things to Annie as Patrick dropped the pillow and gazed up at the ceiling. It's your funeral, he said. The white popcorn finish began to spin, and then it was sucked up into the sky and the room went with it, and the couch did too. A different kind of world was revealed behind it, like a curtain was rising. He was on the beach, splayed out on the sand, shivering, damp, and exhausted. You okay? Patrick turned his head and saw Gary sitting close by, pressing a dirty towel to the wound on his shoulder. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Gary grunted. Okay. It just seemed like you were somewhere else. I've had a couple of these memories, dreamlike. Patrick sat up and brushed the sand off his arms. But not actual dreams, just weird memories out of nowhere that feel real. Huh. Gary lifted the towel and checked his shoulder. He grimaced at what he saw. Well, we all have memories, he said. That is universally true, Patrick sighed. The way things are now, Gary proposed, they might as well be dreams. That was true as well. Patrick and the Redcaps held a memorial of sorts for Lawrence on the beach. Jimmy drew the short stick, winning the unpleasant task of sorting the dead man's belongings into 2 piles. One pile was for things they could use, and one pile was for things that had only meant something to Lawrence. They kept his clothes, his knife, and his compass, and a few other items they thought might be worth something. Everything else was piled on the sand. It was a strange mix, a well-used handkerchief, a Don Mattingly baseball card, a medallion of St. Michael, a pen that didn't work, a 1998 Nashville Predators schedule, an unopened packet of hot sauce, a ring with 2 keys, a pet ID tag for a dog named Highball, and Lawrence's old wallet, with his driver's license, his credit cards, his medical insurance, and a 2012 pass to the Children's Museum of Memphis. He must have had a kid, Jimmy said, surprised. He ran his finger over the museum pass. I didn't know that. He told me once, Gary said gruffly. He was drunk on rotgut somewhere on the rail. He had a boy, Aaron, or Adam, 6, I think. He lost him on M-Day. Jimmy closed his hand around the card. Why didn't he ever talk about him? He wondered. It's... Patrick started. He cleared his throat. Then he rubbed his eyes. It's not the kind of thing that just comes up. Gary squeezed Patrick's shoulder as Jimmy slipped the card back into Lawrence's wallet and laid it on top of the pile. They covered the pile in sticks and dry seaweed and lit it on fire with one precious match. They looked out past the fire as it grew at the Sea Ray with its devils and bones. The heat sent waves through the air that distorted the yacht and made it look like a hallucination. Then the fire went out before anything had really burned away, so they dug a hole in the sand and pushed the things in instead, covering it all without another word. Later that evening, Ted sat rigidly on the beach, his arms folded, chewing his lip and staring out at the Sea Ray. It bobbed quietly in the water, looking innocent and harmless. I can't stay here, he said. I can't keep seeing that thing, knowing what's in there. Richie nodded vigorously. What if they're still hungry, or pissed off that you hit them or stabbed them or whatever? They could come for us. I don't think I'll be able to sleep, Jimmy said. Not too keen on it myself, Gary admitted. And there's the whole mutant fish monster thing, Ted added. Brett spat into the sand. Too fucking quiet here anyway, he said, wiping his lips. The Redcaps all turned and looked at Patrick, their newly appointed leader, waiting for word of what they should do next. Their collective gaze finally drew his attention. What? He asked, raising his hands. You tell us, Gary said. Patrick stood and brushed the sand from his pants. Well, I've been ready to leave since we got here. 11. We've got about 2 hours till sunset, Gary guessed. If we're going to move, it should be soon. The crew had packed up their camp and moved up the beach to a spot over the grassy dunes. They could still hear the splash of the waves on the shore, but sitting low in the hills put the boat out of their line of sight. It didn't make any of them feel better necessarily, but at least the sea ray was further away. I've been thinking about it, Patrick said, and I have a plan. Is it as bad as your last one? Richie said bitterly. Patrick scowled, but Richie wasn't wrong to ask. He was just an asshole. I don't know. Maybe. You're welcome to join me, and you're just as welcome to stay behind. Once more, for the record, I'm grateful for the help, but I did not ask to be part of this group. We're with you, Gary assured him as he shot Richie a look. You want a safety guarantee? Brett asked. You're in the wrong apocalypse. He hawked a wad of phlegm near Richie's shoes, and that was the end of that. So what's the plan? Gary asked. Patrick pulled out a thick knob of paper and unfolded it on the grass. It was a map of the United States, heavily creased and covered in pencil marks. Is that Lawrence's map? Ted frowned. It was, Gary answered. He nodded for Patrick to continue. Okay, Patrick began. It's safe to assume we all agree that traveling by sea is out, yes? The Redcaps nodded. None of them were particularly interested in taking their chances on the open ocean. Not anymore. Since your collective reputation as absolute savages precedes you, traveling by rail is out too. And heading back the way we came is a no-go for the same reason. We need a new path. He pointed to a spot near the middle of the map. And I think it's here. The Redcaps furrowed their brows. Kentucky? Richie said. Brett snorted. Tennessee, genius. Patrick nodded. Asheville, Tennessee, specifically. Gary held up 2 fingers. Sorry, I thought you wanted to go back to Mobile. Yes, Alabama is the goal, but Asheville is the key. Look. Patrick tapped the map indicating their current location. We're here. We can avoid the trains by going southwest, but then we're cutting a long path right through the Smokies. I'm not sure my leg could handle mountains, Ted said sadly. He pointed at his bandage to remind everyone how injured he was. True, and it would take a long time to go over that range. But if we cut west, and Patrick traced his finger along the map to trace his imagined route, we can get to Asheville regardless. Still some mountains to cover, but not nearly as many. But that's north and west, Jimmy pointed out. Wrong direction. It's a little north, yes, thank you, Johnny, Patrick sniped. But it's the kind of wrong direction that'll save us a lot of time. I still don't follow, Gary said shortly, starting to get annoyed. How does Asheville help us get to Mobile? Patrick wagged a thoughtful finger in the air. At Asheville, we can swipe a boat and coast down a series of rivers, the highways of the Midwest. Look at the map. All these rivers connect. We can make it to the Mississippi, and that'll take us all the way to the Gulf. The Redcaps tilted their heads and stared at the map. Most of them found it inscrutable. It works, Brett decided. It's faster, potentially a lot faster. We're back to finding a boat, Gary soured. But a river boat, Patrick clarified, Not an ocean boat. It doesn't have to be a good boat. Hell, it doesn't have to be a boat at all. You can float down the Mississippi on a raft made by a kid. There's a whole book about it." Brett shrugged. "It checks out," he said. "Are you serious? He just got Lawrence killed on a boat. Now we're going to follow him to a new boat? No way," Richie said, crossing his arms. "I hate it." "I actually kind of like it," Jimmy decided. "It's a pretty good solution. I think I'm in." "Me too," said Ted. "Guess it's unanimous," said Gary. "It's not," whined Richie. Patrick folded up the map and stuffed it into his bag. "I appreciate your trust. Really, what happened to Lawrence was—" The words left him, carried away on empty breath. "You know, it was horrible," Brett said. "Scarring," Jimmy agreed. "The stuff of nightmares," Ted added, shivering. "And not your fault," Gary said finally. "It rips my guts out. Lawrence is the one who found me out there wandering. He's the one who brought me to the train, changed my life, gave me something, you know? He saved my life. But shit, this isn't new. We've all lost people, and I'm sure we'll lose more. It's this place. It wasn't you." "But it was my decision," Patrick said softly. He squirmed against the too familiar gnaw of guilt in his stomach. "And if it's ever your fault, we'll tell you," Ted said, trying to be helpful. Patrick sighed. "Please do. And then we'll put your head on a stick," Brett added. Patrick gulped. "Good to know." He glanced up at the sky. The light was starting to fade in the west. "If we want to be out of enemy territory by nightfall, we'd better get moving." "More walking," Ted groaned. Most of the others grunted their dismal agreement as they picked up their packs. Jimmy brightened up as he raised a finger. "Actually, I went exploring the boardwalk earlier. I think I found something that could make the trip easier." "It'd better be either tequila or women," Brett said. "Both would be great," Richie hoped. "Even better," Jimmy beamed. "I found a beach bike rental hut, and some of the bikes still work." Brett threw a rock at Jimmy's head, and everyone agreed it was the right thing to do. Rental bikes were nowhere near as good as tequila. 12. Brett smiled and closed his eyes as he sailed through the warm breeze, his hair blowing in the wind. The bike's rainbow streamers tickled against his wrists. The sweet floral fragrance of wild yellow jessamine filled his nose as he pumped his legs powerfully, smoothly, relishing the movement of gliding along the interstate. He slipped through the mist on his cotton candy pink bike, feeling free and fast, alone and remarkable. He lifted his hands from the handlebars and sailed along the pavement with his chest lifted to the setting sun. Then he hit a deep pothole, skidded out of control, ricocheted off a tractor-trailer, and flew off the bike, smashing headfirst into the rusty metal guardrail. "Fuck this shit," he spat, pressing his hand against the lump forming on his head. "Toe pick, bitch!" Richie screeched as he sped past, howling with laughter. His laughter abruptly changed into an "oh shit!" as he clipped a Prius and went flying over the handlebars and sailing over the car. He skidded to a rough stop on the asphalt. "Have these guys ever ridden bikes before?" Patrick asked, navigating cars and potholes and hardened piles of M-Day victims he was actively forcing his brain to ignore. Gary just shrugged. He was too focused on trying not to wreck himself. In crash-along fashion, they inched their way along Highway 74. They hadn't made much progress by the time the sun had set, but they were on the road, with a maze barrier of cars between them and the ocean. They stopped and made camp beneath an overpass somewhere in the overgrown wild of North Carolina, trying not to think too much about the coyotes that howled in the distance. It had been a hell of a day. No one ate much. No one said much. No one cared much. They set up their bedrolls, they closed their eyes, and they left the ocean behind. Patrick awoke to a tiny finger tapping on his head. Stop! He snorted awake, swatting at the hand. He ain't dead, a small voice gasped. Patrick opened his eyes. Through the mid-morning gloom of his tent, he could just make out two small shapes standing near the open flap. He blinked away his fitful sleep as the shapes resolved into the scared forms of two children, a girl and a boy holding hands and shaking. "What's going on?" Patrick asked, his brain fumbling awake. "Are you okay?" "Our mama's stuck," the girl said, her thick southern accent hushed with fear. The boy nodded. "She's going to get eaten up." Patrick blinked. He blinked again. "I should probably go wake up the guys." No one in the camp had slept well that night. It took a few minutes for the whole crew to break through the morning fog, but eventually they fell into motion. Ted and Richie stayed behind with the kids, while Patrick led the rest of the Redcaps up the embankment and across an old cow pasture, heading in the direction the little girl had pointed. "What the hell did they mean she's stuck?" Gary grumbled, kicking through the cold tangle of dead grass that pulled at their feet. "I'm a little more concerned about the eaten up part." Jimmy frowned. "You don't think the fish monster followed us, do you?" Patrick asked. No one thought it was funny. They jumped over a small creek and carefully worked their way through the lines of a barbed wire fence that bordered a property line which used to mean something to someone. This far into the apocalypse, the fence was rusty, the barbs flaking orange dust when disturbed. Patrick heard Ben's voice echo in his head again. "Hope you're up on your tetanus." He sighed. The Redcaps had climbed up the ravine they found on the other side when Brett stopped them. He crouched down in the grass, motioning for everyone else to do the same. "What is it?" Patrick whispered. Brett pointed ahead at two dark shapes near the far end of the field. No one could quite make out the details. They saw only figures bobbing like leaves on water. "Not sure," Brett said. "Just be careful." "And here I thought we'd just charge in screaming," Gary snorted. They crept further across the field, staying low to the ground. The tall, dry grass crunched underfoot as they made their way along the fence line. After a few dozen yards, the dark silhouettes began to take shape. "Oh," Patrick frowned. "Well, that's not good." One of the figures was the carcass of a coyote that had gotten tangled in the barbed wire. By the looks of it, the cause of death was a slow bleed. A few feet away was the body of a woman. "Is it?" Brett asked. "Their mother," Patrick finished. She'd met the same fate as the coyote. Her limbs hung down from the wire like a tortured scarecrow. Gary spat into the field. "Must have got caught up while running from the wolf." "It's not a wolf," Jimmy said. "Whatever it is." Patrick stepped wide around the dead coyote and knelt down next to the woman. He cleared the grass away from her dangling torso. "Hey, Jimmy, you're a doctor." "Sort of." Patrick watched her chest rise. "Do dead people usually breathe like this?" "Oh, shit!" Jimmy hurried over and gently pressed two fingers against her neck. "She's alive," he confirmed. The woman lifted her head and gasped as Jimmy screamed. "Help me," she said, her voice wet. She coughed up a chunk of blood-twinged mucus and spat it into the grass. "Please." The others ran over and set about the careful work of untangling her body from the twisted metal wire. The woman grimaced and grunted whenever they put pressure on the wrong places. Patrick fumbled apologies as he pulled a loop of wire open so they could slide her leg out of it. The shifting caused the wire around her wrist to tighten, a new line of blood leaking from the wound that opened on the back of her hand. After long minutes of painstaking and painful work, the woman slipped free from the fence and collapsed onto the ground. "Thank you," she whispered, breathing heavily. Patrick and Brett supported her on either side as they slowly walked back to the highway. The children ran to her with a mix of fear and relief. The woman's color flushed back to her face when she saw them. Her energy surged as she pulled them in close, crying and kissing their heads and ignoring her own wounds. The family stayed with the Redcaps that night. The woman was soft and buoyant with the children, but her bones turned to steel when she spoke to the men, and she made no secret of the fact that she wore a hunting knife high in her boot. She allowed Jimmy to dress her wounds, but she watched him with eyes of fire and hardly blinked the whole time. She gave her name as Sarah, though judging by the confused looks on the children's faces, that was probably a lie. The Redcaps carried the conversation around the fire that night, telling stories and telling jokes, and apologizing when they got too blue for the children's ears, which was every few minutes or so. When they made their introductions, Brett cut in on Patrick and said, "But he likes to be called the Apocalypticon." Patrick's head jerked back. "How did you know that?" he demanded. Brett snorted. "You kept talking about it in your sleep, all through your fever. I am the Apocalypticon, so saith the Apocalypticon." "The whole train ride up the coast," Ted confirmed. "Like constantly," Richie nodded. Patrick frowned. "Well, that is embarrassing." "What is an apocalypticon?" the young girl asked, her face pinched with confusion. "The apocalyptic icon," Brett said, rolling his eyes. "The end of the world's most perfect survivor." "So far still alive," Patrick pointed out. "Somehow," Brett reluctantly agreed. "And you're the one in charge?" Sarah asked, her voice thick with doubt. "They just keep following me," Patrick explained. Sarah looked at him unblinking. "I probably would have died on that fence if you hadn't come." Patrick nodded. "Well," he said, "happy to help." The day passed. They stayed close to camp trying to make Sarah and her children comfortable while wondering if they should let themselves be comfortable with Sarah and her children. Night fell. They ate their dinner, and then they turned in. They gave the small family the good tent, the one with the floor, and Richie sulked off to sleep in the field. The next morning they woke to find Sarah and the children gone. She had stolen some of their food, though not much. The crew didn't mind. They'd have given her more if she had told them they were leaving. The family also took 3 bikes, which caused a few grumbles. In the end, though, the Redcaps agreed that the kids were better off riding than grown men. They eventually stopped complaining and packed their things and set off down the road on foot. Behind one of the tents they found a note scribbled on the highway with the chalk-white edge of a rock. "Thank you, Apocalypticon." 13. They pushed on toward Asheville, where they'd catch the river that would be their salvation. The highway had been a hell of a lot more popular on M-Day than it was now. They had walked all day and hadn't seen a single other person. But the road itself was littered with hundreds of dead cars and dead remains that they had to weave their ways around as they trekked across North Carolina. "Boy, there sure are a lot of dead chunks on this road," Richie frowned. "Dead chunks?" Jimmy asked. "Yeah, you know, the chunky shit all the people turned into. Dead chunks." Richie scuffed his boot through a hardened black lump. "It's all over the highway." "You shouldn't do that," Ted said, giving Richie a nudge. "That's a person." Richie grimaced down at the dead goop lump. "That is not a person." "You know what I mean." "Show some respect," Gary said. "Jesus, Richie." "Who cares?" Richie rolled his eyes. He pointed to the city limit sign. "It's just Charlotte." Patrick pressed on in front of the pack, pretending not to hear them. Fighting tooth and claw inside his own brain to box out the mental image of Izzy, of her after, of what had become of his whole heart, the perfect piece of him that had been embodied in a small human frame that loved hot dogs and telemonsters and pteranodons and zerberts. The peace that was so fragile in the end. "Hey, you okay?" Patrick looked up. Ben's eyebrows were arched in the weird, off-kilter way they got whenever he was genuinely and hopelessly concerned. "Not really," Patrick admitted. Ben squirmed. "Well, I don't like that." "You don't like what?" "Emotions," Ben frowned, "and how they make people feel." Patrick nodded. "Okay." Ben sighed. "No, I don't mean it like that. Shit. Okay, come on." He beckoned Patrick with his hands. "Hit me." Patrick slid his half-empty glass across the bar from one hand to the other and back again. "I mean, I'm okay," he affirmed. "I mean, I'm great, actually. Izzy started crawling last week, which doesn't sound like a major feat when you've been able to walk for like 35 years, but it's pretty awesome to watch her go." Ben nodded. "Okay, she does bare minimum human stuff now. That's cool. And on Monday she said dog." "Really?" "Well, she didn't say dog exactly, but I'm pretty sure she said oggo, which is short for doggo, which she probably thinks is how you say dog. It's wild. She's already talking." "She's not," Ben said flatly, taking a sip of his beer. "But it's cool that you think she is. So again, tell me, what's the problem?" "There's no problem," Patrick insisted. "Yet when you say those words, your voice sounds like someone's about to hit your penis with a hammer." Patrick frowned. "There's a lot about that sentence I do not like." "Don't make me find a hammer." "It's a dumb thing," Patrick sighed. "Yes, I assumed." Patrick stared into the amber liquid in his glass. The beer was getting warm. "It's just, well, it's starting to dawn on me exactly how many ways there are to really screw up your child for life." "Childhood is a real smorgasbord of trauma," Ben agreed. "Hurdy-verdy trauma." Ben blinked. "Did you just Swedish chef your trauma?" "Yes, but to be fair, the Swedish chef traumatized me first." "It's the hands, isn't it?" "It's the fucking hands," Patrick cried. "Why are they human?" "Rare misstep by Jim Henson." "Now, in what way do you think are you screwing up your kid?" "I don't know. That's the whole thing. I don't know. I do everything I think I'm supposed to do, and it all seems to be working so far. She's not a blossoming serial killer or anything, as far as I can tell. But what about all the things I have no clue about? The human brain really logs some small stuff that later become big, beautiful trauma trees when you get older. The other day, Annie and I were arguing about the best way to clean Izzy's bear, damp cloth or full washing machine. And it wasn't a huge argument or anything, but I got so frustrated because I haven't slept in 6 months, so I slammed bear down on the coffee table. And Izzy saw it, and she just started bawling. So now I'm the dad who physically abuses her best, and at this moment in her life, her only friend." The bartender placed another beer in front of Patrick. "I didn't ask for this," he said. "I know," she replied. She looked so concerned. "It's on me." Ugh! Patrick fell forward and banged his forehead on the bar. "Every single second is another moment in which I might accidentally, completely scar my daughter for life." Ben shook his head slowly and sadly. "What the fuck is a bear?" he asked. Patrick laughed. "It's weird to hear these words coming out of my own mouth, but I think you're actually going to be a great dad someday." "Me?" Ben said, alarmed. "Oh, no, thank you. Not for me. Someday you'll find the right gal, and all you'll want is to grow the substantial love that will surely exist between you by creating a new human." Patrick tousled Ben's hair. "Thanks, no," Ben grumbled, swatting Patrick's hand away. "Not in this life." Patrick chuckled. Well, anyway. He picked up his new beer and took a sip. It was ice cold and made him feel new. A little, at least. Here's to parents, huh? He raised his glass. Ben picked up his and knocked it against his friend's. Cheers, he said. Cheers. They sat quietly for the next few minutes, enjoying the day drink and letting the happy sound of the lunchtime crowd wash over them. Patrick hadn't had a day drink in months. It felt good to be out again, breaking a norm. You're doing great, Ben eventually said, breaking the white noise of the bar. Izzy's going to be fine. If in doubt, teach her how to ride a bike. That's like 70% of parenting. It's not. Tell that to my dad, Bill. Your dad's name was Phil. What he lacked in familiarity, he made up for in bike lessons. You're not making me feel better, Patrick frowned. You want to feel better? Go to a therapist, Ben said, signaling the bartender for another round. Is that? Patrick looked around the bar confused. Is that not what this is? Is what not what is, Gary said. The bar evaporated, and Patrick was standing on the Carolinian interstate, surrounded by dead, dusty cars and yellow-green fog. Patrick turned, confused. Oh, he said, his eyes adjusting to the midday glare. Nothing. You okay? Jimmy asked. He leaned in, inspecting Patrick's pupils. You're all pale. Patrick blinked. I've always been pale. I mean, like, see-through pale. Translucent, at least. I'm fine, Johnny, Patrick said, waving Jimmy away. I was having a normal, everyday, full mind and body hallucination. It's fine. Jimmy frowned. Let me know if they keep happening, will you? I will not. Look alive, fellas, Brett called back from the front. He pointed up the highway. There was a single silhouette looming near the next overpass. The person was waving them in. It's just one guy, Richie said. He pulled out the hatchet he carried in the side of his knapsack and gave it a few swings. Shouldn't be a problem. You don't know it's a guy, and you don't know it's just one, Gary growled. They could have a whole crew hiding behind the overpass. Yeah, if your brain worked as well as your bitch baby cry box, you might finally start reading at an 8th grade level, Brett snorted at Richie. I don't even know what that means, Richie screamed. Hey, Gary hissed, can you idiots focus up and try not to get us killed? Spread out. Brett and Jimmy take the embankment. Richie, get your ass up the hill and make sure the overpass is clear. Ted, you and me cut up the middle. Patrick, go talk to the person who appears to be one guy all by himself and try to make sure he doesn't kill you. Wow, Take Charge Gary is a real take charge kind of guy, Patrick said, impressed. Gary turned and stalked up the center of the highway, his iron pipe dangling from his hand and dragging behind him. I just get so annoyed with them, he mumbled. They moved up in formation, Patrick holding back while the others filtered into their spots. It didn't seem like the sharpest strategic move, since the person waving them in could very clearly see how they were dispersing. But he decided to let Gary have this moment. When Patrick finally moved forward, he did so with his hands out to his sides so the person could see that he wasn't a threat. As he got closer, the figure took color and form. He saw that it was indeed a man, an older man with a wavy white beard and tufts of gray-white hair bursting out from beneath his fisherman cap. He held his hands up to show they were empty. He appeared to be wearing a poncho, which could have been hiding any manner of vile weaponry, but his cheeks were rosy, his eyes were kind, and his smile twinkled. He had a whole Santa Claus vibe that Patrick couldn't help but trust. If childhood whimsy gets me killed today, then adulthood was never really worth reaching, he'd thought decisively. "Hello there," Patrick called out when he was a few dozen yards away. "What are you doing?" "Oh!" The man started hopping from one foot to the other, clearly very excited and very happy.
"I'm so sorry to bother you. And your friends. They spread out really well,"
he said, struggling to find a compliment.
"I'm sorry to impose, but I need some help. Please don't threaten to stab me like the last guy did."
He took a few quick steps, frowning at the memory.
"I can't give anything in return, so I guess I'm actually begging for your help."
"Help with what?" Patrick asked. He moved in closer. The old man nodded and lowered his hands, smoothing out his poncho and trying to make himself presentable.
"I was heading north, following that highway up there," he said, pointing to the overpass. "Got here yesterday, and this band of angry young people surrounded me. They said a lot of words I didn't understand, to be honest with you. Slang, I guess, about popping off and wildebeests."
"If you're looking for a youth interpreter," Patrick said, "I should warn you. I was born in 1981.
"No, sorry. I just mean it went badly. They shoved me around, and they took my pack, all my supplies, all my stuff."
The old man shook his head.
"What's gone is gone. But the worst thing they did—"
He looked toward the heavens, pointing his finger at a streetlight overhead. Patrick squinted up. "What am I looking for?" he asked. But as soon as the words had passed his lips, he saw it. A thin gray ribbon swinging in the breeze, caught on the neck of the streetlight near the spot where it widened into a bulb.
"It's a locket,"
the old man explained.
"A cheap one. Dime store links that I can't believe didn't turn her neck green. But it was my Edith's. 52 years together. I almost never saw her take it off. Now it's up there," he said, nodding up at the lamp-post, "and I can't bear it."
Patrick's shoulders relaxed. His body took on the heaviness of recognition. "You lost her," he said.
"On M-Day," the old man replied. "Spent more of my life with her than I ever did without her, even now. She's got our wedding photo in there. These kids, they made it a game, took turns throwing it up there till one of them got it stuck."
He pulled at his fingers and looked down at the highway, ashamed to show his tears.
"I'd have given them everything I had just to get that locket back. But they took everything anyway. The only thing I need is up there, hanging over me."
Patrick squinted back up at the streetlight. "That's got to be 80 feet tall," he said. The old man nodded sadly.
"It's a tall one. Had to work for both this highway and the overpass, I reckon."
"I didn't even know they made them that tall."
"The arms of the youth possess so much strength," the old man said regrettably.
Patrick frowned. "I don't know how to climb poles."
"There's footholds every so often," the old man said, pointing up at the light post. "It's made for climbing."
"I'm terrified of heights."
"So was Edith," the old man wailed.
Patrick squirmed. "I want to help. It's just that I once lived on the 4th floor of an apartment building, and I put a bike lock on my balcony doors so even guests couldn't go out there, just so I wouldn't have to see them standing out there. I'm not just afraid of heights. I am afraid of heights. And the first rung is like 10 feet in the air. You'd need a ladder. I can't even get up there." "I'll boost you." Brett had just strolled down the embankment, having found no other threat, and he sidled up next to Patrick. "I'll get you up there." The old man beamed with joy, but Patrick swatted Brett's hand away. "Why don't you climb up there?" he demanded. "Too powerful. Too big." Brett rubbed his arm. "My contours are all off. Guy like me can't get balance up there. It's a suicide mission. You gotta be lean and light to climb those poles. Gotta have a Juliette Lewis build." He took a step back and eyed Patrick up and down. "Honestly, you were made for this role."
"Tell Richie to do it. He's lean and light," Patrick pleaded. "I can't touch metal," Richie called down from the hill. "It gets my dermatitis going."
"Gets his dermatitis going," Brett repeated.
"Please," the old man begged.
Tears filled his eyes. He wore desperation like sweat on his collar.
"No one will help me. Please."
Patrick squinted at the old man. He squinted at Brett. He squinted at the pole. He squinted back at Brett. "Well, fuck it," he said angrily. "Let's get this over with." Brett slapped Patrick on the back. "That's how you know you've met the apocalypticon," he said happily.
"Will you stop saying that?"
Patrick hissed. The old man frowned.
"What's that?"
he asked. "I'll tell you while he's getting the necklace."
"No, you won't,"
Patrick demanded. Brett winked at the old man. "I will," he promised.
"Just boost me."
Brett threaded his fingers together, and Patrick planted the toe of his shoe in the net. "Now be steady. This is a precision—" Patrick started, and then Brett launched him into the air. Patrick went flying toward the sky. He screamed as he rocketed up into the air. His arms flailed until an elbow hooked over the lowest climbing rung, and he dangled there by one arm, screaming and wheezing and kicking his legs and screaming a whole lot more.
"You should have let me die at Disney World," he shrieked. "You're doing great," the old man lied. "No, you're not," Richie corrected him. "Shut up, Richie!"
Patrick scrambled to hug the pole, then shot his free hand up into the air and caught hold of the next rung. Like an especially awkward newborn bonobo, he swung out and slapped his free hand up toward the rung until he caught it firmly, which took 5 or 6 tries. His legs were now dangling below him. He tried to loop them over the lower rung, but his body was having trouble responding to his brain. So he just hung there, like a comma, his ankles wrapped around the light post.
"I hate it here,"
he muttered under his breath. He kicked out his left foot until it pushed against the bottom rung. He pulled himself into it and used the weight of his head to lever himself forward, pulling his right leg up behind him. He looked more like a desktop drinking bird than an icon of the apocalypse. But he finally managed to ease himself up to a standing position on the rung. There was a smattering of applause from the highway below, which he found incredibly patronizing. He would have glared at them if he'd trusted himself to look down without letting go and falling to his death. Instead, he climbed higher, one rung at a time, inching up the streetlight as he drew closer and closer to the top. Before long, he was at eye level with the overpass, a realization that sent his stomach into a lurch. But he kept going, even though his hands were sweaty and his feet were wet in his socks. He kept going up, 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 until he reached the top of the pole.
"Holy hell," he thought. "I did it!"
The locket was hanging from the lamp itself, so Patrick had to stretch out over the highway to grab it. His fingers struggled, but the locket was just out of reach. With a deep and terrified breath, he lifted his left sneaker off its rung and leaned even further out over the open air. His fingertips brushed against the fine metal chain, then grabbed it completely. In one powerful and desperate motion, he flung the necklace off the lamp. It went sailing out over the interstate. The crowd below cheered louder. This time Patrick did feel a little pride. Annoyed and scared out of his goddamn mind, but proudly. Then the cheers from below faded into a dull ringing in his brain as it dawned on him that now he had to find a way to get down. "If I drop, will you catch me?" he screamed at no one in particular. The question was met by silence. "I'm very mad at you," he informed them loudly. With no other option, he began easing himself down the rungs, moving slowly, searching for each next step down with the toe of his sneaker. His palms were so slick with sweat now that they slid horizontally across every rung. If the metal prongs hadn't angled 90 degrees at each end, he would have slipped right off the pole. The physics of the situation made his stomach lurch. He thought he might throw up. He looked down to get his bearings. If he did hurl, he wanted to make sure it was on Richie's head, if possible. Perspiration dripped into his eyes, stinging his vision and sending the world into a blur. A breeze kicked up, rippling his t-shirt. It was a light gust, but in his heightened anxiety, he felt like a sail on a ship, catching the wind and billowing out over the highway, his lines straining and threatening to come undone. "Screw this," he muttered angrily. He wouldn't make it all the way to the ground. And he wasn't far from the overpass. An easy 6-foot jump down would set him on the bridge. He didn't give himself a chance to think. He simply planted his feet and pushed, launching himself backward into the air. But his left foot slipped as it left the pole, making his knee buckle before he could get the force he needed. And Patrick screamed as he fell through the air. He slammed shoulder first into the outside of the guardrail, bouncing off the side and dropping through the air. He came to a violent stop on top of an old UPS delivery truck. The wind burst out of his lungs. He rolled over onto his side off the edge of the roof, crashing to the asphalt in a heap. Jimmy was the first to reach the crumpled pile of Patrick. He stabilized Pat's head and peeled open one eyelid with his thumb. "Patrick? Are you with me?" "Patrick will return after a brief hiatus," he mumbled. Then he went unconscious. "Your friend is a hero," the old man told the Redcaps, wiping tears of gratitude from his cheeks. He stroked his fingers lovingly over the photo of his wife, his Edith. "He brought my world back to me." Then he looked sorrowfully at Patrick. "Will he be okay?" "Yeah, he'll live," Brett assured him. "Dude can't die. That's the whole point of being the Apocalypticon." 14. The Apocalypticon. "In the end times a man will come," Dylan had said, "a man built to stand the test. He is good and strong, a leader of men. He is the icon of the apocalypse, the Apocalypticon." "That's me, all right," Patrick muttered to himself, rubbing the back of his head. "The icon of the apocalypse. Nailed it. No notes." "You sure you don't want to rest?" Jimmy asked, frowning at Patrick. "No, I just fell off a lamp, and I'd like to put as much distance between me and my humiliation as possible," he insisted grumpily. "Everyone passes out sometimes," Jimmy offered. "And everyone hits a bridge on a diagonal from above at least once," Richie laughed. Gary slugged him in the arm. "Ow!" "You really made a difference for that guy, Patrick," Gary said. "When you said you were afraid of heights, I thought you were being a pansy." "Pansies are actually pretty hardy flowers," Ted pointed out. Gary ignored him and pressed on. "You were up there in that Cinderella window like it was no big deal, but that shit scared you, didn't it? You were scared as hell up on that pole. You must have been scared in the castle, too, but you climbed them both anyway." His brow furrowed as he lowered his head, chewing his bottom lip as if trying to work out some internal calculus. Finally, he just asked, "Why would you do that if it scares you so much?" "I climbed the swamp castle because name one better way to see the swamp." "I'll wait." "Swamp boat?" Gary said. "Huh." Patrick scratched his cheek. "Well, you've got me there. Disney World also hasn't been a swamp for a long time." "Depends on who you ask." Gary glowered. Patrick sighed. He shook his head. "Look, here's the thing. You're thinking about this all wrong. The question isn't, why would I do things that scare me to help other people? The question is, why won't you do things that scare you to help those people? The question slowed Gary's steps until he came to a stop on the quiet highway. His face was pained. His eyes were confused. He blinked. What if you're scared for good reason and you do that shit for someone you've never met? What if you die trying to do it? Boy, that's a great question, Patrick admitted. And why do I do that shit to get strangers out of trouble when I also spent a whole lot of time doing shit that got my best friend into trouble? I'll be honest, I do not know. He bit his bottom lip. He turned away. He stood quietly like that for a while. Gary fumbled for a way to respond. He came up empty, so he decided to let his feet wander, pulling him away from Patrick, the group. He set off on his own trajectory along the shoulder of the highway, thinking his thoughts and working his brow and struggling with some unnamed internal frustration. Everyone in the pack followed suit, falling silent as they traveled. After a few miles of walking in silence, they came across a man who was tied to a tree. That was enough to bring everyone out of their heads. "Hey, are you okay?" Ted asked. He was the first one to reach the young man, who couldn't have been out of his 20s. The man rolled his head up on his shoulders, and he stared dully at Ted. "Am I okay? I'm a black man who was tied to a tree by a bunch of white assholes with southern accents. Do you think I'm okay?" "Sorry, stupid question," Ted said, chiding himself. "No one who's tied to a tree is doing okay." The man grimaced. "No shit." Patrick hurried over and pulled his machete from his bag. "Watch your limbs. I'm not great with this." He started hacking at the rope, but the blade was pretty dull. It took a while, but eventually the nylon bindings fell away and the young man was freed. He stretched his arms and curled his fingers as he inspected the redcaps. "Thank you," he said. "They'll likely be back any second, so you'd better fucking run." Before they could ask him to clarify, he was off like a shot, sprinting away from the highway and toward the rolling wooded mountains in the north. The redcaps were confused as they watched him go. "That was weird, right?" Jimmy asked. No one got the chance to answer. The sound of horse hooves beating the ground rose as a line of riders appeared in the distance, cresting the Appalachian foothills to the west. They rode with fury and purpose into the interstate valley, deep within the Carolina nowhere. There were 17 riders in all, each one a stout white male, all clad in dirty gray uniforms and forage caps. They carried front-loader rifles slung over their shoulders, with gunpowder horns and old-fashioned canteens hanging off their saddles. The man who rode in front also had a saber strapped to his waist. He wore a hat with a brim that encircled his head, with one side pinned flat against the crown. He also had a ridiculous mustache and pork-chop sideburns. Patrick frowned. Well, this can't be good. The riders formed a circle and surrounded the redcaps. The leader made a grand show of ogling the tree, with the chopped rope still wound loosely around the roots. He pulled his sword and leveled it at Patrick. "What pools of treason have you devils swam in today?" The redcaps looked at each other confused. "Normal ones," Patrick finally decided. "Normal pools of treason." "Where's the boy who is tied up there?" demanded a soldier in the back. "You can't call him boy. That's very racist." Patrick frowned. The other redcaps murmured their agreement. "And he was like 30 at least," Richie said. The lead rider climbed off his horse and pointed the saber at Patrick's chest. "Y'all cut him loose?" he asked. Patrick nodded. He was a human person who was tied to a tree, so yeah, Cold Mountain cosplay, we cut him loose. The man with the sword gritted his teeth. "Y'all have done sinful treason here today." He looked back at his men and twirled a finger in the air. "Tie 'em up, they're coming with us." Several of the riders pulled lengths of rope from their saddlebags and dismounted their horses. Richie held up his hands, giving in immediately. "What the fuck, Richie?" Ted grumbled. He clenched his fists and tried to make himself look like he was ready to fight. Brett just crossed his arms at the men, snorted, and said, "Yeah, good fucking luck." The leader frowned. "Someone shoot him," he ordered. One of the men on horseback immediately shouldered his rifle, drew his bead, and pulled the trigger. The gun exploded with smoke and noise. Brett screamed. He fell to the ground, clutching his leg. Blood spilled out through his fingers, soaking the green grass red. "Any other objections?" the leader asked. "No? All right, drop your bags. Let's get this done." He made the twirling motion with his finger again, and the soldiers resumed their approach. "They got Brett!" Jimmy shouted breathlessly. "Holy shit!" He was the strongest among them, and every one of them knew it. Richie dropped down to his knees first, and it wasn't long before the others were forced to follow suit. The redcaps were red-faced with anger and indignation, but if the soldiers could shoot a man like Brett so easily, what sort of havoc could they wreak to the rest of the crew? "Brett, get up!" Gary struggled as the attackers bound his wrists with coarse rope, but the man tying him up cuffed him on the back of the head hard enough to shut him up. Ted and Jimmy didn't fight, but just knelt there bewildered as their hands were tied. Patrick was the only one who managed to work his legs. He ducked the man who approached him and dropped to his knees next to Brett. He nodded furiously as he looked at the wound. "It just grazed you. You're okay. You hear me? You're okay." "I know I'm okay," Brett yelled. "I'm just fucking furious." He hobbled up on his good leg and charged the leader of the group. Another rider stepped up and smashed him in the face with the butt of a rifle. Brett hit the ground like a sack of bricks. Several of the riders pointed their rifles at Patrick, and he put his hands in the air. He offered no resistance as the man pulled his knapsack off his shoulders, then looped a rope around his wrists and pulled the knot taut. But his eyes burned with an anger that seemed more and more accessible since the night he'd made it to Disney World. The leader of the gray suits slipped his sword back into its scabbard and climbed back onto his horse. He clicked his tongue and the horse trotted forward, crossing the highway and heading toward the hills to the south. "Hope you wore your walking shoes, Yankees," the man called out over his shoulder. "Y'all may need to help your friend. Seems he got himself shot, and we've got a little ways to go." 15. They stumbled along surrounded by riders until the sun touched the western horizon. By Patrick's estimation, they'd probably gone 8 or 10 miles when they came upon an old 19th century homestead. It was set off from the end of a rock-dust road by a split-rail fence running in both directions as far as the eye could see. A bonfire burned in the yard beyond the fence. Beyond that loomed a large 2-story log cabin, smoke puffing out of all 3 of its chimneys. There was a sun-faded pole barn off to the right, and over to the left a low stone cottage that could have once served as servants' quarters, but was now fitted with thick iron bars in the windows and doorway. As the riders and the prisoners approached, an elderly man appeared from the barn, hurrying over to the stone house. He hissed through the bars, making an unheard threat to some unseen person. Then he unlocked the gate and held the door open to welcome the new batch of prisoners. Brett had been hobbling badly the last few miles. By the time they reached the compound, his bleeding leg was shaking and wouldn't bear any weight. Patrick and Gary helped him into the stone house with the other redcaps following, being shoved by the barrels of rifles loaded with live ammunition. Brett collapsed on a pile of straw beneath the window. They held out their hands to have their ropes cut free, but the men in the gray outfits just laughed. Then they slammed the door, locked it tight, and went to the fire in the middle of the courtyard. A half-dozen women in bell-bustled dresses emerged from the main house and led their horses to the stable.
"What in the absolute fuck is going on?"
Patrick whispered, watching through the bars.
"Man, you don't even want to know."
They all turned around, surprised by a voice that came from the far corner of the shed. Sitting in the shadows was a young man in his mid-20s or so, with tattered clothes and bare feet. His hair was long and knotted, stabbed through with straw and grass. His dark brown skin was covered in blisters, his bones pressed through every other inch of his flesh.
"Y'all have landed in some real shit,"
he said. "I'll tell you that."
"What is this place?"
Gary asked. He nodded toward the door.
"Who are they?"
"First things first. You want out of those ropes? They keep a rusty-ass blade in here. I got it up on the windowsill. I think they put it in here like some sort of game, see how long I can go before I cut my own wrists. But I ain't going out like that. Help yourself, though. I won't judge." Gary crossed over to the window and found the rusty razor blade sitting on the ledge. His hands were tied in front, which made him able to pick up the blade and saw through Patrick's ropes. Once he was free, Patrick took the blade and returned the favor. Soon the Redcaps were all free of their bonds and rubbing their wrists. Now Jimmy could attend to Brett's leg. Supplies were limited, but he made a paste of mud and straw and smeared it on the wound. "It doesn't look too bad," Jimmy said thankfully. They all made introductions, learning the man's name was Maurice, and that he had been locked in the Stonehouse prison for over 2 years now.
"Jesus," Ted exhaled. "This isn't just a blip."
Maurice snorted. "Nah, it's not a blip. This is a long-term type of deal." The mood shifted down into deep shadowed darkness. All at once, each one of the Redcaps had the same revelation. They'd known things were bad, and they clearly knew things could get worse. But they hadn't experienced the worst side of apocalyptic bad, and now it had come for them, with all its darkness and despair. The weight of it was sudden and suffocating. "This is bullshit," Brett grumbled.
"We have to get out of here,"
Richie said, his voice tight.
"Great idea,"
Maurice scoffed. "If you find a way, you take me with you."
"Who are they?"
Patrick asked, sitting down in the corner next to Maurice.
"What do they want?"
"Those motherfuckers?" Maurice asked, pointing out toward the bonfire in the yard. "What they want is to punish people, mostly people who look like me. But seems like y'all will do too. I don't know what you did, but y'all are the first white men I've seen in here since they got me."
"What the hell?"
Ted asked, joining them in the growing dark.
"Why?"
Maurice shook his head. "Because of who they are. Every single one of those motherfuckers around the fire is a war reenactor who is taking the game way too seriously." "So they're Southern racist assholes," Brett murmured from his straw bed. Maurice snorted. "I mean, yeah, but literally, they are Civil War reenactors. That was their whole deal before the bombs. Those white assholes are sons of the South, did their whole pageantry shit every weekend for kicks. Then the bombs hit, and they must have gone absolutely bug-fuck, because they are so deep in their own fiction, I have not once seen them come out of it. You saw their outfits, the Confederate Greys. Not sure if you caught the flag they fly on that house, but it's the Stars and Bars, all right. You know how they shot your friend when every other motherfucker north of Texas ran out of ammo 2 years ago? It's because they use those old guns. They make their own ball shot in a forge behind the house. They ransack the countryside for metal, then they melt it down to make gunshot. Got cows and pigs out back, too. This is rural Charlotte, guys. These people are fully self-sustained. I think they truly believe they are fighting a war against the Union that took place 150 years ago. And I tell you this, you get thrown in here, you are fucked. Just like me,
just like every other poor son of a bitch I've seen come through here in my time. We're all fucked in this together." "But others have come through," Richie squeaked. "So, some people get out." Maurice's eyes blazed. "Yeah, they got out," he said. "Out on a stretcher and thrown in the ground." "I'm sorry, this can't be real," Jimmy said, frowning and tugging at his own fingers. "You're saying we're here because those men out there actually think they're in the Civil War, and they've taken us as, what, prisoners of war?" "Sounds like you got it just right," Maurice said. "Impossible," Jimmy frowned. Patrick scratched his jaw. "Hold on," he said. He walked over to the iron-barred door and shouted out at the men around the fire, "Hey, who's the president right now?" "Jefferson Davis," they all shouted in unison. Patrick returned to the group. "I think Maurice might be onto something," he admitted. Maurice nodded. He leaned his head back against the rough stone wall. "Make yourself at home, fellas. You're going to be here a while." 16. The gravity of their situation began to sink in over the next week. The soldiers barely paid them any attention, except to toss food scraps into the stone house a couple times a day. It was usually dried strips of salted pork and a few pale turnips. Once there was a single hard-boiled egg for all of them to split. The soldiers gave them 2 rusty buckets. One was filled with rainwater from the barrel, and the other was empty, meant for their own waste. Every 2 days they let Maurice out of the stone house to empty the buckets in the creek at the edge of the property, but always and only under the watchful eyes of 5 men with rifles drawn. The Redcaps tried to get the soldiers to talk, or even to listen to reason, but they wouldn't bite. The longest conversation they had was on the 3rd day, when Ted put his head to the bars and shouted, "Talk to us, you racist, slave-owning assholes!" The soldiers around the fire all gasped. "This war isn't about slavery," one of the soldiers shouted back. "It's about states' rights." They lost interest in talking to the soldiers after that. The Redcaps also couldn't really tell what the racist lunatics were actually doing. Every day after breakfast they rode out on their horses dressed in full Johnny Reb gear, and every afternoon they rode back before sundown, and almost never arrived home with anything gained or lost. If there was some demented Union analog out there, their battles were bloodless. The gray uniforms weren't clean by any means, but they never showed any red stains. More and more, the men seemed to be part of a sick social club that cosplayed as Confederates and sometimes rounded up black men and perceived abolitionists and threw them into the stone house. Maurice assured the Redcaps that the soldiers were dangerous. He'd seen more than one prisoner get dragged out of the stone house when the soldiers had had too much to drink and hauled up on a branch of the big oak by the barn with a blood-stained rope they called justice. Sure enough, somewhere around week 3 or 4, when Brett spat in the face of the man delivering their food, they did hear the leader of the group tell Maurice, "You better keep those Union sympathizers in line, boy, or justice gonna come for you. And them." The seasons didn't behave quite the same, now that the lower atmosphere was clogged with yellow-green dust, but temperatures tended to move along their old curves. Soon the crisp air of fall gave way to colder winter temperatures. There had been almost no snow since M-Day, at least not in the upper Midwest, but the winds were still bitterly cold. That proved to be the case in the Appalachians, too. Winter moved in, and the crew woke up to 63 straight days of frost on the grass, according to the tally marks Jimmy scratched into the wall. Brett somehow managed to avoid getting gangrene in his leg, and the gunshot wound healed well, if slower than he would have liked. But he felt fine by the time the leaves had fallen from the trees,
though something about the cold air made that leg stiff and sore when it had never been an issue before. And though during slaughters the soldiers did up their rations to include more pork, and every once in a while they got a pail of milk, everyone in the group was shedding weight. Shaving was always a challenging bit of hygiene in the apocalypse, but it became impossible in the prison. They all grew beards, haggard and wild, whether they wanted to or not. Patrick's was patchy, as was Jimmy's, but once they got long enough, no one could really tell. Brett and Gary looked right at home on the mountain with their full salt and pepper beards. Ted surprised them all by growing thick, shining bristles that grew naturally into a beautiful cone shape. Richie's beard only grew on his cheeks, not on his chin. It looked weird as hell. He often complained that his dermatitis was to blame, but Patrick suspected it was just his body's evolutionary attempt to not attract a mate so that Richie would never have the chance to spread his seed. He shared this theory with Richie once. It was not graciously received. The soldiers stayed close to home much more often during those winter months, and tending the bonfire became a round-the-clock endeavor. Smoke puffed out from the log cabin chimneys nonstop, and its windows reflected a rosy glow. That was the worst thing about winter for the prisoners. They could see signs of such warmth day in and day out, but they were never granted the benefit of it. Eventually, the soldiers handed some horse blankets in through the bars, and they smelled moldy and gamey, but they were warm, so the prisoners made do. But eventually the frozen ground gave way to a thaw in the warming creep of spring. The soldiers started venturing out again, back to the quixotic endeavors that seemed to provide them with so much life. Soon it was warm enough for them to leave their coats behind, and the springtime temperatures seemed to heat their blood. Though they had spent the whole winter drinking to build walls for themselves against the freezing air and the early darkness, now they drank for enjoyment. They told stories and swapped jokes, laughing uproariously around the fire and shoving each other playfully into the flames. They dared each other to games of five-finger fillet. They stripped down to their bare chests and boxed each other with cold and hungry fists. They never saw the women much. They mostly kept inside. One warm night, when the moon was full and the whole camp was deep in its cups, the soldiers came for Maurice. It happened fast. One minute the soldiers were kicking flaming logs at each other's feet, and the next they'd gone to fetch justice. One of them had come up to the bars, tapping his hunting knife against the metal and slurring, "Time's come, boy." He beckoned for Maurice to step forward. When Maurice didn't obey, the soldier became flushed with anger. "Don't make me come in there for you," he said. It became clear that this was exactly what he was going to have to do. He threw the hunting knife off to the side, unholstered a pistol from his hip, and fumbled with the key to the door. It took him almost a full 20 seconds to fit the lock, but finally he did it. He pulled open the door, waving his gun as he commanded the redcaps, "Up against the wall." Patrick stepped forward and planted his feet squarely against the soldiers. Brett fell in behind him, and Gary too, and then Jimmy shuffled over, and Ted followed, and finally Richie too. The redcaps formed a wall between the soldier and Maurice, and Patrick said, "If you're going to take him, you'd better be ready to take us all." The soldier hesitated. He waggled the pistol from one man to the next. "Give him over," he said, his tongue thick in his mouth, "and there'll be no trouble for the rest of you." "We've been in here for months," Gary growled, flexing his fingers. "We're aching for some trouble. The only reason we don't rush you right now is you've got a couple dozen drunk assholes with live weapons waiting to see who comes out this door, you or one of us," Patrick said. "It's going to be you. But it's going to be only you. If you want to use that front loader, you can take out one of us, but that's all the ammo you've got." The rest of us will tear you apart and use your pieces as meat shields when we run out that door. If I were you, I'd turn around and forget you ever came in here."
"Hell yes," Jimmy piped up. "What he said."
The drunk soldier swayed on his feet. He slid his shaking eyes over the redcaps, and he found nothing but resolve. A bead of sweat dribbled down his brow.
"You are all fucked,"
he growled. Then he scampered out the door, his pistol still waving at the prisoners. When he slammed and locked the iron gate, Patrick met him at the bars. "Hey, one more thing. Maurice is off limits." Patrick reached through the gate, grabbed the soldier by his shirt, and pulled him hard. The soldier's forehead smashed against the bars, and he fell backward, unconscious. The other Confederates seemed to have lost interest, and they returned to the fire to keep drinking whatever rotgut they kept in their bottles, and no one noticed their comrade lying face up in the mud. Patrick frowned down at him. "Well, we should have done that weeks ago," he decided. The next morning, the whole yard was filled with haggard soldiers with incredible hangovers dragging themselves on the ground. The one who'd spent his night knocked out next to the gate woke up after sunrise with no memory of how he'd come to be at the stone house or why he had a knot the size of a tennis ball on his forehead. None of the soldiers could recall a thing from the night before. They gave the prisoners an uneasy distance that lasted a few days, but they never came for Maurice again. 17. Marking time became something of an obsession for Jimmy. He'd started with the first frost, but he kept on making notches in the wall well into the spring thaw. Even when the days were getting stiflingly hot, he still cut a hash in the stone first thing every morning. He was angry with himself for not starting on their first day. If he'd known they would be locked in the stone house for so long, he would have started tracking the days immediately. But as it was, he'd missed at least 6 weeks, maybe more. Because of that block of lost time, he could only estimate that they had been locked away in that Confederate lunatic fever dream hellhole for 255 days when they finally experienced death. More than 8 months, almost 9. That was how much time had passed when dusters swarmed the camp. There were only 3 of them, not actually a swarm, but they were fast and hungry, and they cut through the soldiers like a 100-member horde. The Confederates had been sitting around their morning campfire, percolating their coffee and prepping for their bullshit day, when they heard what sounded like an animal growling up the hill. Wolves were common, and bears weren't impossible, so they all grabbed their guns and waited for movement in the trees. But they weren't expecting dusters. It was after only a few moments that the trees began to shake, but before the soldiers could bring their rifles to their shoulders, the 3 dusters were on them, snarling and starving and full of fury. They leapt at the soldiers like crazed velociraptors, all 4 limbs out, mouths savage and teeth snapping. They each took down a soldier, tearing into them with huge, hungry bites. Instantly, the dusters were covered in blood, with slimy threads of flesh hanging from their teeth. The other Confederates were in shock. One of them managed to fire his rifle, but even at point-blank range, the little metal ball just ricocheted off the duster's hardened skull. The fight was over before it even began. The dusters leapt from one man to the next in a gruesome hailstorm of teeth and hands that left the entire Confederate unit splayed on the ground, their internal organs exposed in various states of display. The Redcaps watched in horror as the scene unfolded, all within seconds. One moment the soldiers were laughing around the fire, the next they were dead. All of them dead, with their entrails spread across the grass and their faces chewed to pieces. "Oh, my God!" Richie said. One of the dusters perked up when she heard it. She turned her head and saw the men peering from the stone house. She licked her lips. "God damn it, Richie!" Gary snapped in a rough whisper. The duster launched herself across the yard. She slammed into the iron bars like a crazed beast. The gate groaned under the impact, and the bars bent inward. The force of the collision knocked the duster back. Dazed, she shook her head, but found her ground, ramming the gate again and bending the bars further inward. Again and again she slammed her shoulder into the iron. Richie screamed, Ted dove behind Gary, and even Brett stumbled backward a few steps. But miraculously, the lock held, even as she jumped into the door and threw her weight into the upper corner. But the bars there kept bending further inward until there was enough of a gap between the bars and the doorframe for the duster to scramble through. She clawed her way across the metal as the redcaps shrank back, pressing into the far corner, not ready to die. Not like this. Not here. Not now. Somewhere behind the cabin, a cow lowed. The duster lifted her head, turning her ear toward the sound. Then air was silent, and the duster went still. The other dusters in the yard stopped. They froze. They waited. The cow lowed again. The duster on the gate sprang back into the yard. She turned and sprinted around the cabin in search of easier prey. The other dusters followed, and suddenly the yard was clear, except for the bodies of the dead Confederates and the mangled prison door bent inward with a gap big enough to clear. The prisoners looked at each other. Then they bolted for the opening and dove out toward freedom. Without a word, they broke north, away from the compound and away from the dusters. They ran as hard as they could up the road, and they didn't stop to look back until their legs were rubber and their lungs were on fire and they were deep in a forest, far out of sight of the prison. They stood in a circle, the Redcaps and Maurice, their hands on their knees, sucking wind, not knowing if they should be excited or terrified. "We have to keep going," Patrick wheezed. "The dusters may be on our trail." "Sounds like water that way," Gary panted, pointing west. "We can hide our scent." "I'm this way," Maurice said, pointing east. "But shit. Thank you, guys. What the fuck? What even—" He broke into tears. "I don't know, man. Thank you. This is just— Man, I don't even know what to say. All right? Good luck." He took off through the trees, disappearing into the brush. They watched him go. None of them had felt anything like the squeeze they felt in their chests when he ran off into the woods. "The water is a good idea," Patrick said, breaking the silence. "Let's get the hell out of here." They stumbled down the mountain, following Gary until they found a river. Then they dove in, exhausted, letting the cold current carry them a few hundred yards before they clawed their way up the opposite bank and collapsed in a heap in the mud. Only then did they dare sleep. 18. "I can't believe you made it," Ben said, throwing his arms around Patrick's shoulders. "Every other person in the world is dead." "I know, Benny boy." Patrick wiped his tears on Ben's shoulder. He'd been crying for 3 days. He didn't think he'd ever stop. "Annie and Izzy—" Ben gripped the back of Patrick's head with his palm and squeezed it gently. "Jesus Christ, Pat. I'm sorry." Gunshots rang out close by. Ben pulled Patrick inside his garden apartment and locked the door. Then he pushed the sofa and his dresser against the door, setting up a barricade. He motioned Patrick back to the kitchen, away from the windows. He struck a match and lit some candles on the counter. There hadn't been power for over 36 hours. He had a feeling it wasn't coming back. "I can't believe you walked all the way here. Through that!" He gestured to the world outside. "Are you okay?" "I think so." "What's it like? Is everyone— What's happening?" "It's bad," Patrick whispered, rubbing the tears from his cheeks. "Everyone's going nuts. People are just killing other people. In the streets. Over nothing. Over a book of matches. Over nothing." Ben shook his head, his flesh so pale with fear that he was practically glowing in the near darkness. "My neighbor stabbed some guy in the neck with a knitting needle because he took cover from a shootout in our shrubs. He ran out into the street bleeding everywhere. He collapsed in the middle of the road, and a pickup swerved to avoid him and hit my neighbor. She just exploded. Then the guy driving the truck lost control and hit a telephone pole. He went flying through the windshield and hit a tree head-on, broke his neck. The whole thing took 5 seconds. Patrick lifted the hem of his shirt and soaked up his tears. "What do we do?" he murmured. Ben shook his head. "I don't know. It's not safe here. Any lunatic can come crashing through the door. Maybe we should hide out at your place until things settle." If they settle. Yeah, if they settle. Patrick coughed up a ball of phlegm and spat it into Ben's sink. "I don't know if my building will be any better," he said. "You haven't been back?" "No." "It's been 3 days. Where have you been sleeping?" "I haven't been. I've just been walking and running and hiding. I haven't slept once since the bombs. Every time I close my eyes, I see them. I don't know if I can go back to the apartment. I don't know if there's any point." Ben frowned. He was shit at emotional support in the best circumstances, and this was the exact fucking opposite of that. "We can try to make it to my roof. We can sleep up there. Should be pretty safe. We can barricade the door, get a few hours of sleep at least. We'll take turns. Then tomorrow we can come up with a plan." Patrick's eyes shone in the candlelight. "A plan to do what?" "I don't know," Ben said, frustrated. "Survive." Patrick shook his head. "Pretty sure I'm not the survivalist type." "No one will ever confuse you for an apocalyptic hero," Ben agreed, "but let's just try to get some sleep. We'll think better if we can manage it. We'll figure out what to do next." "I just want to lie down and never get up," Patrick whispered. Ben hugged him again. "I know, Pat. I know you do. But if you're going to do it, come up and do it on the roof, okay? It's getting rowdy out there." Ben slapped Patrick's back and headed toward the back stairs. He peered out the door, then stepped out onto the rickety deck. He turned back to Patrick. "Okay?" Patrick sighed. He was so tired. "Okay," he finally said. They left Ben's apartment to the darkness. 19. The Redcaps woke before sunrise, still scared in their bones. They picked themselves up and headed further north. It felt like the only sensible direction to go. They'd lost everything to the Confederates, their weapons, their food, their bags, and most significantly, the last year of their lives. A year ago, they were dragging Patrick up the Atlantic coast, not sure if he'd live or die. It was a different lifetime. It felt like a different world. Now they were scrambling across the Carolina countryside with just the clothes on their backs and the panic in their skin. By the time the sun came up, they were back at Highway 74, and the way that things suddenly felt so simultaneously familiar and long forgotten crashed on them like an ocean wave. It almost felt like the last 9 months hadn't happened. It also felt like they'd never get past the trauma of the 9 months they had lost, and not a single one of them knew how to ask the others if he felt it too. So, no one said a word. When they hit the highway, the temporal vertigo put them all on their heels. But they needed resources, they needed supplies, they needed food and weapons and things to touch to make them feel human if they were going to survive another day. This was the moment Patrick remembered the UPS truck, the one he'd smashed his whole body against when trying to jump to the overpass the day before they were captured. "I rescued an old man's necklace," he recalled. It was his wife's. It had a picture from their wedding in it. What a strange thing to have happened. "It's backtracking, I know," he said as the group came back into focus, "and no one is more anti-backtracking than me. But the UPS truck was going somewhere on M-Day. It was loaded with things, and I don't have a great memory, mostly because I'd smashed my head into the top of it, but I don't remember seeing opened doors. It's a gamble, but if that truck is still untouched, there's a chance that there are some packages inside that might help us not die tonight." It was pretty lackluster as inspirational speeches go. "You think that truck is still intact after all this time?" Ted asked.
"Wasn't intact back then," Brett grunted. "Thing was smashed in from the back."
"By a truck that had wedged itself pretty tight in there, if I remember correctly," Patrick said. "And I may not. But we won't know until we check." There was some grumbling about going back, but no one else had a better idea about where to find a potential cache of supplies. So they hiked back to the east until they found the overpass where Patrick had shimmied the lamppost in what felt like eons and eons before. The truck was still there, thankfully, and the doors were still closed. The men spread out and encircled it, checking the entry points. Things had obviously been a mess on M-Day. Most drivers had started melting while still behind the wheel, which meant every road in the country was now blocked with cars that had careened away when their drivers turned to soup. The UPS truck was no exception. The GMC Envoy smashed into its rear had caved in the back panel, making it impossible to raise the rolling door. The passenger door was wedged against the concrete wall of the overpass, and the driver door had been smashed by another car. Although the car had glanced off the side and slid to a stop several feet away, the door had been irreparably damaged. It wouldn't slide open more than an inch and a half. The truck's interior, however, had not been penetrated. All of its original packages were still unopened inside. "That's our way in," Patrick said, pointing to the roof. "There's a translucent white panel up there to let in light. It's intact now. I know because my face smashed into it. It'll be relatively easy to break through." The Redcaps scavenged a few sizable rocks before helping one another climb onto the top of the truck. Then they rained hell on the panel until it cracked and fell into the truck, leaving a rectangular opening that revealed a quarry of pristinely wrapped packages. They dropped into the hold and started tearing open boxes. There were so many completely useless things inside, not just for the apocalypse, but for the world that had been before, too. Trinkets and baubles and plastic and cellophane. It all seemed so stupid to have spent money on plastic cups wrapped in plastic bags, tucked into a plastic box, and shipped in a cardboard container. But there were some real prizes as well, which made the whole exercise feel a lot like the Christmas they'd missed out on the last several years. Every few minutes, someone would shout, "Bingo!" and proudly display a set of windshield wipers, or a croquet mallet, or a zipper case full of backyard barbecue tools. In between swimsuits and spices and curtains and sippy cups, Gary found an extendable baton with a steel core. It drew the biggest smile from him Patrick had ever seen. Jimmy went through some sheet sets and a thermocouple before he found a butcher block full of knives. It took Brett almost 30 minutes to uncover a set of heavy stainless steel wrenches. They also found food: goldfish crackers, off-brand fruit bars, olive oil popcorn, and huge logs of summer sausage. Richie opened an entire case of Spam, 12 little tins of salty potted meat.
"Hell yeah,"
Brett said, looking over his shoulder. "It's mine," Richie insisted. "I've got dibs."
"Dib this."
Brett punched him on the shoulder. Richie dropped the box of Spam. "Ow!" But it was Patrick who found the most enviable prize: an 18-inch El Salvador machete from Condor Tool and Knife with a black carbon blade and micarta handle. "The spirit of the Illinois has guided me to this UPS truck," he decided, flipping the blade in his hand. "It wants me to wage war on the Carolinas, its natural enemies, and I will chop this entire region of the United States to bits in gratitude for this gift." It was so much better than the machete he'd left behind that he wept. "I don't know why I'm like this right now," he said, brushing back his tears, though not a single redcap was paying him any attention. Gary opened a package to find a bottle of old Granddad bourbon someone had smuggled among an assortment of Christmas-themed dish towels. Patrick congratulated him on the second-best find, though the Redcaps made it clear that the whiskey was far and away the first-best package. "Agree to disagree," Patrick said, nuzzling his new machete. "But let's open that bottle and see what second place tastes like." They started a fire next to the highway and ate better than they had in a long, long time. Gary did open the bottle of whiskey and passed it around, but they didn't really talk much. There didn't seem to be a whole lot to say. The last 9 months had broken something about them, but it also bonded them somehow. They were like a porcelain vase glued back together after falling off a shelf. They were glad to be out, but the joy of simply being alive had been starved out of them. All there really was to do was eat salty mystery meat from a can while trying to remember how fun it used to be to drink around a fire. "A toast to Patrick," Gary said, raising the bottle and breaking the silence. "Remembering this delivery truck is the best thing that happened to us." "Thanks for finding it with your face," Brett agreed. "Food and weapons. I didn't want to backtrack, but hell, you were right. This probably saved us," Gary said. But Patrick squirmed uncomfortably. "If I'd thought to notice it a little better the first time, we never would have spent the last 9 months in a prison cell. If we'd raided it then, we'd have done this exact same thing. We would have stayed the whole night here eating and drinking, telling stories, laughing. We'd have packed up the next morning and we would have missed the soldiers completely. We'd have gone on our way ignorant and happy. We'd have gotten to Fort Doom months ago. I would have been there so long by now I would have forgotten about how most of this trip went. If I'd stopped to think just for a second, I would have shifted our whole timeline. We'd be different people in different places. Every single thing that happens from now on will happen because we got caught and imprisoned for almost a year, totally sidelined while the broken world went on." He looked down at his hands and dug his fingernails together. "That's what I've been thinking about anyway," he finished quietly. Gary passed him the Granddad. "Thanks," Patrick mumbled. "Well, who the hell knows?" Gary decided. "For all we know, things might have been worse for us if we'd gone straight through." "Could be the detour saved our lives and we'll never know it," Ted agreed. "And anyway, it's not your fault, Patrick. We all saw the truck. None of us thought about it." "We're fine now," Brett shrugged. "I say we take the win." "You know whose life was absolutely better for how things went, don't you?" Jimmy asked. "That guy you cut loose from the tree. You think he'd still be alive if we hadn't come along?" "Maurice, too," Gary added. "We stopped them stringing him up. Bet he's glad we showed up when we did." "Well, this is all true," Patrick said, nodding slowly. "Not a great trade, though. Their trauma for ours. There's no good way for any of it to go." "That's all there are now is bad trades," Gary grunted. Patrick sighed. "Yeah, well, here's to where we are, in the strangest of all possible timelines." He drank deeply from the bottle and passed it to his right. "Hear, hear," said the Redcaps. "Hey," said Brett, taking the bottle and raising it to the group, "we just made it through some shit. I mean, we made it through some real shit. Together. We got each other through. We should be celebrating." The Redcaps whooped and nodded. "I've got an idea. We've got a mostly full bottle of bourbon, and by now our tolerance is shit. Let's drink until we forget the last 9 months and leave every goddamn piece of it behind us." The men cheered. They passed the bottle. They told old stories and old jokes, laughing for the first time in ages. They finally convinced Ted to sing, and even though his words were slurred and his throat was hoarse, it was a beautiful rendition of Habanera, at least as far as they could tell. When he was done, they clapped and cheered and slapped him on the back. Richie complained about his itchy elbows, and Gary threw gravel at his head. Jimmy told some incredibly gruesome and wildly entertaining tales from his days in the back of an ambulance. One story was so graphic it made Ted throw up. Everybody cheered. Patrick talked about snorting croak to get across a bridge and sailing a heart-shaped hot tub across the Gulf of Mexico. In its own way, it was more disgusting than the ambulance stories, but at least no one puked. The last several months burned away from them like the logs on the fire, popping and hissing as they dissolved. The crew ate and drank until their bellies were full, the bottle was empty, and the flames had died down to embers. Then they fell back in the grass and snored through their sleep, happy and drunk and free once more. The next morning, every one of them had a crushing hangover. It took a few hours to get roused enough to move on. When they were finally up and going, they stuffed their food into new backpacks they'd scavenged from other vehicles, fitting their new weapons wherever they could. They moved sluggishly in the morning heat, heads pounding and stomachs lurching. But they were still laughing about Ted's vomit and Patrick's horrible croak. No one mentioned the Confederate prison. After a mile or so, they passed a sign that read, "Now leaving Charlotte." "A couple days' walk until Asheville," Patrick reminded them. "That's where we'll find the river. We'll snag a boat, float on down, and cruise along for a week or so until we hit the Gulf of Mexico." "Good. We could use a vacation," Gary said. Patrick nodded as he slapped Gary's shoulder. "I think it's going to be smooth sailing from here on out." 20. It was not smooth sailing from there on out. They made it to Asheville the next morning. It was a quiet, ruined city nestled in among the mountains, and it was probably beautiful once. But now it looked like a set from some Ridley Scott disaster movie. Buildings were crumbling, bridges were down, the street was full of craters, and there were corpses everywhere in various stages of decay. The skeletons were always what made Patrick queasy. Most of humanity had died on M-Day, liquefied by the dust. But the skeletons weren't liquid. Every set of bones had once belonged to a person who had survived the attack, but hadn't been so lucky after. The cities were full of skeletons now. The survivors were becoming extinct. "If I remember correctly, the river's on the far side of town," Patrick said. "Then let's get there," Ted said quietly. "This place is giving me the creeps." "It's so quiet," Gary agreed. "Why is it so quiet?" "Probably the mountains," Patrick said, keeping out the ambient noise. He pushed forward into the town, creeping along the silent sidewalks. "Stay on the lookout for supplies. It will be harder to find anything useful once we're on the water." They moved slowly through downtown Asheville, picking their way through cars and poking their heads into storefronts. There wasn't much left in terms of survival gear, but they managed to scavenge a half-full box of Hostess cupcakes, a foldable pocket knife, and a few other odds and ends. Before long, they could hear the quiet rush of the river and began to relax. "Not much farther now," Gary said. "Good. I hate it here," Ted muttered. He saw an RV parked at the corner of a side street and walked over to check it for supplies. He pulled open the door. The blood drained from his face. He closed the door and looked at the others. "It's dusters," he said. The door exploded open, hitting Ted with enough force to throw him through the air. He landed on his back as 6 dusters leapt out of the RV, yellow-green foam leaking from their mouths. "Oh, shit!" Richie whined. The redcaps broke into a run. They scattered across the street, dodging cars and piles of bricks, running as hard as they could. Patrick turned to look for Ted, who was just getting to his feet. 3 of the dusters were coming after the redcaps, but the other 3 stopped, sniffed the air, and turned to see Ted lying on the ground. Ted scrambled to his feet and took off running up the hill, away from the group. "Ted!" "Go to the river!" Patrick shouted. Ted disappeared over the hill, the 3 dusters close on his trail. The other 3 were barreling at Patrick. He turned and joined the other redcaps running for their lives through the ruined streets of Asheville. 21. Ted was so fucked. He kept running more than he'd ever run in his life, but then he'd never needed to run so much in his life. He had 3 dusters on his tail, and the real shit part of it was that the further he ran, the more he realized the gut-souring truth that they were faster than he was. They were gaining quickly, and they had been gaining quickly. They growled and snarled, snapping their teeth, desperately hungry and fueled by the concentrated yellow dust in their bloodstreams. They were as determined as death and as hardened as their veins. "Christ, they're fast," Ted thought. He huffed and puffed, pumping his legs as hard as he could, squeezing through cars, leaping over potholes. His heart seized as he realized with horror that the dusters were close enough to smell his scent. He was exhausted, and he couldn't keep running. He rounded a corner and saw a bridge, or what used to be a bridge anyway. The monkey bombs had done a real number on it. Now it was more like a shaky concrete sculpture of an artist's interpretation of Swiss cheese. There were gaps at the edges of the pavement, as if some gigantic rat had bitten chunks out, and the guardrail on one side had fallen away completely. The overhead trestles were destroyed and dangled down, their sharp ends hovering dangerously like an oversized erector set trashed by a bully and left behind in the sandbox to be mourned. The entire bridge was littered with vehicles, cars, trucks, a few semis. One had jackknifed, its ass end hanging out over the crumbling edge of the bridge. The sticky residue of melted bodies coated the cement like drips from a grease tray. With every gust of wind, no matter how gentle, the entire bridge creaked and swayed. "Shit! Shit! Shit!" Ted panted. Zombies behind him, a death trap ahead. He was so fucked. He sprinted to the bridge, jumped, and slid over the hood of a Camry, which would have felt like a pretty cool thing to do if not for his current circumstances. The dusters weren't quite so nimble. Instead of jumping over the car, they barreled through it, smashing into the front fender and setting the car spinning. Ted darted around the vehicles. The traffic was enough to slow the dusters down, but not by much. It would only buy him a few seconds at most. He was running out of time. As soon as he reached the center of the bridge, they were on him. One lurched forward and rammed him with its shoulder. Ted screamed and slammed into the side of a Ford Explorer. His body burned with pain, but he scraped himself up to his feet and kept running. He leapt over a Firebird, barely avoiding a swipe from the duster behind him as the creature smashed into the car instead. Ted threw himself over the concrete divider. He hit the pavement in a roll, then got to his feet and kept going. Before he could move, the duster crashed over the divider and knocked him to the ground. The creature clutched at his leg and sank his teeth into Ted's calf. Ted screamed at the pain, at the sheer fucking horror he felt. He kicked the zombie in the face with his free leg. It was like kicking a retainer wall. His foot exploded in pain as his bones cracked. The duster didn't feel anything at all. "Fuck!" Ted screamed. He reached desperately for something, a weapon, a deterrent, Christ, anything. But his fingers found only asphalt. Ted squeezed his eyes shut and waited for the feeling of human teeth ripping his body apart. What he felt instead was an absence of pressure. He opened his eyes. The duster on his leg had let loose. It had taken a chunk of his flesh, was chewing hungrily. "Nope!" Ted shouted, his brain absolutely screaming with fear. He flipped over onto his chest and pushed himself up, ignoring the deep, searing pain in his leg, and he sprinted through the dead cars, making his way over to the side of the bridge. The whole thing sloped downward. He had to throw out a hand and catch a cable to keep himself from pitching over the edge. There had been rains high up in the mountains. The roaring waters of the river surged by below, well over capacity, and pulling down every piece of debris that got in the way. Over the limp barrier of the drooping cables, a pair of steel pipes ran parallel to the bridge, their anchors more or less intact. Ted looked over his shoulder. A duster snapped its jaws 3 inches from his face. "Jesus!" he shrieked. He kept a hold of his line while leaping over the cables and onto the pipes. They groaned under his weight, and he felt the one under his heels snap and fall away. His free arm wheeled as he screamed, desperate to keep balance. He held tight to the line, throwing his weight onto his toes while leaning back to miss the swipes and snaps from the zombie. No, the 2 zombies now that besieged him, hungry for his flesh. A third was close behind. Ted sidestepped, quickly, moving, 1 foot over the other down the length of the steel pipe. It groaned and shifted under his weight. The flying monkeys, those savage devices of destruction, had blown out part of the pipe further down. The only thing keeping this one in place were the 6 clips securing it to the bridge. But the bridge was crumbling too, and the clips wouldn't cooperate for much longer. Ted shuffled away, teetering on the unsteady pipe as the gash in his leg oozed way too much blood. He reached out and grabbed a new cable, pulled on it for support, and stutter-slid his way down the pipe, moving back toward the bank and working desperately to not look down. The last effort didn't pay off. At all. He kept catching glimpses at the river below. Each time he saw the surging, frothing waters, his heart sank a little lower until it hung like a weight in the pit of his stomach. He had so much farther to go. One of the dusters launched itself over the rail of the bridge, its arms flailing and scrambling for whatever purchase Ted had found. But its fine motor skills had been calcified by monkey dust, and it couldn't even come close to swiping at the cable. The creature pitched over the edge of the bridge, snarling and slavering, its arms pinwheeling as it took a solid header straight into the water. Ted could hear the snap of its neck when the thing's head smashed against the riverbed. The body floated back up, twisted, contorted, and dead. The water washed it away. "Fuck me," Ted whispered. Another duster threw itself across the side of the bridge. It snapped and spat as it scratched at the pipes, trying to claw its way onto them. Ted yelped and continued his hobbled escape, sliding uneasily along the metal tubes, the blood from his leg wound making the surface slick under his feet. He almost tumbled every 3 or 4 steps. The loose cable was the only thing keeping him on the edge of the bridge. He chanced to look back over his shoulder. The duster had found footing on the pipes and was crawling along them, furious and hungry. The final duster did the same, leaping onto the pipes, snarling and clawing with its long fingernails clacking against the metal. Ted turned and tried to run. His foot slipped immediately. He nearly fell off the pipe. He screamed and clung to the cable, but it had reached as far as it could. The angle of it was pulling Ted back toward the center of the bridge, back toward the dusters. He fought to regain his footing, bawling in fear. He gripped the bridge railing with one hand and aimed the broken cable with the other. Then he let it fly, hoping to knock at least one of the dusters off the pipe. But the cable flopped uselessly through the air, its momentum whirling it out over the water as it missed both zombies by a good 8 feet. "God damn it!" Ted sighed. The cable came wobbling back. Ted reached for it, but missed. He almost lost his balance, falling to his knees in a cold sob. "Stay back!" he screamed at the zombies, which didn't work at all. Tears clouded his eyes as his fingers clutched the pipes beneath him. He began inching backward, sobbing and threatening. "Stay away, you sons of bitches, or I'll kill you!" The dusters didn't seem to believe him, if they even understood what he was saying. They kept on, snarling and snapping their teeth, crawling closer and closer. "Stop it!" Ted cried. "I mean it!" He pulled off one boot and threw it at the nearest zombie, only 5 or so feet away. It bounced off the duster's head without making it flinch. The one behind it flinched, though. It watched the boot ricochet off the other duster's skull and go spinning out over the river. Instinct kicked in, and the zombie leapt out after the boot, caught it in midair, and sank its teeth into the leather. Then it plummeted into the water, landing in the shallow water with a loud crack. There was damage, but it hadn't struck hard enough to snap its neck. The monster bobbed to the surface instead, thrashing and furious, with a useless arm trailing from its broken shoulder as it was swept downriver. There was just one duster left, but one was more than enough. Ted was still totally fucked. "I was Pagliacci!" he wailed. He clung to the pipes on his hands and knees, burying his head between his shoulders, sobbing and shuddering so hard that the brackets began rattling loose. A few even fell out of their mooring. The whole structure groaned and twisted. Ted yelped and clamped down harder. The duster gripped down too. It locked eyes with Ted, staring him down as the whole bridge swayed. Something let loose in Ted's bladder. A sudden wet warmth spread across his crotch. It hardly even registered. The creaking of the pipes gave way to snapping of ties. Somewhere beneath it all, a rumbling twist-crack of soft metal sounded out as the pipes that spanned the river valley snapped in half beneath the strain. Suddenly Ted was falling. He screamed, a pure, raw shriek of terror and incomprehension as the pipes collapsed. He swung down head first, his hands and feet burning from the iron grip he held on the metal as the whole structure dropped into a freefall. Somewhere back at the foot of the bridge, one of the brackets held fast. The pipes swung down from that pivot point, dropping toward the river like a hand on a clock. The last duster flailed its claws in surprise, a mistake that sent the snarling creature down into the river. It smashed its skull on the rocky banks and was pulled away down the river, twisted, broken, and leaking yellow goo from its shattered head. Ted would have been thrilled if he hadn't been arcing toward his own death. The pipes fell, and his grip slipped. He slid down the pipes head first, blood rushing to his brain, the gravity of the world fighting to pull him in. He saw the surface of the river rush up at his face, but he missed the water as the pipe swung clear and sailed back up in the other direction. He was hanging from the pipe now like a panicked sloth in a collapsing tree. His palms were soaked with sweat, making his fingers slip. He swung by his ankles upside down and totally disoriented over the frothing crust of the river. And then his feet gave out too, and he went soaring through the yellow-green fog. His momentum pushed him out to the bank, and he slammed into the hard, rocky shore. The air exploded out of his lungs when he hit. His right arm twisted painfully under his shoulder as his head smashed into a clump of solid clay, and the earth beneath him spun. He had just enough time to think, "What the fuck? Am I alive?" before it all went black. 22. "Hey, is that Ted?" Jimmy elbowed Patrick and nodded in the direction of the bridge. "You see that?" he panted. "That guy on the edge. Is that Ted?" Patrick squinted into the distance. He was out of breath, sweaty, and distracted by both the dusters they'd just narrowly escaped and the fact that they were sitting on a sagging old roof they'd climbed up to with the help of a terrifyingly unstable stack of milk crates. The roof was creaking and sagging, and also wet somehow. It was going to give out on them at any second, and how the fuck was he supposed to know if that was Ted? The bridge was a quarter-mile away. He saw something clinging to a bunch of pipes hanging off the side of the bridge, but for all he knew, it wasn't even human. "I don't know," Patrick sighed. "It's 1,000,000 miles away. It looks like a super-drunk worm." Then the pipes that the bridge person was clinging to leaned, snapped, and broke in half. Whoever was clinging to them for dear life screamed as they fell. The pipes made an arc, and then the figure went flying, his arms and legs flailing as he sobbed and wailed. His cry of, "I was Pagliacci!" carried across the distance. Patrick blinked. "Oh, yeah, that's definitely Ted." They watched in horror as Ted went sailing through the air, and they winced when he slammed into the bank. They could hear the impact from 6 blocks away. Well, Ted's dead, Patrick decided. Jimmy frowned. "That's a terrible thing to say. If it's any consolation, we'll be meeting up with him again soon." Patrick peeked over the edge of the roof at the 3 dusters throwing themselves against the metal walls of the building. With each impact, the roof shifted a little more. The groaning from the rafters wasn't offering a lot of hope. "They're going to knock this whole building down."
"How can they do that?" Richie whined. "This is a building."
"A building that got blown half to shit on M-Day," Brett replied. "And the dusters have reinforced bones and veins," Patrick reminded them. "It's like 3 wolverines throwing themselves at a paper bag." Another duster hit the side. This time the wall dented. The roof groaned louder.
"I thought wolverines were small?"
Richie asked, confused. The other men all turned at the same time, each giving Richie the same look of shock and disgust.
"The comic book Wolverine, Richie!" shouted Patrick. "The goddamn X-Man!"
He was so exasperated.
"Oh."
Richie's cheeks flared red as he shrank back.
"I wasn't allowed to read comics."
"Did you watch cartoons?" Brett asked. Richie cleared his throat and shook his head, embarrassed.
"We watched a lot of the Waltons."
"Christ, that explains a lot," Gary muttered. Another duster slammed into the wall below, and something in the structure finally gave. There was a loud squeal as the roof buckled in the middle, groaning under the strain. The metal tilted under their feet as the men wheeled their arms to keep their balance.
"Shit, we gotta move."
Patrick scanned the block. The monkey bombs had leveled this part of Asheville. Most of the nearby buildings had either collapsed immediately or crumbled since. There were only 2 buildings left that were close enough to jump to. One of them appeared to be solid brick, the same height as their current location. They could jump to it easily, but the roof had been rigged with rusted barbed wire fencing 4 feet high all the way around. There was no way over without cutting themselves to pieces. The second option wasn't much better. It was an older building with a stucco exterior, and it had taken a brutal shelling on M-Day. It was riddled with holes and broken 2x4s sticking out from the gaps in the walls like busted brown teeth. The water pipes in the building had burst, and though they were empty now, the flood had swamped the walls of the building with thousands of gallons of water before the reservoirs ran dry. Rain and humidity had kept the job going for the years that followed. The stucco was so soft in most places that it practically dripped down the building. The whole exterior was stained brown with rot and splotched with mold. There was no barbed wire, which was a point in its favor, but it was 3 stories taller than the collapsing store they now stood on top of. There was no way to reach the relative safety of the stucco building's roof. Dusters, razor wire, or a collapsing third option Patrick really didn't like. He sighed. "I have an idea. No one's going to like it." "If you ever had a single idea someone did like, I'd fall down dead from shock," Gary grumbled. "What is it?" Patrick grimaced. "Who wants to jump through a wall?" 23. "This is so fucked," Brett grumbled. "It is," Patrick agreed, "but it is less fucked than every other option." Richie peered over the edge of the roof.
"What if we just jump to the ground? 2 stories down, and then what?
You're going to outrun the zombies?" Gary asked.
"On the leg you just broke from jumping 2 stories onto broken concrete?"
Richie shrugged.
"Maybe."
The roof continued to shake. Metal pipes in the rafters beneath them broke loose and crashed to the floor. The squeal of twisting brackets pierced the air.
"I don't want to rush anybody," Patrick implored them, "but the building is literally falling to pieces under our feet, and we should probably jump."
One of the dusters broke all the way through the exterior wall and slammed into a rusted metal support pole near the center of the room. He glanced off the pole, snarled, and ran at it again and again. The building shook with every blow until he finally hit the beam so hard it buckled in the middle. The bent pole pulled down a piece of the ceiling. Jimmy slipped and fell, screaming and sliding down the broken panel. He slid off the edge of the hanging metal sheet and threw his arms around wildly. His wrist curled around a narrow exhaust pipe that was fixed through the roof by a thin layer of epoxy. Jimmy flailed as he held fast, his legs dangling out over the open floor. The other dusters crashed through the wall, slavering beneath him, snapping their yellow teeth and spitting greenish foam from their lips. "Help me!" Jimmy screamed. "Brett, Richie, get Jimmy!" Patrick shouted. "Gary, bimmy your bag!" Brett and Richie jumped to action. They skidded carefully over to the busted panel and worked on pulling Jimmy out of the hole. But Gary just looked at Patrick, confused. "Huh?" "Bimmy!" Patrick screamed. "Bimmy, Bimmy, Bimmy!" "Use real words!" Gary screamed back. But Patrick's frantic, grabby hands, clutching and unclutching his fingers, spoke volumes. Gary slipped his backpack off his shoulders and pushed it into Patrick's outstretched arms. "What's wrong with your bag?" "Yours is heavier," Patrick replied. He tested the weight of the backpack in one hand while focusing the majority of his mental powers on dialing into the distance between buildings. "So what?" Gary demanded. "So everything," Patrick countered. "Now be quiet. I'm going to throw it." Gary's eyes opened wide. "Why?" Patrick didn't respond. He didn't even hear the question. He was consumed by his focus. His aim had to be perfect, the toss masterly. In the flickering movie theater of his mind, he saw Grandpa Maury in Three Ninjas. Or was it Three Ninjas Kick Back? "Doesn't matter," he mumbled to himself. "Watch the target grow in front of your eyes," Grandpa Maury said. "And when it gets as big as a melon, throw." Patrick leaned forward and willed his eyes to expand the size of the hole in the building across the alley. He put so much force and pressure into his eyeballs that they quivered and felt like they might pop. The hole did not grow larger. "Movies suck." "Your movies suck," Ben's voice snickered in his ear. "I saw your blockbuster employee picks shelf." "My movies were cherished by millions." "How many millions cherished from Justin to Kelly?" "That was an ironic choice," Patrick insisted. "I also had Street Fighter on there, and it's about to become incredibly relevant because I'm about to do some Jean-Claude level shit right now." "Street Fighter also sucked." "I can't even talk to you right now," Patrick thought, annoyed. "I'm glad your weird memory ghost is back, but I cannot talk to you right now. I'm too busy about to be a legend." He took aim, swung his arm a few times, then hurled the bag across the gap. It smashed into the side of the building at the edge of the hole. The rotten stucco crumbled apart on impact, and the backpack barreled through, disappearing inside the building as it nearly doubled the size of the hole in the wall. "Hot damn!" Patrick chirped. "I'm so good at ninja." "Great. Let's jump into a building that's literally falling apart," Gary said, rolling his eyes. "You're welcome to stay on top of this building that's falling apart," Patrick allowed. "As for me and my house, we will not serve the horde." He dropped his own backpack off his shoulders and hurled it across the alley. It sailed cleanly through the hole. "Ninja! All right! Who wants to go first?" "Abso-fucking-lutely not," Gary said. But Patrick wasn't looking at him. "Brett, you're big." Brett dropped Jimmy's faint white body onto the roof and stood up tall, crossing his arms. "So I think you should jump across and hit that wall like the Kool-Aid Man and bust it out a little bit more. What do you think?" Brett looked doubtfully across the alley. The wet, ruined stucco was practically dripping from the rotted struts. The wall did seem pretty flimsy. He stretched his neck and pumped his shoulders. "All right, I'll do it. Fuck it." "That's the spirit," Patrick cheered. "It'll be great." "Probably." "Better than getting ripped apart by zombies," Brett muttered. He stepped up to the edge of the roof and gauged the distance across the alley. It wasn't that far, really, maybe 6 feet tops. He could jump 6 feet. "All right, give me some room." The others shuffled out of the way, and Brett took a few steps back. He took a deep breath, said, "Here goes nothing," and ran forward, planting his foot on the edge of the roof and leaping out over the open alley. It was when he was squarely over a deep, narrow patch of absolutely nothing that Brett lost his shit. Maybe he couldn't jump 6 feet after all. "Fuck!" he screamed. That was all he had time to say, that one word. But the weight of that word, the pathos in the way he said it, sent chills up the spines of the men standing on the roof. Thrashing his arms and kicking his legs, Brett looked more like a scared dog tossed in a pool than the Kool-Aid Man. They held their breath when they heard the sound of Brett's flailing meat body smash into the side of the building.
"Oh, Christ, I can't look,"
Richie moaned, shielding his eyes. Jimmy threw up when he heard the sound, and he was an EMT. "Holy shit," Gary breathed, peering in horrified amazement at the carnage across the alley. "That son of a bitch made it." Richie peeked out between his fingers. "What?" "He made it! Damn it, he made it!" "I knew he was okay," Jimmy said, dry heaving onto his shoes and wiping brown spittle and pieces of half-digested Spam from his mouth. "I knew he was fine. I'm a doctor." "EMT," Richie reminded him. Brett had hit the wall, but he'd hit it with the force of a huge flying Brett. Just as Patrick had predicted, he'd crashed right through the soppy mess of plaster, leaving a vaguely Brett-shaped hole in the wall that completely engulfed and substantially enlarged the hole made by Gary's backpack. "Wow, I am good at plans," Patrick said. "Big words for a man who took a sword in the gut at Disney World," Gary reminded him. Patrick leaned out over the edge of the building. "Hey, Brett, you okay?" There was silence from the other building. "Probably knocked himself right out," Jimmy surmised. But then they heard the grating sound of shifting rubble, and from somewhere within the darkness of the wall cave, the sound of Brett's best Kool-Aid voice. "Oh, yeah." Just then, a duster smashed through another support on the first building, and the roof began to fully collapse. It folded inward from the center, breaking and pulling and disappearing into the depths of the building like a cartoon cave-in. Richie screamed and instinctively did the thing he thought would save his life best, which was to leap up onto the edge of the wall and throw himself across the alley, screaming, "Aye!" like some 1980s cartoon cat. He landed safely nonetheless. Jimmy went next, figuring that if Richie could do it, any idiot could do it. He was mostly right. He made it in too, but not without slamming his shoulder against the wall as he went through. And Jimmy, who was not built like Brett, did not cut through it like butter. Ow! The roof beneath their feet was at a hard tilt now. The squealing of metal from below was enough to tell them the roof was officially fucked. Patrick winced as the popping sound of metal supports tearing away from the brick walls cracked through the air, and the entire surface shifted and slipped under their shoes. "Go! Now!" he hollered. "Go on!" Gary shouted back. He gave Patrick a shove, enough to propel him up and onto the edge of the roof wall. Patrick wheeled his arms for balance, teetering out over the open drop. His body had gained too much momentum. He had to put it to use. It was now or never. He pushed himself forward on thin, knobby knees and fell across the chasm of the alley. "Jesus Christ," he thought, "I don't want to die from 2 stories up." His guts swirled and his testicles pulled up tight into his belly. He closed his eyes and waited for death. But to his great surprise and delight, death didn't come. Instead, he slammed ingloriously onto the cracked floor of the warehouse building, tumbled forward on elbows and feet, and slid to a graceless stop at Brett's feet. "Oh, yeah," Brett said again. He and Richie helped Patrick to his feet as he dusted himself off. He wobbled back toward the hole in the wall and peered across at Gary. The red cap was sweating bullets. His face was pale as flour. "Gotta move, Gare Bear," Patrick shouted. "Don't fucking call me that," Gary shouted back. He swung his arms, trying to work up the courage. His feet felt like cement blocks. "I'm sorry I pushed you." "Want me to come back and push you?" Patrick asked. "Come on, Gary," Jimmy hollered. "That thing's not going to hold much longer."
I know, Gary snapped. Fuck!
He stepped up onto the brick rim of the building. The ceiling behind him twisted and screeched, falling and sliding down into the center, and the others could plainly hear the snarling sounds of the dusters still busily pile-driving themselves into metal beams. One of them must have crunched through another major support because the ceiling finally had enough. It jerked and wrenched and buckled, and then it fell, the metal crashing to the floor in sheets as the struts clanged against steel. The cacophony was tremendous. Gary found himself teetering on an 8-inch rim with open air in front of him and open air behind him. He closed his eyes and leapt. His foot slipped as he pushed off, and he fell down instead of forward. He screamed as he plummeted toward the asphalt.
"Grab this!"
Patrick cried. He let his backpack fall from his shoulders and grabbed one shoulder strap, clamping his fist around it like a vice. He swung the pack around and prayed to God someone would catch hold of the other strap. Then he leaned out of the building, threw up his right arm, and caught Gary by the wrist as he fell. The momentum of Gary's fall pulled them both down, and Patrick was yanked through the hole in the wall. For what felt like eternity, the two men were free-falling. Then Brett snatched the other strap of Patrick's bag, braced himself against an iron fitting in the floor, and stopped their fall. Gary arced down and slammed into the stucco, denting the first floor of the building.
Ow!
"Should I pull you up or drop you?" Brett strained. "Answer fast!"
"Up,"
Patrick said.
"Those dusters could bust out any second,"
Richie added. He and Jimmy rushed forward and grabbed hold of the backpack. The three men hauled in the other two, pulling them up into the rubble until all 5 of them collapsed on the floor, breathing hard, sweating, and somehow completely alive.
"See?"
Patrick wheezed, his whole body shaking with adrenaline.
"That went great."
24. Ted had decided he would just lie there until he died, and he figured it wouldn't be long. He could feel the life oozing out of him, like thick, heavy sweat glooping from his pores. He'd always thought that when the spirit left a body, it passed through the skin quickly, raised up to the heavens on an angel's wing or a baby's breath or some precious moment shit like that. But no, it didn't pass or float. It oozed, slowly. He was surprised by that. He knew his body would eventually be found. Hopefully it would be found by his friends. But if not them, then at least by actual, real humans. Please, God. He wanted so badly to be found by actual, real humans. "Don't let the dusters find me," he thought through the thick, viscous coating of his oozing spirit. "Please don't let that happen to my body. I sang Pagliacci." Because he was determined to be found by actual, real humans, preferably his friends, he wanted to make himself presentable. The position he'd landed in made him look like some sort of weird, broken sex eagle. Ted sent every ounce of force he could muster to his right knee, willing it to straighten and thereby close the indecent gap that spread like a mouth from the bottom of his groin. But his knee didn't respond. In fact, nothing in his body responded. He was beaten, broken, and soon would be dead. And he would look like a weird, broken sex eagle when it happened. "I take it back. Don't let my friends find me like this," he begged. "I found Ted!" It was Patrick's voice from just over the hill. "He looks like some sort of sex eagle." Ted closed his eyes, and he wept. "What the hell is a sex eagle?" Gary demanded, stomping over the hill. Then he saw Ted's poor twisted body lying awkwardly on the bank. His face softened. "Oh." "I'm not a sex eagle," Ted cried. "Big words for a sex eagle," Brett snorted, joining them. "Hey, there are way worse things to be than a sex eagle," Patrick said, patting him gently on the shoulder. "I mean, look at Richie. He looks like a living egg. He's an extra virgin who might be a natural eunuch for all the world knows." "Hey!" yelled Richie. "I'm just trying to make him feel better," Patrick assured him. "Humph," Richie replied. Jimmy elbowed his way to the front of the pack. "Hold on now. Don't try to move. Your spinal cord might be damaged." "I can't move," Ted whined. "You shouldn't know that. It means you're trying," Patrick said. "Stop trying." He couldn't help but be impressed by the calm, methodical way Jimmy inspected the injured patient. As he prodded Ted's various bits and bones with the wooden handle of his new carving knife, he was instantly transformed from the serious sad sack into some weird Marcus Welby/Dr. Quinn medicine woman hybrid. "Well," he said when he finished his inspection, "without the ability to do any scans, it's hard to say for sure. But based on what I can observe, it actually seems that you're fine?" "Define fine," Gary said. "Yeah, define fine," Ted sobbed. "I mean, as far as I can tell, which again is pretty severely limited, you seem pretty okay. No broken bones, no apparent fractures. Your leg is missing a small piece of flesh, and you're going to have some pretty intense bruising and soreness. But from what I can tell, you're not in any danger. As long as we get that bite wound cleaned." Ted sputtered, But what about internal bleeding?" "All bleeding is internal," Patrick pointed out. "All good bleeding, anyway." Jimmy's face went blank. "No, it's not." Patrick rolled his eyes. "Okay, Marcus." Jimmy ignored him and continued. "I'm not ruling out internal hemorrhaging, and frankly, I'm not ruling out any fractures or breaks either. For all I know, your brain could be 1/3 soup inside your maybe broken skull. But your pupils are responding properly, you seem to have sensation in all the right places, and I've been bending and unbending your arm the entire time we've been talking. You haven't even noticed." "You have?" Ted's head lulled so he could look down to see that Jimmy was, in fact, manipulating his left arm. Ted's mouth fell open. "Wow." "You're in shock," Jimmy told him. "You had a harrowing experience with some bodily trauma, and your brain is trying to process. It's normal. But you swung down pretty low to the ground when you dropped, and landed on a soft earth bluff that's thick with vegetation and hasn't been mowed in years. Your hands are ripped raw from holding so tight to the cable, but the trade-off is you're generally, mostly, fine." And then, to avoid liability, he added, "As far as I can tell." "I don't think you need the caveat," Patrick whispered. "All the malpractice lawyers died on M-Day." "Oh, that's true," Jimmy replied happily. "Am I going to die if I stand up?" Ted wailed. "Honestly, I'd be shocked if you can stand up," Jimmy replied. "You need to rest. Don't rush it. It may be an hour, it may be a week." "A week?" Gary grumbled, and Richie elbowed him. Gary turned and growled at Richie, who shrank behind Brett's wide shoulders.
He might need rest,"
Richie whimpered. There are motherfucking dusters swarming this area," Gary glowered. Richie shrank back even more. "He's fine. The doc said so. Let's pick him up and move him off the grid." The others hemmed and hawed. Everyone looked at Patrick. "Who, me?" Patrick asked. "Oh, sure. Okay. I mean, we're pretty well hidden by the bluff, and I have yet to see a duster that can swim."
"Except for the zombie fish monster,"
Ted pointed out. "Except for the zombie fish monster, yes," Patrick agreed. "We'll keep an eye out for those. I think we're relatively safe here for a little while. Let's lie low, be on guard, and give Ted a chance to make his limbs work again. We'll head out before sundown." Gary opened his mouth to respond, but Patrick raised his hand to silence him. "Hopefully well before sundown," he added quickly, "but no later. We could all use a second to catch our breath, and it'll also help me figure out how to execute the next step in the plan." "Which is?" Brett said. Patrick nodded upriver. How to get us passage on that boat. The redcaps turned and squinted through the mist. Sure enough, a few 100 yards past the bridge, a huge, old-fashioned riverboat was nestled against a flimsy dock, the yellow-crusted water of the river splashing up against its flaking white sides. The riverboat was huge. It stood 4 decks tall and was almost as long as a city block. A red, rickety 2-story paddle wheel rose up out of the water like a bundled roll of wood picket teeth at the stern, and 2 scratched black smokestacks towered over the pilot cabin near the bow. It was a boat from the pages of Mark Twain, a once genteel ship for once genteel Midwesterners to paddle slowly and pleasantly up and down the Mississippi. But like all things, it had suffered death now, or something like it, and was resurrected like Patrick's own bones, in the same shape, in the same mode, but faded, scuffed, chipped, and cracked. Still, it was a pretty impressive sight. "Shouldn't we look for something faster?" Gary asked doubtfully. "Faster would be ideal," Patrick nodded, "but gasoline being basically sludge now, unless someone's got a refinery up and running, and maybe they do. People have enough time to build Civil War camps, they should have enough time to make gas. Short of that, any gas-engine boat is going to be either useless or retrofitted, and therefore slower and less reliable. But a steam engine paddler, that'll get us where we need to go. And, look at it." He gestured at the steamboat, and not a single man among them could help but be impressed by the sheer fucking size. It made the dock it was tethered to look like a toothpick. "It's an elephant in a world of mice." "Aren't elephants scared of mice?" Brett asked. Patrick frowned. "Are they? I thought that was just a made-up Dumbo thing." "I'm pretty sure they're actually scared of mice," Gary said. "Well then, it's not an elephant in a world of mice. It's a tank in a world of tricycles. Better?" "Tricycles don't float," Richie pointed out. "God damn it, Richie, neither do tanks. It's an analogy," Patrick screamed. "I'm so tired of being yelled at," Richie yelled back. "Shut up, Richie," the other redcaps shouted back. Jimmy wondered about the crew aboard. Who knows how long they've been docked, and who knows how long before they leave? And who knows which way they're going, Gary added. "Yeah," Patrick nodded. "There's a lot of recon to do." His gaze broke from the boat and returned to his comrades. "If the answer is no, say no. But, Brett, Johnny, Richie, would you feel comfortable staying here with Ted if Gary and I go up and see what's what with the boat?" Brett crossed his arms, insulted to even be asked. "Yeah, we're good." "I think we're good here, too, yeah," said Jimmy, nodding. Richie didn't say any words. His mouth just opened to emit a squeak, and it was pretty obviously a no vote. But it didn't matter because no one was really paying attention. "Okay," said Patrick. "If you need us back, just scream. We'll be within earshot and eyesight the entire time," Gary assured them. Patrick nodded enthusiastically. "Unless we're eaten by runners, or kidnapped by townies, or swallowed up by a sinkhole, or exploded by a latent monkey bomb, or hauled off into the woods and nailed to a tree by some crazy zealot, we will definitely, probably, be within eyesight." "Sounds great," Brett said dryly. Patrick turned to Gary. "I'm starting to think they're tiring of my wit and charm," he said with a frown. "Your wit? Your charm?" Gary asked. "No way." "The mind reels just thinking about it," Patrick agreed as the two men left their party and walked toward the paddle wheel boat. 25. "How glad are you that you pledged yourself to my every move? Scale of 1 to 10, Patrick asked. Gary snorted. "You want the real truth or you want the nicer one?" Patrick smiled. "Mean truths are nice truths. because they save you the cruelty of a really kind lie." "I don't think I followed that," Gary said, "but since you're asking, I've had some doubts." "I have no doubt." Patrick walked with his hands clasped behind his back. He wasn't really sure what else to do with them. They seemed so thin and rickety, like jointed twigs pinned onto a marionette. "You really can go your own way, you know. I don't mean that like some sort of power play ultimatum. I mean, truly and sincerely, I'm grateful for you all and your help and for your company. But you guys should do what's best for you. And after torturous months in hell in Charlotte, it's just gone beyond what any of us thought this journey I set us on would be." Gary chewed on those words, letting them sit in his jaw for a few steps before giving his reply. "I meant it when I said I wanted to make up for all the bad shit I've done," he admitted. "Honestly, I think pretty much every decision you make is 3/4 crazy and 1/4 stupid. But I owe you a debt for what we did to you and to your friend. What we did to everybody. So if being annoyed that we're making ourselves zombie bait for a few hours to let Ted get through his hissy fit is part of it, fine." He shrugged. "It's my fucking redemption tour. It's not supposed to be fun." Patrick smiled. There comes a time in every man's life when he realizes that he's someone else's punishment. Gary snorted. "Yeah, well, there's another thing, too." "What's that?" "It's that even though you have terrible ideas, we're still alive." "Most of us," Patrick said quietly. Gary nodded. "Most of us, yeah. Which, really, one thing about Bloom was he got more redcaps killed than anything. He didn't care. Throw us at a problem, we'll sort it out or get sorted. Didn't matter to him. There were always more men like us, wandering and alone, looking for some sort of power. Always someone to fill an open spot. Bloom didn't give two shits about our lives. But I think you do." Patrick snorted. He wiped his nose. He looked off over the river. "Yeah," he finally said, "I guess I do." They continued on, and soon they neared the dock. The green mist melted away, revealing the riverboat in all its battered glory. The white paint was chipped and flaking. The paddle wheel was missing a handful of planks, and one of the twin smokestacks had begun listing to one side. Most of the windows had been smashed out. Behind their empty frames was gloomy darkness. It was eerie, this ghost ship from an era past, sitting here in the apocalypse, swaying and creaking on the water. The name of the boat was painted on its flaking side in huge, faded red letters. Big Muddy Queen. There's no way one single person said that name out loud before they painted it on the side of this boat. It is impossible. Different era, Gary offered. Different words. Sure. The silence surrounding the boat was eerie. It wasn't just quiet. It was as if the riverboat itself were drawing in and suffocating all the ambient noise of the riverfront, draping a velvet curtain over top of it, so that the only sounds that filled the vacuum were the sounds of the boat creaking and the water lapping. "I don't like this," Gary said without moving his lips. "No," Patrick agreed. "This is the first 4 minutes of a 90s horror movie for sure. You don't leave a boat like this unguarded. I think we're being watched. We're definitely being watched. The question is, are we being hunted?" Gary stopped. He drew the pipe from his belt. "God damn it, why do you have to say that?" he hissed. His hand was already slippery on the metal. They stepped cautiously onto the dock. "Stop!" The word cracked through the air like a shot from a gun. Patrick and Gary froze. "Fuck," Gary breathed. "Fuck," Patrick echoed. A gray figure appeared on the first deck, melting forth from the dark shadows of the cabin until it resolved itself into the shape of a woman, short and gaunt, with hard angles in her bones and tight dreadlocks in her hair. She held a crossbow against her chin, one eye peering straight as steel down the sights.
"You've got 10 bolts pointed at you right now."
She gave a sharp whistle that screeched through the fog. At the signal, a chorus of knocks went up from around the boat, invisible mercenaries echoing the threat.
"We're not here to be a problem,"
Patrick said, raising his hands into the air.
"He's holding a weapon,"
the woman replied coolly in Gary's direction. They could hear the squeak of her finger tightening on the trigger. "Sorry." Gary dropped the pipe. It hit the dock and rolled off the edge into the water.
"God damn it,"
he muttered, but he raised his hands, and together they stood like a pair of referees calling a field goal in some pre-apocalyptic nonsense football game.
"What do you want?"
the woman asked. Patrick cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Top of the list right now? To not be in the crosshairs of a crossbow."
"Tough,"
the woman spat.
"Next."
"We honestly aren't looking for any trouble," Patrick assured her. "We need to get to the Gulf of Mexico, and we're looking for a ride. Since this is a boat, and boats go to gulfs, we're hoping it might be heading that direction." The woman tensed behind the crossbow.
"Who are you?"
I don't think we've met." An unopened can of beans flew through the air, thrown from the third deck. It was hurled by some absolute cannon of an arm, and Patrick ducked just in time. The heavy can flew past his shoulder and cracked Gary in the front of his skull.
"Ow!"
Patrick sucked in his breath.
"Ooh,"
he winced.
"You okay?" "God damn it!"
Gary yelled, shoving Patrick hard, then touching his hand to his head. There was already a knot, and it was bleeding pretty badly. "Do you guys have a Band-Aid or something?"
"One more chance,"
the woman said.
"Who are you?"
"I'm Patrick. This is Gary. He's a redcap." He turned to Gary and put a hand on his shoulder. "You want me to try to find you some ice?" Gary snarled and swatted away the hand.
"Redcap,"
the woman said. "You know," Patrick replied, gesturing at Gary. "Train people." The woman's eyes frosted over. She nodded.
"We've heard of you,"
she said coolly. "Well, I just want to be clear," Patrick said. "I'm not a trained person. I'm more of a walking person."
"I can't feel my face,"
Gary realized. "Oh, that'll come back," Patrick assured him.
"Fuck off. How do you end up with trained people?"
the woman demanded. Patrick thought. "Well, I guess they tried to kill me, and that really brought us together."
"They tried to kill you?"
"Yeah," he nodded enthusiastically. "It was a whole thing. I guess you kind of had to be there. They were ordered to kill me. Then they were really sorry, and they sort of saved my life, kind of, after having a very active hand in almost ending it. And now we're, well, friends is a strong word. I don't think they like me very much."
"Less and less every second,"
Gary growled, wiping the blood from his forehead with the hem of his shirt. "It's sort of an odd couple thing," Patrick assured her. "But now they're helping me get to where I'm headed, even though I keep telling them they can leave."
"What's in the Gulf of Mexico?"
the woman asked. Her words sounded like echoes in Patrick's ears. The boat and the riverbank melted away, and Patrick was back in his Chicago apartment, sitting quietly on his couch.
"I would never go to the Gulf of Mexico,"
Ben decided out loud. He was sitting in the hallway with his back to Patrick's door, thumbing through travel magazines. He'd picked them up off the floor of the apartment's lobby on his way to the stairwell. This was his new ritual, showing up at Patrick's door with old magazines.
"It's so hot. Look at these pictures. It just looks so hot."
Patrick stared at the floor. There was half of a starfish sticker that Izzy had stuck there when she was 2.5. He and Annie were never able to peel it up. Patrick had been pretty mad about it when it happened. Not mad at Izzy, but mad that there was a half-ripped sticker glued to the wooden floor they just had refinished 2 months before. He'd told Izzy for the 100th time not to put stickers on the wood, as he scrubbed at the stubborn paper with an industrial-strength cleaning solvent that was totally useless. Izzy nodded and said, "Okay, Dada." She toddled over to the sticker book, grabbed a rainbow sticker, and stuck it on Patrick's shoulder with her little baby fingers. "There you go," she said. "Thanks, pal," Patrick said. He kissed her on the head. Then she peeled a frog sticker out of the book and pasted it to the floorboards. Patrick closed his eyes and sighed. She was 2.5 years old then. And now the sticker was here, and she was gone.
"This person's sweating,"
Ben said from the other side of the door.
"God, this person is sweating through her shirt. This is supposed to be a professional magazine. This person is a model, and the whole spread looks like she just ran a marathon into a volcano. It's too hot down there. Let's never go to the Gulf, okay?"
Patrick covered the starfish sticker with his toe. It was cheap paper, shiny and smooth and real. He pulled his feet up onto the couch. He dropped a throw pillow over the sticker. He laid his head down on the armrest and cried.
"Food looks good, though," Ben offered from the hallway. "I'd trade my foot for a po' boy. Look at that. It has lettuce on it, and I'd still cut my foot off at the ankle to have one of these right now. Do you think Emerald Lagasse is dead? Probably, right? Yeah, probably."
Ben rustled the pages of the magazine, making a big, audible show of closing it up. He stood up and knocked on the door one more time.
"Leaving some potatoes out here if you want them. They look kind of weird, but I had one this morning. It was okay. Let's do this again, huh? What's that? Same time tomorrow? You got it."
He gave Patrick's door a tap-tap-slap-knock, a way of signing off.
"The Gulf of Mexico. What a dumb place," he said as he disappeared down the hall. "Hey!"
the woman on the riverboat said, snapping her fingers. Patrick blinked. The apartment was gone. Ben was gone. He was standing on the dock.
"What's at the Gulf?"
she asked again.
"Oh,"
Patrick cleared his throat. "Po' boys," he said, "and family." The woman shook her head.
"Po' boys and family. Great."
She used the crossbow to gesture toward Gary.
"Him too?"
"Well, sort of. Him and the others back there on the other side of the bridge. But they don't have to stay. I mean, they can, but I don't know that they'll want to."
"We may want to find our own way after that,"
Gary confirmed, taking a knee and cradling his head. "Look, they did this to you, not me," Patrick whispered. The woman on the riverboat shifted her weight uncomfortably.
"You redcaps don't plan on staying in the Gulf?"
"We don't have any plans on being anywhere," Gary grumbled.
"Is that right? Good to know."
The woman considered this. She lowered the crossbow.
"Let me talk to Roman," she said.
"Roman?" Gary mouthed to Patrick. Patrick shrugged.
"Oh,"
the woman added, tossing a look back over her shoulder.
"The rest of them are staying."
She gestured toward the upper decks of the boat.
"And they are deadly with their cans."
"No shit," Gary grumbled. "We'll just wait here then," Patrick confirmed. The woman dropped her shoulder and stalked off into the boat, but Patrick and Gary could feel the stares of the hidden warriors boring into their skin like slow-moving bullets. "This is nice," Patrick decided. "We never just take time to stand quietly and enjoy each other's company."
"When I start enjoying it, I'll let you know."
"Hey, I'm sorry you took a can of beans to the bean. I didn't throw it. I just didn't get hit by it."
"I know."
"Okay, because you seem angry at me."
"Oh, do I?"
Gary snapped. Patrick frowned at Gary's forehead. "That looks pretty nasty. Maybe we should clean it." He glanced at the water in the river lapping at the dock. Brown, thick and layered with chunks of hard green crust. Or maybe not. I'm not putting any of that monkey dust water in my bloodstream, Gary spat. It'll turn me into some monster like the fish thing that got Ted. Boy, that thing could run, huh? Patrick said, almost wistful. Gary would have furrowed his brow if it hadn't hurt so goddamn much. You sound pretty fucking sweet on it. Patrick shrugged. I grew up on the X-Men cartoon. Mutants are not to be feared, but to be embraced and trained for righteous combat. I got a feeling all that weird shit's just gonna keep piling up, Gary said. More monkey dust mixing with more nature, making more and more weird creatures. Give it a few years, you could probably have your own fish mutant circus. Patrick's eyes glistened. That's all 8-year-old Patrick ever wanted. The woman with the crossbow reappeared at the railing. Hey, he'll see you. She gave a signal, and a second woman appeared from the darkness of the first-deck cabins. She hauled a homemade ladder over the side of the boat and leaned it against the railing so they could climb on board. Great, Gary muttered, stepping across the dock. Not you, the woman with the crossbow snapped. She pointed a bolt at Patrick. Him. Gary's face flushed red. It's both of us or none of us, he growled. None, then. She signaled again, and the second woman began to draw up the ladder. Wait, Patrick said. He squeezed Gary's shoulder. It's okay. I'll be fine. They'll eat you for all you know. Literally fucking eat you. If they try it, they'll just choke on my bones. I am exceedingly bony. He tossed his elbows through the air to show how pointy they were. I'll be okay. You'd better, Gary snapped. If we came all this way just for you to die here, I'll find your corpse and piss on it myself. Ah, yes, Patrick said, patting Gary on the arm as he walked toward the ladder. The old Irish goodbye. That's not what an Irish goodbye is. But Patrick didn't hear him. He was scrambling up the ladder and tripping clumsily over the railing. He fell onto the boat, and 3 more women rushed forward, rusty blades in hand. They yanked him to his feet and dragged him into the darkness. Ah, hell, Gary muttered. Then he sat down on the bank to wait. 26. Patrick stumbled through the dark cabin of the riverboat. He just could not believe how bad it smelled. I knew it would be wet in here, but sweet Jesus, this carpet, he said with a sour face. It's not a J.C. Penney, one of his escorts shot back. You want skinny plasticoids to spray flowery shit in your nostrils every 4 seconds? Go back to Malibu. Plasticoids? Patrick wondered silently. Malibu? This is the fucking end times, and guess what? Carpets get moldy. Another woman shot at him. She tightened her grip on his arm and yanked him forward sharply. I'm not complaining, Patrick protested. I'm just noticing, and what I notice primarily is that the smell makes me want to throw up. You get over that eventually, the third woman confided, bringing up the rear of the guard. The smell never gets good, but you'll want to harm yourself over it less. They pulled him through a cabin and into a gloomy foyer, where a short flight of stairs trudged its way to the second deck through the stifling weight of red and black floral carpeting. Patrick shuffled up the steps, shoved on by the women below. He tripped over the top step, banged his shins on the hard floor. He cursed, but he also wondered how such a thick and heavy carpet could be so goddamn thin. The women didn't seem to care much for his clumsiness. One of them jabbed him with the hilt of her machete until he grumbled back to his feet and stumbled on. I don't even know where I'm going, he said. We'll let you know if you take a wrong turn. He passed a hallway as one of the women slapped his ear with the flat side of her machete. Ow! The woman grinned. Turn left. I should have jumped off Cinderella's castle, Patrick grumbled. They shuttled him through a dining room filled with 8-foot round tables in various states of disrepair, some of them covered by soiled cloths. Years-old chicken skin was ground into the carpet, and the smell of mildew was smeared over by dust and grease. Through the double doors, past the rusty, useless kitchen, down another dingy hallway, and up one more flight of damp stairs. They emerged in a study of sorts, a semicircular room with dark wood panel walls and a burgundy paisley carpet. A set of large windows at the back of the room cast a wide opening over the boat's big red paddle wheel. The watery green apocalyptic light filtered in through the windows, augmented by a series of 6 kerosene lamps on hooks in the walls. Their flames threw a flickering orange-yellow light on a heavy oak desk in the center of the room. Behind the table, obscured by the glare of the window backlight, his face shifting in the light of the lanterns, sat a man in dark gray slacks and a blue button-down shirt that was really not very dirty, all things considered. One of Patrick's escorts hurried up to the desk and whispered something into his ear. As he listened, his face brightened. "Ah," the man said. He pushed back his chair and stood up. He stepped around the table and extended his hand to Patrick, his face bearing a soft smile. "Welcome aboard. I'm Roman Marwood. Pleasure to meet you." Patrick clasped his hand and shook. "Patrick Deen. Thanks for the warm welcome." "Ah, yes, I see the welt," he said, examining Patrick's cheek. He turned to the women with the machetes, and his eyes flashed. "That'll be all, ladies," he said, a small sharpness on his tongue. The 2 women slunk back out of the room and closed the door. Roman's face softened once more. "Sorry about that. They love hitting people." "Could have been worse," Patrick demurred. "They could have used the blade." "Absolutely." Roman returned to his seat, and he gestured at an empty chair on Patrick's side of the desk. "Please, sit down. I've got a pretty fussy red cap out there. I'm not sure I have time for tea." Still, Patrick set down his backpack and lowered himself into the chair, crossing an ankle over his knee. "Caught that can she threw pretty square, right?" Roman laughed. "He should be able to see straight in a day or so." "Most people duck." "I did," Patrick replied. "He did not." "It's actually something of a test for us," Roman admitted, shifting back in his chair and matching Patrick's casual lean. "Anyone who knocks on the door gets a can of beans at the head. The ones who duck usually snatch up the beans and run. They're just desperate for food, as we all are. You must have quite the pantry if you're throwing beans at everyone who comes to the door." Roman laughed. "Oh, they're not really beans. We fill old cans with rocks and water and solder them shut." "Oh, well, that's not very nice," Patrick pointed out. "It's not very nice to try to take our food," Roman countered. "I don't think it's taking if you hurl it at their heads." "It shows us what they were here for," Roman said dismissively. "They came to take our food. They can't have it. What we have, we've earned, just like anyone else." "Lot of ways to earn things these days," Patrick mused. He rubbed his chin as he worked to mentally sort his first impressions of Roman. Well-dressed, educated, aging Wall Street bro, or maybe, no, definitely a tech investor. But pleasant, well-meaning, not entirely in tune with the new world. Probably at least a little racist. Roman snorted. "Absolutely." He shifted again and leaned forward, propping his elbows on the desk. "Of course, if they don't duck, the can connects. And when it connects hard. Ella has a wicked arm." "I saw." "That usually sets them off. They get mad, they rush the boat, they wind up with an arrow in the chest." Patrick slapped his hand on his knee. "Well, I'll tell you, Roman, that seems like some pretty cruel and needless instigation. Best case scenario, you return to your starving family with a can of definitely not food. Worst case, you die arrow up on the banks of some bullshit river." Roman's mouth twisted into a frown. "No, you don't get it. I'm not bragging. I'm trying to explain the reality of our times. We're a small pack of survivors, same as every single person who comes up to the boat. But we have something they want, so they see us as a mark. Desperation is a fog. It confuses everything. It makes us dangerous. It has to be disrupted. The people who walk up to the boat are desperate, maybe for food, maybe for a ride, maybe for blood. I have to protect my people. The cans aren't cruelty. They're our first line of defense. You could try, like, a series of riddles, Patrick suggested. Roman smiled again, and Patrick searched his face. He didn't find malice there, hiding in the folds around the corners of his eyes. What he saw was exhaustion, and what he felt was exhaustion. Riddles are for children. His muscles released their tension just a notch. So people who don't run toward you or away from you, they end up machete-slapped onto the boat? Some of them, not all of them. How'd I make the cut? My boyish good looks? My fresh-faced smile? Carla's a good judge of people's character. She was intrigued by you. She's the one with the crossbow? Lots of them have crossbows, Roman corrected. She's the one with the crossbow you could see. He reached into a desk drawer and drew out a glass bottle with a rubber stopper. Inside was a murky, gold-brown liquid. Do you drink? As a physiological imperative, yes. Patrick nodded. Do I drink mystery liquids from dirty bottles offered by strangers? Boy. Yeah, sometimes. What is it? Calling it whiskey would be a little vainglorious. It's more like a minimum viable product. Roman flipped the stopper off the bottle and poured 2 fingers into a glass. It's yours if you want it, but I'm not too proud to drink alone. Patrick eyed the drink warily. Last stiff drink I had was made of frog's blood, he said, souring at the memory, which makes me think I should start asking what's in this stuff before I try it. No blood, just 3 ingredients, corn, water, and wild yeast. I'm not saying it's Heaven Hill material, but I promise you no animals were harmed in the making of this moonshine. Words I never thought I'd have to take comfort in. Patrick gestured at the glass, and Roman measured out a pour. Then Patrick picked it up and gave the drink a sniff. It was sharp, but not unpleasant. To opportunity, Roman said, raising his drink. Patrick knocked his glass against Roman's. Do we have one of those here? God willing. Roman took a long pull while Patrick watched his face closely. He didn't squirm or scrunch. He didn't spit it out. To opportunity, Patrick repeated as he took a sip. The liquor burned a trail across his tongue, but it tasted familiar, like fireplace nights and early winter leaves. Better than frog's blood, he decided. Amen. Another? Patrick slid his glass across the table. Hate to pass on an opportunity. Right. Back to the point. Roman smiled, sending Patrick's glass back half full. He topped himself off, too, then settled back in his chair. I have a pitch. I think you'll like it. I can't wait. You're with Redcaps, which means a lot of people out there won't trust you, and I'm not entirely sure I should either. But to me, that red hat signifies determination, a drive to get the job done. So I think we can help each other. I'm told you're trying to get to the Gulf, and it does happen that I'm headed there myself after this stop, or at least pretty close. I run a campus in Mississippi just outside of Laurel, southeast part of the state. Not too far from Mobile, actually, as luck would have it. His eyes flashed as he took another drink. About a 2-hour drive in the old days. Patrick raised an eyebrow. Well, you have my attention. Roman smiled. The farm is a big operation, big in size and big in value. It provides sustainability for a large swath of what's left of the South. Food, some textiles. It's become a sizable investment of time and labor, and of wealth, I suppose, depending on how you define that now. It takes a lot of work to keep it free of pests. Don't tell me the aphids have mutated. My worldview is hanging by a thread as it is. Aphids I could manage. It's the two-legged pests with bones of steel that I can't figure out how to exterminate. Dusters, Patrick said, nodding slowly. They are destructive and persistent, which is what brings me here. Rumor has it there's a scientist in Asheville who's managed to develop a sort of repellent. I'm here to see for myself and to establish a supply chain if it's true. He invented something that can keep runners away? Patrick asked, surprised. Do you think it's real? We'll find out tomorrow. And let me guess, you'd like some red cap protection at this meeting. Roman grinned. It is what they're known for, but that's only part of it. Putting our lives at risk is only the beginning? Love to hear it. No more than my crew and I will be putting our own lives at risk, Roman pointed out. However the meeting goes, we'll need to head back to Mississippi immediately afterward. We had some complications on the journey here that were unexpected. They set us back a full month. If we don't get back ASAP, the crop supply for the entire southern seaboard might be lost. And who will make the whiskey then? Patrick cried. Right, Roman replied. The whiskey is a big piece of the business, but not the only one. We provide food, too. Lots of food, all strategically grown. It's Farm 2.0. I have to get back to it before the zombies destroy it all, if they already haven't. So we watch your back tomorrow, help guard the boat down the river, and get an otherwise free ride in return? That's the offer. I have lots of questions. Roman grinned. I figured you might. Why us? Why strangers? Where is your crew? This can't be all of them. How dangerous is tomorrow? Do we get crossbows? How far are we going? How bad is it there? Do we get crossbows? Can you feed us? Are you going to kill us in our sleep? Is your farm a cult? Do we get crossbows? Lots of questions. Roman laughed. Tell you what, we'll spend time tonight unpacking answers to every question you have. You like what you hear, you all stick with us. You don't like the answers, we part ways. Totally cool. Totally cool, Patrick nodded slowly. No supervillain in any movie I've seen has ever said that. He reached across the table and shook Roman's hand. We'll talk, and we'll go from there. Roman's lips curled into a smile. Looking forward to it. 27.
I am not looking forward to this, Richie said, wringing his hands nervously. Is it going to be dangerous?
Oh, incredibly dangerous, Patrick assured him. He made it sound pretty easy, so you know it's going to be just absolutely fucked. He also talks like a VC bro. You should be warned about that. Okay, so why are we doing it? Brett asked. Because we spent like 4 hours together. We talked a lot. We did drink a little. Patrick burped. Excuse me. Here's my takeaway. I don't know how far we can trust him, but I think he's serious about this arrangement. Throwing in with strangers who don't give specifics about how they lost their crewmates sounds incredibly dangerous. Ted frowned. That is the one thing I didn't get a satisfying answer about, Patrick agreed. I don't think we should go into this with our eyes closed. There's danger here, no doubt about that. But walking the rest of the way to Mobile is also incredibly dangerous. Probably at least as incredibly dangerous, almost certainly even more incredibly dangerous. And riding on a boat means we can at least sit for some of it. Brett cleared his throat and spat a huge glob of mucus into the grass. That's a good point, he said. But they brained Gary with a bean can, Ted pointed out, nodding at the swollen knot on Gary's forehead. It had turned purple and was crusted over with a thin veneer of some sort of pus. Gary scowled and pulled the brim of his red cap down lower on his head, covering the bump at an excruciating physical cost. It wasn't a bean can, Patrick reminded him. It was a wet rock can. And in a way, Gary took that wet rock can bullet for me, for which I will be forever grateful. He reached out and touched Gary's shoulder in gentle gratitude. Gary scowled harder. But yes, their methods are not exactly what I'd like to see from persons comporting themselves in civilized manners. As it turns out, the world is broken and desperate, and high tea has gone out the window. So I think we give them the benefit of the doubt and just internally agree that there might be a lot of doubt not worthy of a benefit. The Redcaps glanced at each other, each man's face contorted into an indiscernible twist of frustration and confusion. "What the hell does that mean?" Jimmy asked. "I do not know," Patrick confided, but it sounded high-minded. "The point is, we can trust them about as much as we can trust anyone now, and that amount is basically zero. There's not going to be a safe and relaxing partnership with strangers. That sort of thing was hard enough in the old world. We cannot trust these people, but we cannot trust anyone. The question isn't, is this plan bad for us? The question is this plan better bad or worse bad than us walking alone for the next few months? I think it's better bad. Better bad is not good. But if we're on a boat with these people and it turns bad, then we, at the very least, know who our enemies are, and that we don't need to worry about checking dusters on the perimeter. To me, that sounds better than walking, where we don't know what's coming at us from any given side at every given second. Plus, I think they need us, and that gives us some safety." The other Redcaps looked at Gary. He was gritting his teeth and working very hard not to show the pain his hat brim was causing. "What do you think, Gare?" Ted asked. "I think all of the people who were allowed to call me Gare got dusted 5 years ago, and that if you try it one more time, you'll get a pipe across the face. But enough about his sex life," Brett snickered behind his hand. Only Ted heard him. He choked on his own spit. Everyone looked at him and asked if he was okay. Ted held up a hand and nodded, though he continued to cough up a storm. "Anyway," Gary continued, annoyed, "these boat people are full of piss and vinegar, as my grandma used to say. Women, every one of them, except the head honcho. Not that I'm saying there's anything wrong with women," he added quickly, and the other Redcaps murmured their agreement, just in case any women were around to hear them. "I'm just saying they've got a different approach, that's all. Almost like a subset of humanity that was roundly subjugated as a lesser class for centuries of Western rule finally had an even playing field that they're making their own in a way that the historic subjugators now feel strangely affronted by," Patrick said, beaming and resting his chin on his fists. "Go on." Gary closed his eyes. He counted to 5, and he regretted, not for the first time, every bad thing he'd done that had delivered him a penance like Patrick Deen. "I think we should be careful. But it's also the best plan we got. Stay on our toes, and we'll get where we're going in a quarter of the time." "Good enough for me," Jimmy nodded. "I haven't seen that many women in one place since the internet went down," Richie said seriously. "I'm in." "Tell them about the contact dermatitis," Patrick suggested. Richie scowled. "I could use the break," Ted said miserably. He limped in place to remind them that he'd fallen off a bridge and lost a chunk of his leg to a duster. "How about you, Brett?" Brett snorted. "I was always in. If you dipshits had said no, I'd have gotten on the boat alone. Walking blows. There are actually a lot of really great health benefits associated with walking," Jimmy said. Brett rolled his eyes. "Shut up, Johnny. Don't you start that shit, too." "All right, so we're agreed," Patrick said, stepping between Brett and Jimmy, holding his hands out for peace. "Which is good, because we're 3 feet away from the boat. They can probably hear everything we're saying." "We can," one of the women called out from the deck. "I told you we should have had this conversation before moving the whole group over here," Gary said, annoyed. "I wanted to see the boat," Ted reminded them. "And what do you think?" Roman's voice carried out from the upper deck. He leaned over the railing, smiling down. "Could use a paint job," Brett suggested. Roman's smile vanished. "Sure." "It's called the Big Muddy Queen?" Ted asked. "Great, isn't it?" Roman laughed. "She's one of 4 sister riverboats, the Delta King, the Delta Queen, the American Queen, and our Big Muddy Queen. Isn't it hilarious?" "Where'd you find her?" Jimmy wondered. "She washed up near the campus. Crew must have abandoned her, or maybe stepped off for a bit and didn't live to make it back." He ran his hands tenderly along the peeling white railing and inhaled deeply, as if breathing in the boat's scent. "She was meant to be mine." The Redcaps looked at each other uneasily. "Normal," Patrick assured them, nodding encouragingly. "Carla," Roman continued, drifting back to himself, "will you show our guests to their room? It'll be dark in a few hours. Why don't you all get settled, then join us back at the dock for dinner? We'll want to set out tomorrow before dawn. Let's make sure to get plenty of rest." He clapped his hands like a team coach. Then he smiled again, waved, and disappeared into his cabin. "Sure thing, Dad," Brett mumbled dryly. Carla, the woman who had held Patrick and Gary at crossbow point, ambled over to the ladder and motioned them up. She wore an olive-green tank top smeared with engine grease and goggles pushed up on her head like a post-apocalyptic gadget from Rescue Rangers.
"He likes to hear himself talk,"
she sighed. "Don't we all?" Patrick replied. She frowned and looked pointedly at Patrick.
"Some more than others."
Hurtful, but fair. Carla motioned with her head, and Patrick led the Redcaps up the plank.
"Welcome to the boat,"
she said, casually turning the crossbow in airy circles.
"For however long it lasts."
That didn't make them feel good. They set up camp inside the damp, grimy dining room. Once the tables had been pushed up against the walls, there was a fair amount of space. A safe and protective space, which was a luxury the Redcaps hadn't had since the train. That alone was enough to give the accommodations 3 stars. Still, it was wet, and it smelled like mold. Half the surfaces were smeared with a paste of monkey dust mixed with old dust, dark ash, yellow pollen, dead bugs, and chicken grease. The room smelled like a 300-year-old McDonald's that had flooded in 1940 and had just recently been dragged out of the water, propped up on its soggy timbers, and opened up for business again.
"If this is a dining room, why is there carpet?"
asked Richie, treading sourly across the floor. No one had an answer for that, so everyone just ignored him. They staked their claims and laid out their packs, getting themselves all arranged. When the sun went down, they saw bonfires spark to life through the windows of the cabin. The women of the ship had gathered around the dock, building and lighting the fires in what seemed to be some sort of ritual. There were 6 of them altogether. Carla had lied about their numbers to Patrick. But what they lacked in group size, they made up for in intensity and effectiveness. There was Carla, whom they'd met, Lucia, a small, strong woman with a face like a cherub and a mouth like a sailor, Melissa and Mary, the 2 women who'd led Patrick to Roman, slapping him with machetes along the way. They were sisters, it turned out. There was also Ella, built like a steeple, with fire-orange hair, and Adiva, quiet and thoughtful, dressed all in black. They moved quietly, setting logs and fanning flames and readying the strips of meat they'd produced from God knows where. A mismatched cluster of frying pans were passed from fire to fire, and soon the air was thick with the savory scent of meat sizzling over an open flame. It drew the men out from their moldy campsite like it was a curling finger. They floated through the boat, hanging on the smell. The men folded themselves into the empty slots around the fire, awkwardly introducing themselves to the women who ran the ship. "Thank you for the hospitality," Patrick said. Thank you for replacing the hypermasculine morons who got ripped apart by dusters at our last port, said one of the women, also genuinely. Well, that's not a story I want to hear, Patrick frowned. What happened? Gary asked. Carla snickered from across the fire. Go on, Lucia, she said, the flames flashing in the lenses of her goggles like shining, sanded-down Hellboy horns. Enlighten them. Lucia stabbed at the sizzling gray deer meat with a barbecue fork. We had a bunch of dipshit frat fucks on the boat for most of the trip. From the farm, Carla chimed in, good at pulling crops, bad at being humans. They begged to make the trip, Lucia continued. Change of scenery, you know. Wanted to protect the girls. Carla sucked her teeth. Roman shouldn't have done it. He knows what happens when new blood takes the boat. Richie gulped. What happens when new blood takes the boat? He whispered. Lucia laughed. They made it most of the trip. Mostly puked their guts out, but they did okay. Until Knoxville. The women at the other fires fell quiet hearing the name of Knoxville invoked. A flow of cold air pushed across the dock, pulling the flames down low. We told them not to get off the fucking boat, Lucia said. We got a wood guy in Knoxville, Carla explained. It's our refueling point. The woodman, Ella said. Carla whooped, and the other women followed suit. Those who had glasses in their hands raised a salute, then coughed down the rotgut inside. The woodman is very particular, Lucia confirmed. We know him, he knows us. The boys didn't know shit. The woodman sure as shit didn't know the boys. Rest in peace. More peace with them gone. Another round of whoops, another round of shots. So the boys come along in their big puffy jackets and their stupid fucking hats. We get to the woodman, and immediately they start pulling their dicks out. Metaphorically, Carla clarified. Calling him an old man, throwing acorns at him, taking twice as much wood as they paid for, trying to be big men. Men are always trying to be big men, Mary said. But so many of them are so small, Melissa cackled back, holding her fingers 3 inches from each other. So the woodman looks at us and what? We're going to stick out our necks for these assholes? A chorus went up among the women. Hell no! Hell no! So the woodman looks at us and we shake our heads like they're not with us, and they never were with us. They were hired help, treating us like shit 1 minute, begging for sex the next. All the shit that got programmed into the world that the monkey bombs debugged in one fell swoop. Hard reset. We're not going back. Whoop! Clink. So we shake our heads, and the woodman doesn't miss a beat. He tells the meatheads, piles around back, leave me something, will you? The brainless idiots go on back, laughing their stupid fucking heads off, not stopping to wonder for 1 second why this guy who trades in one of the most valuable assets you can lay hands on today keeps that valuable shit lying around on the back porch. Richie sat up alarmed. He was very invested in the story. The wood wasn't back there, he guessed. Lucia rolled her eyes. No, sport, the wood wasn't back there. The wood was where the wood is hidden. You don't carry the wood out. You make your request and the woodman has it brought out to you. Or he doesn't. Ted cleared his throat. So, what was on the back porch? Carla turned, her eyes dark in the night, her goggles crackling with fire. There is no back porch. There's only 10 cords of wood in a big duster pit. You go in, Lucia added, the dusters come out. They come out of tunnels. It's a whole thing. Think the Roman Colosseum, but smaller. And worse, Carla added. Way worse, Lucia nodded. Way messier. They let that hang in the air while the men's imaginations filled in the gaps. Richie turned pale. He looked like he might throw up again. Ted placed his hands near the hole in his leg as he realized just how lucky he'd actually been. Brett sort of smiled at the thought of the frat bros getting theirs. "And now it's just us girls," Lucia said, snuggling against Carla. Carla raised one eyebrow.
"Or it was, until today."
Adiva looked seriously at the men, her dark eyes like oil through the fire.
"We'll see how long this next crop lasts."
28. Sunrise came fast, or maybe sleep came late. Either way, the second Patrick woke, he desperately needed a nap.
"Where's the complimentary coffee on this cruise ship?"
He yawned, stretching and shuffling his way out to the deck.
"Here."
Ella tossed him a stick. It bounced off his head and clattered to the wooden floor. "What is this?" he asked, looking down at the stick and yawning again.
"It's a root."
"What kind of root?"
"A flower root."
Patrick scratched his hip and blinked his sleepy eyes. "Is that the taxonomical term?" Carla pushed her way out onto the deck, chewing on a stick of her own.
"It's dandelion root," she clarified. "It's like morning coffee, but chewy and kind of gross."
Patrick frowned down at it lying by his foot. "It's dirty," he pointed out.
"Yep."
He sighed as he bent to pick up the small, twisted stick. "Do dandelion roots even have caffeine?"
"Nope."
"Then it's not really like coffee at all, is it?" Patrick said sourly. Ella shrugged.
"It's like decaf."
"I have been funneled into the stupidest timeline," he muttered, but he brushed the dirt off the root and stuck it in his mouth anyway. It tasted like moldy bread and dirt. Sort of a Folgers vibe to it, he decided. The rest of the redcaps followed groggily, stumbling onto the deck and stretching in the early morning mist. "I haven't slept that hard in months," Brett mumbled through a yawn. "REM sleep! I had REM sleep!" Jimmy beamed. "Good!" Roman's voice boomed from the next deck up, rolling around the monkey fog like thunder. He leaned out over the railing, the sleeves of his navy blue sweater rolled up to the elbows. He looked washed, fresh, and alert. Patrick looked down at his own torn jeans and his greasy shirt. "I should take a bath this month," he thought. "Glad to hear you're well-rested, guys," Roman said cheerfully. "We'll move out after breakfast, get an early start." Carla was already directing the rekindling of the fires. The sisters were cutting through a small pile of potatoes with sharpened pieces of an old street sign. Patrick couldn't remember the last time he'd had 2 meals in a row that didn't come out of a can. The men ate quietly, still feeling out their surroundings. The women watched them with bland curiosity, the way they might have looked at a 16-year-old dog in the window of an animal shelter. They really don't expect us to last long, Patrick thought. Boy, he didn't love that. By the time they finished breakfast, Roman had dragged 2 big rolling coolers up to the edge of the deck and motioned for help carrying them down the plank. Gary and Brett lifted one, and Patrick took hold of one end of the other. Together, he and Roman heaved it down the makeshift steps, struggling under the weight. "What's in this thing? A black hole?" Patrick asked, letting the cooler crash down on its wheels when they hit the dock. Roman gave him a strange look. "Aren't black holes, like, super small?" "Yeah, but they weigh 10 solar masses," Patrick said, wiping his forehead on the back of his arm. Roman reached down and pulled open the lid. Inside were 6 white contraptions that looked like squat, fat bread-making machines. Patrick sighed. "Oh, nice. We're making sourdough?" "Ooh, I love sourdough," Ted whined. "Everyone loves sourdough," Richie replied. "Name one person who doesn't love sourdough." "I hate sourdough," Brett said, crossing his powerful arms. "That okay with you?" I didn't mean everyone," Richie squeaked, shrinking back. Roman grinned. Not sourdough, not even close. We're making science. At least someone will be. He patted one of the pearl-colored machines gently. These are centrifuges. They're bartering chips for our new friend, the scientist. They make centrifuges out of black holes? Patrick asked, still struggling to catch his breath. Because of how heavy the black holes are, and also these coolers. He felt the need to explain. They're only like 25 pounds each, Roman pointed out. I think maybe you should exercise more. Oh, Patrick frowned. He pinched his bicep. It was almost exclusively bone. Ours is light, Gary smirked. He lifted up the lid and peered inside. Beakers, nice. Brett held out a fist and Gary bumped it. So this guy is a real scientist, eh? Patrick asked. He picked out a beaker and carefully unwound the mostly popped bubble wrap that had been cinched around it. He held the glass vial up to the light. It was pretty dirty. That's the rumor, Roman said. He gently lifted the beaker out of Patrick's hands and carefully replaced the bubble wrap. You wouldn't believe what it cost for a cooler full of unbroken beakers. Patrick raised his hands and stepped away. Sure, right. Sorry. I mean it. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. You'd call me a liar. He wants you to ask what he had to trade for it, Carla murmured, nudging Patrick. Do I care that much? Patrick asked her. You do not. Okay, then. Brett shrugged his shoulders and turned his neck until it cracked. How far away is this guy, this rumored scientist? He asked. Roman frowned when he realized no one would be asking him how much he paid for the equipment. He placed the wrapped beaker back inside the cooler and closed the lid. Shouldn't be too far down in that direction, he said, nodding vaguely south. 3 miles, maybe 4, through the woods down there. That's a long way to go in the woods, Gary said. A whole lot of hiding places for a whole lot of bad things. It probably ain't going to be a cakewalk, Brett agreed, spitting into the river. Feels like the kind of trip not everyone makes it back from. No kidding, Roman snorted. Why do you think you're here? 29. Ted stayed behind due to his entire injured body, but he promised to make himself useful while he was there, stoking the fires, washing dishes, and valiantly defending the ship from any would-be attackers that happened to descend while the main crew was away. I'll defend this boat with my life, he swore. Brett snorted. Says the man who got dropped by a fish. Shut up, Brett. The rest of the Redcaps set out with Roman, as did Carla, Ella, and Lucia. Adiva and the sisters stayed back to guard the ship. Patrick gave 50-50 odds that Ted would annoy them to the point of his own murder before the party returned. They pulled the coolers down Riverside Drive, a 2-lane highway just over the berm from the river's edge. Old, powerful oaks lined the eastern side of the road, throwing long shadows over the asphalt and making the path feel gloomy, small, and watched. Richie dragged one cooler down the road and Brett rolled the other. The abandoned cars from M-Day were thin on this part of the highway, but the asphalt was showing its years of disrepair, and potholes made the way rough going. "Watch it!" Roman snarled when Richie hit a deep rut. "The glass in that cooler is worth more than your life." Richie blushed. "Sorry." Jimmy walked close to Lucia. She carried a scimitar and looked like she knew how to use it. Carla walked with an arrow nocked in her crossbow, sweeping the tree line from time to time. Patrick prayed that she was being proactive rather than reactive with it. "See anybody?" Roman asked without breaking his stride. Carla frowned. "I'm not sure." "All right," Roman said. "Look alive." "Or we all look dead," the women responded in unison. "Whoa," Patrick said. "You have a call and repeat? How come we don't have a cool call and repeat?" he asked Gary. "I think it'd be great for morale." Gary grunted his disagreement. Soon they approached what they'd come to think of affectionately as Ted's Bridge. Officially entering Duster territory, Patrick told the group. Roman paused and raised his hand, signaling the others to do the same. He seemed to listen to the breeze, to feel the green fog for vibrations. He stood that way for almost a full minute, turning the knobs of his senses to home in on whatever frequency he was searching for. "All right," he said finally, turning to the group. "Let's go around." They walked back to a point where the trees started to thin, turning off the road there and pushing into the woods, quickly losing themselves in the brush. Brett cursed loudly as he fought to drag the cooler through the snarling tangle. Richie simply picked up his cooler and carried it through, making sure to whistle and smile at Brett as he passed. Brett made a mental note to feed Richie to some alligators when they got down south. The trees went on for longer than they expected, and soon they were pulling their legs through thick vegetation, the dark shroud of trees blocking the sunlight like curtains. "I thought Asheville was a town," Patrick frowned. They pushed on through the brush, passing behind houses every few hundred yards and giving each a wide berth. Suddenly Roman threw up his arm, nearly catching Patrick in the face. Patrick stopped just short of hitting it. Jimmy stumbled into him, pushing Patrick forward until his nose squished against Roman's elbow. Roman's sweater sleeve smelled like chicory and wood smoke. It set Patrick's mouth watering for reasons he didn't quite understand and didn't have the time to explore. "Everybody down!" Roman hissed. He dropped to the forest floor, and all three of his soldiers did the same. Patrick, still reeling from the half-second elbow smoosh, was slower to react. He sort of stumbled/lowered his body awkwardly into the brush. The other redcaps followed suit, easing themselves down onto the moist, rotting leaves. Richie eyed the muck nervously.
Down? On the ground?
"Down!" Roman hissed again. Richie began to explain that he had sensitive skin and was susceptible to breakouts, but Brett grabbed one of his ankles and yanked it out from under him before he could get started. Richie yelped as he fell ass first into a snarl of branches covered by tiny thorns. He threw his head back and hollered in pain. Gary clapped a hand over his mouth, pushing back against his screams so roughly that Richie started to gag. "Shut the fuck up!" Gary growled in his ear. Richie mumbled incoherently through Gary's iron grasp. Gary pulled his hand away and Richie tried again.
"I fell in a sticker bush," he whispered.
"So move, dipshit," Brett advised. Richie glowered.
"You did that on purpose."
Brett grinned. It wasn't a pond full of gators, but still, it had been pretty satisfying. Roman looked back, fixing them all with a cold iron stare. The redcaps shrank back into the brush. Seconds passed, then a full minute. Patrick glanced around the woods, wondering what Roman was hearing or seeing that the rest of them weren't. He was about to chance a whisper to voice his curiosity when the sound of footfalls crunching over brittle sticks crackled through the woods ahead of them. The sound grew closer and closer. It wasn't just one set of feet, but several sets from someone's or something's stalking through the forest, the sounds moving nearer. Patrick's heart ran cold when he heard the telltale rasp that they had come to know so intimately the last few years. "Dusters," Jimmy breathed. Roman held his hand up for quiet yet again. This time there was perfect obedience. No one spoke or moved. They held their breath. They waited. The forest floor was dense with broken twigs, fallen leaves, snarls of tangled bushes, and shade-grown ferns. But the group wasn't sure if any of it would be enough to cover them and keep them out of sight at any reasonable distance. The Dusters stepped into the clearing just ahead. They pulled themselves through the branches like demons being born, wrenching free from the wet tangle of vines and gulping down furious breaths of air. There were 4 of them, limbs twisted, jaws hanging, and skin peeling off their bones. They stalked across the clearing on broken legs, snarling and hacking up wet yellow phlegm. They were close enough to smell. Their stench was sour and meaty, like roadkill. The smell was so thick Richie actually did gag. He pushed his mouth down into his hands to stifle the noise, but he couldn't keep it all back. The dusters stopped. The one in front lifted his head and sniffed at the air. The other three creatures lifted their noses too, inhaling sharply, tasting for scent on the wind. The redcaps and boat people all smelled ripe, a combination of sweat and blood and body odor and campfire smoke, and God only knew what else was soaked into their clothes, their hair, and their skin. But somehow the dusters didn't seem to smell them. They lowered their heads again and resumed their shambling across the clearing. They passed back into the trees in a jagged single file, pushing through the branches and losing themselves in the forest. Patrick let out his breath. Jesus, that was close. Then the last duster stopped. It made a strange clicking sound, a dry rattle gurgle from the back of its throat. It lifted its nose and sniffed again. This time it turned straight toward them. "Fuck!" Jimmy gasped. It was a reflex, automatic. He hadn't meant to speak. He hadn't meant to be so loud. He hadn't meant to say anything at all. The other three dusters snapped back into the clearing. They growled and snapped at each other like raptors, jostling for the scent of a meal. One of them stumbled forward, 20 yards from the spot where the redcaps lay half hidden in the brush. Then 15 yards. Then 10. Then it saw them. The duster roared, and its packmates stalked forward, reaching out hungrily, desperately, strings of yellow drool hanging from their lips. Carla leapt to her feet and pulled a 3-pound hammer from a nylon holster around her waist, raising it over her shoulder. The dusters staggered into the brush. They moved quickly, blindly, following their stomachs more than their eyes. They shoved through the evergreen arms of a white pine. The dusters stopped. They sniffed, snorted. Then they did something unexpected. They screamed. They were primal screams, screams of terror and pain. The dusters shrieked like banshees in a bear trap, clawing their way out of the tree and back into the clearing. They screamed and huffed, clawing at each other, scraping off huge chunks of flesh with their ragged nails. Their jaws snapped in frustration and fear as they pulled themselves away from the clearing and crashed back into the brush, heading the way they'd come, disappearing through the reaching limbs and leaving the redcaps and the boat people behind. "What the fuck?" Lucia said. "No idea." Roman stood up and brushed the twigs and leaves from his sweater. "You guys ever see anything like that?" "I've never even heard of anything like that," Patrick replied. "If I'd known they were allergic to Christmas trees, I'd have gone to the Yukon instead of Disney World." "Maybe it's like vampires and crosses," Richie said. The entire group turned. "What?" Carla said. Richie shrank back. "You know, like Santa is their Antichrist?" Ella took a large step away from Richie. "Is this guy for real?" "I have contact dermatitis," Richie mumbled as an excuse. They pushed forward again, moving as quietly as they could through the woods. Eventually they broke out into a paved road that curved its way up the mountain. "This should be right," Roman nodded. He led them up the hill and around the bend, checking off address numbers on the hill houses as they went. Apparently he had an address in mind. "It's the next one," he said. They rounded the corner and stopped dead in their tracks. "You've got to be kidding me," Carla said. If Roman's address was right, the scientist's lab was actually a house, a mid-size ranch style with pale blue siding and an overgrown yard. The shingles were in rough shape, and the shutters had mostly given up their grips, none of which really mattered because they were all decorative anyway. The windows were boarded up from the inside with thick planks, the gutters were hanging off the edge of the roof, and the twisted remains of the storm door drooped like aluminum foil that had been twisted into an art project during Dolly Week. But none of the crew noticed any of those things. Their collective attention was drawn to the thick crowd of dusters that milled through the yard like pigs in a pen. "What are they doing?" Roman asked. Carla shook her head. "I've never seen them like this." None of them had. They were used to the furious, frantic, slavering runners, but the docile, shambling zombies in the scientist's yard, that was something new. "It's almost like they're—" Roman trailed off. He couldn't find the words. "I don't know what. They're different. It's like they're prisoners," Patrick said, "like they've been broken." The Redcaps grunted their agreement. The dusters were packed into the yard like toothpicks in a box, squeezing and squirming past each other, their low moans tired, resigned, drained. It was impossible to count them with the way they roiled, but there were at least 100 in the postage stamp yard. "You sure this is it?" Gary asked. Roman frowned. "The address is right." "There's an awful lot of dusters for a lab that makes things to keep dusters away," Patrick pointed out. Roman nodded. "I was just thinking the same thing." Then the air was cut with the crackle of radio static squeaking to life. A voice with a metallic ring said, "Open the mailbox." The crew exchanged glances. The dented green aluminum mailbox rested half on and half off a gnarled wooden post at the end of the driveway. Its red flag was up. "Paper, rock, scissors?" Patrick asked. Brett snorted. "I'll do it." He pushed through the group and strode up to the mailbox, slowing as he drew near. The writhing throng of dusters ended just a couple yards away, and their quiet growling unnerved him. He moved more cautiously then, keeping one eye on the horde. He reached for the lid with a trembling hand, his fingers brushing the metal. He gripped the edge, readying to pull it open, when something on the mailbox post glinted. He froze. Slowly he bent down and peered beneath the mailbox. A thin black wire ran out through a hole in the bottom and down the wooden post, disappearing into the grass. The wire was fixed to the post with industrial staples that caught the shifting light. Roman cleared his throat. "Everything all right?" he asked. Brett ignored him. He touched the wire. A gentle hum of electricity flowed beneath its sheath. The sound inside the mailbox crackled back to life. "It's not rigged," the radio voice said. Brett snorted. "Easy for you to say." He touched the mailbox gently, examining it on all sides. The group watched nervously, drawing themselves back, contracting into a fist. "Is it a B-O-M-B?" Richie asked. Patrick stared at him. "Why did you spell it?" "I don't know," he frowned. Brett shook his head. "It's a low-voltage wire," he said over his shoulder. "It's probably safe." "How probably?" Roman asked. Brett shrugged. "Let's find out." He pulled open the mailbox lid. "Boom!" shrieked the voice. Richie screamed. The ear-piercing sound of radio laughter crackled through the air. "Gotcha!" Inside the mailbox sat a small walkie-talkie resting on a power base, its tiny green light blinking lazily. Brett snatched the walkie off its base and tossed it at Roman. "Your scientist is a real asshole," he grumbled. Roman caught the walkie and pushed the talk button. "Dr. Gustede, I presume?" "You shouldn't," the voice said. "Who are you?" "We're your target market. We want to talk about a purchase." Roman opened one of the coolers and pulled out a bubble-wrapped bundle. He peeled away the wrapping and held up an Erlenmeyer flask over the heads of the zombies, high enough to be seen from the front windows. The walkie was quiet in his hand. The only sound was the low, grumbling groan of the horde. Finally the voice crackled back to life. "In through the sewer, 2 of you maximum. The rest of you stay." The voice cut out, followed by a click. The line was dead. "Sewer?" Roman asked into the walkie. His question was met with cold, dead silence. "What sewer?" he demanded again. But the voice on the other end was gone. "I'll take a wild guess," Patrick offered. He pointed down at a storm drain built into the curb a few feet away from the mailbox post. "Pennywise wants us to go float down there." Brett slapped Patrick's arm with the back of his hand. "Why would you say that?" he glowered. "Don't say that." Patrick was stunned. "You, of all people, afraid of it? I'm telling you, I would have bet a literal $1 million that it would have been Richie." I don't like that movie either," Richie frowned. "Well, at least now I'm rich," Patrick said. He held out his hand. "Pay me." Roman knelt down and inspected the drain. It looked normal enough. Brick construction under a cement cap with slimy moss creeping up across the brick. He stepped onto the rectangular cap and pried up the manhole cover. He rolled it into the grass, then took a small flashlight from his pack and shone it down into the hole. "There's a runoff tunnel that leads to the house," he said. He looked up at his crew. "Carla, are you up for it?" Carla was already on her way with her hands on her hips, her mouth twisted and annoyed. "I'd rather crawl through that sewer than listen to these idiots," she said, jerking a thumb at Richie and Brett. "Any of you other heroes want to join me?" "Hell no," Gary gruffed. "It's really unsanitary," Jimmy fretted. Carla grinned at Patrick. "Guess it's you and me." "Oh." Patrick grimaced. Tight spaces weren't exactly on his top 10 list of cool spots to pass the time. Then again, all the zombies were on the outside, so maybe inside was the better place to be. Plus, it seemed like Carla could do a solid job protecting them both. "Sure." He dropped his bag and kicked it over to Gary. "If I get eaten by a spider clown, get this to Ben, will you?" "If you get eaten by a spider clown, I'll be halfway to Canada before your blood hits the asphalt." Patrick snorted. "Coward." "Take this," Roman said, handing him a flashlight. Patrick slipped it into his back pocket. "Thanks." The sewer hole was cold, wet, and slimy, and dark. Narrow iron bands were affixed to the bricks, situated vertically every 8 inches or so, forming a slippery ladder. Carla went first, moving quickly with a penlight between her teeth. She swung down into the horizontal tunnel and swept the light around. "Storm runoff, not sewer," she confirmed. "How about spider clowns?" Patrick asked. "Inconclusive," she replied. She clicked off the light. "Very funny," Patrick grumbled. He lowered himself onto an iron rung. His sneakers slipped and his whole body clenched with fear. His foot swung out over nothingness. His fingertips dug into the cement cap. "I hate this," he decided. He resituated his foot, jamming his heel against the metal and curling his toes in toward the brick. Slowly, carefully, he lowered himself into the sewer, his sweaty palms hot against the wet iron. Down he went until his foot found the lip of the runoff tunnel. He eased down into the darkness, grasping for something, anything, to give his hands purchase. A hand whipped out of the darkness and yanked him forward. Carla clicked on the light and flashed him a grin. "I love this adventure, and I'm glad we met," Patrick said. "Then how come you're sweating so much?" she smirked. "Because I was lying. I hate everything about this." "Figured." Carla shone her light down the length of the tunnel. It was about 5 feet in diameter, large enough for them to stand if they hunched. The walls were uneven, clumsy dirt, and shards of rust-colored pottery crunched beneath their feet. "Looks like someone broke up the clay pipe that ran through here and dug it out to make it a usable passage." "Looks like it was a hand job, which is a phrase I instantly regret using," Patrick grimaced. "I mean, it looks like they dug it by hand, with a shovel, not, you know." "Hey, no kink-shaming here," Carla said, shining the light around. "Think it's structurally sound?" Patrick took her flashlight and investigated the rough-hewn walls of the tunnel. He ran his hands along the slimy earth, pressing in here and there. "Seems solid enough," he decided. "Can't be more than, 100 feet to the house? Should be safe, I think."
"Now, if only you were an engineer, I'd take some comfort in that."
"I am an engineer," Patrick said. Carla blinked. "No kidding?" "Hard to tell, I know, because I left my pocket protector at home. But yeah."
"All right,"
Carla shrugged. "Let's go." They crept through the dampness, the brittle clay breaking beneath their feet with every step. They pushed through the spider webs and the thread-like roots that dripped down from above, wiping sweat and condensation from their necks. They crunched over desiccated rat carcasses and slow-scuttling beetle shells, watching for traps, holding their breath. "There," Carla said. She caught the end of the tunnel in her flashlight beam. It was a huge, ragged gap in the house's concrete foundation, a hole that looked like it had been gnawed through by huge metal rats. They peered through the hole, shining their lights into the basement of the house.
"What do you think?"
"Well," Patrick said, sliding his light around the darkness, "I don't love the bars." The hole opened into a steel cage, a custom-made prison cell with 2-inch bars cemented into the floor and bracketed into the ceiling with iron joists. One section of the wall was lined with hinges, but that gate was locked shut by a padlock the size of Patrick's fist. He leaned cautiously into the hole and examined the inside of the access wall. "Doesn't look like a trap, though. There's no closure that'll slam down once we're in, as far as I can tell." "Great," Carla nodded. "You go first." "I thought you were the one protecting me," Patrick said.
"I can protect you better if I'm not in a cell."
Patrick swallowed. "Fine. Turns out I do great in prison cells anyway." He gripped the broken edge of the hole and pulled himself into the basement. He climbed through into the cage. His right foot slipped on the wet dirt as he climbed, and he lost his balance. He fell clumsily onto his left foot inside the cage and stumbled forward, flailing across the darkness and banging his forehead into the steel bars on the far side. He fell to his knees, then slumped onto his side. "Flawless victory," he said, dazed.
"How did you make it this far alive?"
Carla muttered, shaking her head. She slipped easily through the hole and began inspecting the bars. There was no way through without being let in from the other side. "Well," Patrick said, "now what?"
"Boo!"
A woman in the darkness clicked on a flashlight held under her chin. Crazy shadows leapt across her face. Carla screamed. She immediately flushed with embarrassment, scowled at Patrick, and said, "Not a word." "No words," Patrick agreed. "Just sweet, blissful glee." The woman with the flashlight laughed at her own prank. She pulled a string, and a bare light bulb threw a harsh yellow light across the basement. The space was larger than it had seemed from outside the wall. It bent into an L shape, and from here they could see the addition, which was lined with metal shelving units. Every inch was covered with beakers, vials, and jars, some empty, some filled with liquids of muddy colors. In the center of the lab space were 2 broad tables upon which sat what appeared to be standard scientific equipment: microscopes, scales, Bunsen burners, tongs. The whole house smelled like pine needles. "Who are you?" the woman asked. She had straight, mostly gray hair pulled back in a tight ponytail. Her green eyes sparkled behind huge tortoiseshell glasses held together with electrical tape in 3 different places. She was short, just barely scraping the 5-foot mark, and her well-worn lab coat hung nearly to the floor. "I'm Patrick. This is Carla. Well, boy, this is complicated. We're new to each other. She seems pretty normal, adjusted for post-apocalyptic terms, and I'm just trying to get back to my friend Ben, so my group and her group, it's sort of a perfect strangers sort of thing. And I don't want to say that I think we're the Balkies, but, boy, now that I say it out loud, I really think we're the Balkies." He rubbed his chin and frowned furiously at the floor. He turned and wandered toward the back of the cell, mumbling, "This has given me a lot to think about." Carla sighed, exasperated, and stepped up to the bars.
"We're people who are just trying to survive. We're people like you. You're a scientist, I'm a farmhand. He's a—"
She gestured at Patrick, grasping for inspiration.
"I don't know, a muppet who made a wish to become a real boy? He says he's an engineer, but that seems unlikely. We've made a long, difficult trip to find you. We lost a lot of people. If you've done what they say you've done, you can save a whole hell of a lot of people back home. And we aren't beggars. We brought you a barter, a good one."
There was a long silence as the older woman stared at Carla, reaching into her eyes with her mind, working like a safecracker, digging with her picks and listening for the pins to fall.
"I was just asking your names," she said finally.
Carla's hands fell away from the bars.
"Oh,"
she said. Her shoulders softened.
"I'm Dr. Philbin," the scientist said. "Philbin? We were told we'd find a Dr. Gustede."
Dr. Philbin's mouth drew into a tight line.
"Susanna is no longer the custodian of this lab. Hasn't been for years. I don't miss her."
Carla raised an eyebrow.
"Okay."
"Philbin," Patrick cut in, making his way back to the front of the cage.
"Any relation to Regis?" "God damn it!" the doctor screamed. "Coming up in school, it was, 'Are you related to Regis?' Every day at work, it was, 'Are you related to Regis?' I won a fucking Nobel Prize, and still it's, 'Are you related to Regis?' There is a 1,000% chance the man died on M-Day. Those fleshy cheek pouches were not meant for survival. He's dead as any of them, and here we are in a Regis-free world, and you want to know, am I related to Regis?"
Patrick wriggled uncomfortably.
"But are you?" "Yes! How many Philbins do you think there could have been in the world? Of course I'm related to him. He was my father's cousin, but who gives a shit? I invented Casmium cream."
Patrick leaned over to Carla and whispered,
"What's Casmium cream?"
Carla shrugged. "Well, I love your bloodline," Patrick assured Dr. Philbin. "And Casmium is my favorite of all the creams. Except for ice," he added quickly. "Ice cream is, well, you know how good ice cream is."
"I think we could all just use a second to take a breath," Carla said, making her voice even. "Dr. Philbin, can we call you by your first name? Would that be okay?"
The older woman snuffled, and she made a point of not uncrossing her arms.
"Certainly," she said. "My name is Regina."
Patrick offered his hand through the bars.
"Great to meet you, Reg." "Oh, my God!"
"What?" Patrick cried. "I am genuinely thrilled beyond belief to be in the presence of a brilliant scientist who both won a Nobel Prize and is related to the hardest working man in show business. His work on Pinky and the Brain alone was just—" Patrick kissed his fingers like a chef and tossed it into the air.
"He was never actually on Pinky and the Brain," Dr. Philbin said, annoyed. "I know, but his presence was so vital, so crucial, so weird." Patrick hugged himself with absolute joy. "Really, when I tell you it's an honor to meet you, I'm an engineer, so the Nobel thing is way above and beyond. That alone has me walking on sunshine. No kidding. And plus, Reg? I mean, wow!"
Dr. Philbin seemed to relax a bit. Some of the color faded from her cheeks, and she let her shoulders go of their tension.
"He was really sweet at reunions," she said. "Oh, man, I bet." "All right," she said, letting out a calming breath. "What did you bring to trade? More than just an Erlenmeyer, I hope." "Quite a few Erlenmeyers, actually, and some other beakers," Carla said.
Dr. Philbin scowled.
"I'm up to my eyeballs in beakers. How are you with centrifuges?"
That got her attention.
"Do you mean actual centrifuges?
or the makeshift kind of centrifuges, where I tie 8 modified graduated cylinders to a noisemaker with yarn and spin them around like some sort of first-grade science experiment. Carla blinked. I mean actual centrifuges. Oh, Dr. Philbin said. Then none. Lots of the other kinds, though? Patrick guessed. So goddamn many, she admitted. Man, Regis would have loved that. You know what? The doctor said. I think he probably would have. Carla worked very hard to not hit either of them. Anyway, those real centrifuges, the ones you don't have, we brought you 6 of them. Dr. Philbin pressed her palms together and looked very much like someone who was trying to play her life cool, but who was doing a terrible job. This is not uninteresting to me. Not uninteresting means it is positively interesting, Patrick pointed out. Both women looked at him with the same blunt stare. Patrick cleared his throat. Language, he explained meekly. Language makes what I said true. Anyway, Carla said, returning to the doctor, they're yours in exchange for whatever your zombie repellent is, if it works. Oh, they're not zombies, Dr. Philbin replied, pushing her glasses up her nose. Thank you, Patrick cried. They follow like none of the precepts, especially, and I think most notably, they're not dead. Hey! Can we not do semantics about raving mad lunatics who want to eat us off our own bones right now? Carla snapped. And instead, I don't know, maybe try to not be locked in this literal prison cell for another fucking second? Look, I don't want to be in here either, Patrick said, crossing his arms. I'm way over my prison quota this year. But I won't let the reputation of zombies be tarnished by the weird, ravenous, drug-addicted, hard-boned racists trying to eat us alive every 16 hours. I didn't let Ben get away with that nonsense, and if you think your odds are going to be any better, hoo boy! Carla raised an eyebrow. Who says they're racist? Patrick shrugged. I've only seen them in the South. I'm connecting the dots. Ah. Carla considered that. Then she nodded. Fair. Dr. Philbin nodded thoughtfully. Yes, she murmured. Yes. She stared off into the distance for several long moments. Then she said, I'll see your offerings. If they're adequate, we'll have a deal. Science shit for zombie repellent? Carla said. Dr. Philbin made a sour face. Sure, science shit for zombie repellent. Patrick shook his head. If you think I can drag those coolers through a rat-bone sludge tunnel without breaking every single beaker inside, you've got another thing coming. No, said Philbin, not that way. She fished a key from her coat pocket and unlocked the cell door. It swung wide open. She pointed up the stairwell. That way. Patrick gulped. Sorry, out the front door that way? She nodded. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you know this, but your front yard is so thick with dusters it looks like the American prairie in 1932. Carla blinked. What? You know, the Dust Bowl. So many dusters it looks like the Dust Bowl. Patrick blinked. Was it the 30s? Why are you looking at me like that? We'll talk about it later, Carla said. Right now the grown-ups are talking. Regina, the plan is a little concerning given what's out there. Think of it as a trial run, the doctor said. I'll send you out with the repellent. A little try before you buy. I'm concerned it'll be a try as I die, Carla said. Life is a wonderful adventure, isn't it? The doctor grinned with every tooth in her head. She turned and headed up the stairs, gesturing for them to follow her. Patrick looked at Carla. Carla looked alarmed. I don't suppose Roman would be anxious to honor our deal if I dove back through the tunnel and escaped into the sewer system and started a new life beneath the streets of Asheville like one of those lizard people who control Manhattan. Would he? Patrick asked. Carla shook her head slowly, her eyes wide, unblinking.
No, I do not think he would take you back to your friend if you dove down into the sewer and became a gross mutant thing," she said, her voice thin. "But I don't think it's a smart idea to step out this lunatic's front door and wade through a thick soup of runners, so the lizard person thing actually sounds good, if you can get on board with not going back to the Gulf." Patrick gripped the iron bars and gently banged his forehead against the jail cell. "None of this would be an issue if Ben hadn't done what I tricked him into doing when I thought I was going to die," he sighed. He stayed that way for a few beats, his forehead pressing against the cold bars. His mind projected every outcome it could conceive. Almost all of them were incredibly bleak. But one of them opened up the path back to Fort Doom. One of them brought him back to Ben. Fuck it. He let go of the bars and stepped through the gate. "I'm stringy and mostly bone. If these runners want a bite, they can choke and go hungry and die." Carla didn't know what to do, but the sewer was awful and Roman was impatient. So she followed Patrick up the stairs and prepared herself to watch him get torn into pieces and swallowed, still screaming and alive. 30. Patrick stood before the door. "This is seriously a prank, right? You're going to open the door, and I'm going to pee in my jeans, and you're going to laugh, and Carla's going to laugh, and I'm going to cry, and then you'll close the door, and we'll all have fond memories of the time Patrick was so scared he inked, right?" "You poor boy," Philbin said, pinching his cheek. Patrick didn't like that. He slapped at her hand. "This is your leap of faith. You want the key to the thing that will ward off the dusters? Only the penitent man will pass." She pulled open the front door. The plodding swarm of half-human dust creatures filled the yard, so close to Patrick that, even with the storm door closed, he could smell the stench of their failing flesh. "That reference doesn't even make sense here," he pointed out sourly. "I can see the path. I can see the fucking path! And if I kneel, I'm pretty sure my entire face will get eaten by these addle-boned monsters." "Ye of little faith," Philbin beamed. Patrick sighed. "What's this magic potion that's going to make me impervious to death noms?" "Magic potions are for children's books," Philbin said happily. She pulled a hunter's vest off the coat rack near the door. Then she forced Patrick into it and gave him 2 pats on the chest. "This is science, and we prefer wearables." Patrick frowned. "I thought scientists preferred injections. What on earth is a wearable?" "Things that you wear," Philbin said. "Things that are wearable." They were about to be all the rage before M-Day. Apple was about to introduce a watch. Ha! Can you imagine? An iPhone for your wrist. What? It was going to revolutionize everything. If the Jamaicans hadn't done their thing, we'd be a computer and phoneless society right now. "We are a computer and phoneless society right now," Carla pointed out. Good point," Philbin mused. Patrick tried to do the math in his head, but the last few years had been such an absolutely nonsensical blur. "What year is it?" he asked. 2016, Philbin exclaimed. "Can you believe it? If not for M-Day, this would have been our most progressive and evolutionary year in human history." "I can't imagine that's true," Patrick said. "Sounds wrong," Carla agreed. "What's in the vest?" Philbin's smile was so big the corners of her lips threatened to swallow her eyeballs. She patted Patrick's chest again. "This man's salvation," she said. "I've never felt less safe," Patrick informed her. "It's been fine knowing you," Carla said. But Philbin was radiant. "You'll see," she said, touching Patrick's cheek fondly. "This vest is your grail, and you're about to drink your way right through the leap from the lion's head." Her eyes got misty. "You have got to stop mixing your Indiana Jones metaphors," Patrick grumbled. "Let's just get this over with. I'd rather get eaten by dusters than let Harrison Ford's memory be so disrespected."
He pulled open the door. The sound of moaning dusters crashed against them like a wave, and Patrick's newfound resolve evaporated as quickly as it had appeared. Christ, there's a lot of them! His knees wobbled. He had to grip the doorframe to keep himself on his feet. He patted the pockets of the vest and felt small vials tucked away in each one. With every pat, a puff of pine-scented air wafted into his nostrils. If you're so good at keeping these things away, why are there so goddamn many of them on your doorstep? Philbin smiled. If you have the power to keep something out, then you also have the power to keep it in. She reached past Patrick and unlatched the storm door. You'll see when you go. Patrick frowned. I don't really care about Harrison Ford's memory as much as I let on, he admitted. Maybe I'll just stay inside and we can watch Fresh Prince or something. You get me TV here? Philbin pulled a revolver from her lab coat pocket and pressed the barrel against Carla's temple. If you're not out that door on the count of 3, I will paint the television with your friend's gray matter, she beamed. She cocked the gun. 1? Patrick squirmed. Well, we don't actually know each other very well, so... Are you serious right now? Carla cried. She leapt forward and shoved Patrick hard. He crashed backward through the storm door and fell headfirst into the swirling mob of leaky, hungry dusters. Sorry about that, Philbin said. She lowered the hammer on the revolver and slipped the gun back into her pocket. It always goes this way. People get so nervous. That's why I always ask groups to send 2. Hey, no need to apologize to me, Carla snorted. It's not the 10th time I've had a gun put to my head, and it gave me a good reason to throw him to the wolves. Everybody wins, the scientist clapped. Would you have shot me, though? Absolutely. Carla sighed. The world is pretty fucked. Oh, yes, Philbin agreed. Totally fucked. 31. Patrick closed his eyes and waited for death. But death didn't come, and that was surprising. He opened his eyes, expecting to see an angry swarm of dusters snapping their jaws and descending on him like the locusts in a biblical curse. Instead, he saw nothing but greenish-yellow sky. He sat up. What the hell? The dusters weren't just not converging on him, they were frantically clawing to get away from him. They were clawing, fighting, biting each other in a desperate attempt to get as far away from Patrick as possible. Jinkies, he thought. It really works. He stood up and brushed himself off. He turned to see Carla and Philbin peering out at him through the storm door and tried to give Carla a scowl for throwing him to the wolves. But she was too amazed for it to take, and he was too amazed for it to look right. In the end, they just gaped at each other like fish, totally dumbfounded. Patrick turned toward the street. The rest of the crew looked pretty much like he did. The dusters had parted before him like the Red Sea. "What did you do?" Jimmy hollered. Patrick shrugged. "I fell?" He headed toward the curb, marveling at the dusters who literally climbed on top of each other to get as far away from him as possible. He nearly tripped over a black hose laid across the driveway a few yards from the curb. It stretched in both directions and seemed to encircle the entire house. It was anchored to the ground every few feet by landscape stakes, the rubber punctured with 1,000 tiny holes. It looked as if someone had taken the time to stab the whole hose through with a sewing needle, again and again and again. A quiet hiss rose from those holes, and the now familiar pine smell floated out on the stream of that hiss. Whatever was in that hose was being released into the air around the house, an impenetrable wall of anti-duster science. The stuff that kept them away was the same stuff that kept them locked inside. Patrick logged some ethical questions about Philbin's experiment in the sideburner part of his brain. He crossed into the street and walked up to the group of redcaps and riverboat people. "I think she wants the coolers." The crew stood there gaping at him in open-mouthed wonder. "Holy shit," Roman breathed. He stepped forward and grabbed Patrick by the shoulders. "It works!" His amazement melted, reformed into something like jubilation as he shook Patrick's shoulders. "It works!" They loaded him up with the coolers, and he made his way back up to the porch. He pulled the coolers up the steps and knocked on the storm door. "Hey, your stuff works!" Philbin laughed through the screen. "Told you so!" She pushed the door open and beckoned him in. "Welcome to a brand new world." 32. Patrick shrugged out of the hunting vest while Philbin attended to the coolers, pulling out the new equipment and cooing at the beakers like each one was a newborn baby. "Hey, you still alive?" Carla said. "Yeah," Patrick answered. "Thanks for your help." "I'm all about that self-preservation. Besides, you're fine." "I am," he agreed, somehow. He unzipped one of the pockets of the vest and pulled out a small glass vial filled with a bright purple liquid. The vial was capped with wire mesh woven so tightly that it kept most of the potion inside the vial, even when Patrick tipped it upside down. He sniffed the cap and his nostrils swelled with the scent of pine. "Don't touch that. It's radioactive," Philbin said. "What?" Patrick jerked. The vial slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. "Oh!" He stared down at the spreading purple puddle. "Oh, fuck!" Philbin grabbed a towel from the kitchen and mopped up the spill. "Just kidding." She scooped the broken pieces of glass into the towel and tossed the whole mess in the trash. "But you should never just go around touching science. You never know what might kill you." Patrick grasped his hammering chest and slumped back against the wall. "I do not like this," he decided. "Not anything about what you're doing here. You, them, it, whatever. I do not like it. I want to go home." Philbin appeared not at all put off by the rebuke. She beamed and said, "Oh, and where's home?" As if they were new friends having tea. It was such a simple question. Such a simple, impossible question. "These days it's in Alabama," he sighed, thinking of Ben. "I am loath to admit." Philbin said thoughtfully. "Loath indeed." She closed the coolers and wheeled them over to the basement stairs. Then she headed into the kitchen, rummaged around in an overhead cabinet, and emerged with a small Ziploc baggie filled with 10 vials of the mysterious purple liquid. "Everything here's in order. This should last you 4 or 5 years at least, if you dilute it properly," she added quickly. "It's incredibly potent. Put it in an atomizer, any old perfume bottle lying around, and 1 spritz will clear a radius of, I'd say 3 or 4 feet, depending on weather conditions." Carla snatched the bag and she and Patrick inspected the vials. "What is it?" they asked simultaneously. Philbin smiled that eye-swallowing smile again. "I call it dust-away spray. It's actually pretty ingenious," she said proudly. "Think of them as smelling salts, but a few 100 times more powerful." "It smells like pine sol," Patrick countered. He opened the bag and took a sniff. "But just barely." "Barely to you, sure. But to the dusters, it's like mainlining an ammonia solution through the nose." "That's not what mainlining is, Doctor." Carla rolled her eyes. "And the name dust-away spray is terrible." "I don't want to perpetuate offensive labels, but have you considered zombie gone?" Patrick wondered. Carla snapped her fingers. "I hate to say it, but that's so much better." Philbin ignored them both completely and chattered on. "It's a chemical solution that takes advantage of a breakthrough discovery we made some time ago, just after M-Day, maybe 3 months on. Revolutionary, really. If there were still medical journals, we'd be on the cover of every single one," she gushed. Then her face fell, her shoulders sagged, and she sighed. "I wish there were still medical journals." "What was this breakthrough discovery, actually?" Carla asked. "And who's we?" Patrick added.
Oh, Philbin's frown deepened. My former colleague, Susanna, Dr. Susanna Gustede, a brilliant otorhinolaryngologist. Carla's brow pinched together. I'm sorry, what? An otorhinolaryngologist. What is that? Patrick asked. An ENT, ear, nose, and throat specialist. She was a surgeon, but such a keen mind. She used to tell people she was a physicist, which of course wasn't true, but she had such a knack for the interconnectivity of environment to body. There was something of a physicist in her. Just extraordinary. One of the best minds of our generation. I knew her from before. We would bump into each other at conferences. Over time we became, well, friends, I guess. Carla leaned over to Patrick. We just asked for her name, she whispered. Patrick held his finger to his lips. I think she's working through something. We began our work on the monkey dust right after M-Day, as soon as the dust settled, as it were. We studied it, experimented with it. We had no idea why we were immune when so many others were not. I still haven't cracked that one, she said wistfully. Lifelong consumption of trace amounts of cremated human remains, Patrick said. Please, go on. She gave him a quizzical look as she continued. Well, we still don't know much about the monkey dust, to be honest, but 3 of the chemical compounds we isolated are synthetics that I've never seen before. I don't understand how their structure hold together, and I don't have the equipment to properly analyze them. But I assume they're what makes the dust fatal. Taken as a whole, the compounds in the dust seem to bond to each other when introduced into the bloodstream. For most people, the reaction is an incredibly accelerated deterioration of the blood vessels. Meaning? Carla asked. Meaning blood acts as a catalyst for a chemical reaction with the monkey dust that turns it into a sort of acid that eats you from the inside out, starting with your blood vessels. That's why on M-Day people turned into puddles. Patrick bit his lip and fought against his brain as it tried to show him a vision of what Izzy must have looked like, there on the schoolroom floor, dissolving from the inside, feeling that pain, confusion, and fear burning and spreading like molten ore through her head, through her chest. He bit back his impulse to throw up. Swallowing it down was easy enough. He'd done that 20 times a day for the last 5 years. But some people experience it differently, Dr. Philbin continued, and in fact, in essentially the opposite way. Many of us who have survived will find it not dissolving our veins, but hardening them, petrifying instead of liquefying, but more intense than that. For these victims, bones don't just become stone, they become something much, much harder. Diamond? Carla asked. At the same time, Patrick said, Adamantium? Carla gave him a look that made it very clear she had decided that he was a very lonely virgin. It hurt Patrick's feelings a little, until Dr. Philbin chimed in and said, Of the 2, adamantium. 1,000%, no question. Patrick smiled happily. Carla still looked at him with pity. Why the dust liquefied 99% of the population and instead solidified part of the remainder, well, I have some theories about that. I'm still working, but I have some theories. She leaned in conspiratorially. But that portion of the 1%, the folks whose veins turned to vibranium, that's the space that Susanna broke wide open. Patrick noticed the look on Carla's face. It was the look of someone whose soul had been sucked out of her body and had been replaced by a dusty bellows to keep her lungs breathing. You're not loving this, are you? He asked. I've literally never been so bored, she said. Can we go? Definitely not. Patrick turned back to Dr. Philbin, who, sure, had forced him into a pack of bloodthirsty monsters 10 minutes earlier, but was now speaking a language he hadn't shared with anyone else in almost half a decade, the language of intensive scientific interest. You can go. I'm weirdly riveted.
Carla squeezed her hands into fists and tensed her neck to keep the rest of her body from shaking.
"No," she sighed. "Roman likes you. I have to pretend to like you."
"People say it's so much harder to make friends post-apocalypse, but I don't know why," Patrick gushed. "Fuck off." Once again, Philbin seemed oblivious, completely lost in her own story. For those people, the dust doesn't solidify just their veins. It substantially alters them. This has so many potential implications. I mean, we may not even be technically able to consider these dusters human.
"No kidding," Carla grunted.
They may be a whole new branch on our evolutionary limb. Study is required, of course, but it's exciting, isn't it? Carla twirled a finger through her hair.
"It's a real gas."
Philbin beamed. Ultimately, the monkey dust fills their veins until they burst. The hardened structures become a new, impenetrable system, hard and hollow like tunnels. They channel and amplify information sent through them. The circulatory system, the nervous system, the muscular system, all of them are radically, irrevocably altered, changed and enhanced so finely, it's like a Fisher-Price keyboard becoming a Steinway. I don't know music, but that sounds impressive. It is, she gushed. This is truly fascinating, Patrick said honestly. He nudged Carla, adding an, "Eh?" But his elbow only found empty air. Carla had left the living room and was currently searching through the kitchen cabinets. "You have to have alcohol in here," she yelled from the other room. "You cannot subject people to shit like this and not expect to give them a bottle to brain themselves to death with." Philbin frowned. "Is your friend okay?" Patrick shrugged. "Is anyone?" "That is such a good point," Philbin mused, pressing her hand against her heart. "So, oboes," Patrick prompted. "How does an oboe come to perceive the scent of pine as the odor of ammonia?" "Maybe your friend's right," Philbin said, turning a bright shade of red. "I'm blathering on about incredibly esoteric science. It's just that most people don't stay. When they come and buy my compound like you have, they grab and they go, and then there's no one here but me." She pulled off her glasses and pushed her fingers into her eyes, trying to clear the salty film that coated them. "Susanna's gone. It's just me, and there's no one who—" She paused and took a deep breath. Then she laughed. "There's no one, you know." Patrick frowned. "Trust me, I do know." He shifted uncomfortably, then he patted her awkwardly on the shoulder. "I really do." "Thank you for understanding," she sniffled. She rubbed her nose on the sleeve of her lab coat, and she put her glasses back on her nose. "I'm sorry to have made you so uncomfortable with my emotions and my incessant droning about the technicalities of monkey dust." "Oh, don't apologize to me," Patrick said. "I love technicalities. I'm a mechanical engineer." "Oh, my God. Then you get it," she sobbed, lurching forward and throwing her arms around Patrick's shoulders. She wept into his chest as Patrick patted her on the back. "I really do," he repeated. "I'm going to see if there's any wine in the cellar," Carla grumbled as she stomped down the basement stairs. Dr. Philbin cried a while longer. Then she released Patrick and stepped back, drying her eyes again. "I'm sorry," she sniffled. "I'm just overcome. I've been so lonely for so long." "Since Susanna," Patrick said. Dr. Philbin nodded and snuffled loudly, clearing her throat and setting herself right again. "To answer your question about oboes and ammonia, scent contains particles. When you smell something, it's because actual particles of that something are entering your nose. It's not some sort of ethereal connection. It's a physical response to a physical stimulus." Patrick blenched. "That changes every single public restroom experience I have ever had. Dramatically." Philbin laughed. "Tell me about it. Your nose works because particles that carry scent go into your nostrils and hit the olfactory epithelium. They slam up against millions of olfactory receptor neurons. The particles stimulate those receptors, which send signals to the brain that say, "This is what this thing smells like." Now imagine that the neural network that sends those signals to your brain is no longer a child's toy, but something much more impressive. "A Steinway," Patrick said. "Yes. What was once a toddler's keyboard is now a piano worthy of Rachmaninoff himself. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Patrick squinted. "I think you're saying I'm ready for Carnegie Hall." "In a sense, I'm saying you're not ready for Carnegie Hall, but those dusters are. Where you and I smell nothing or dull somethings, they smell Clair de Lune by Claude Debussy." "I always thought Debussy stunk." Patrick nodded wisely. "I'll assume you're joking since you're a guest in this house," Philbin said dryly. "I am joking," Patrick quickly assured her, raising his hands in defense. "I don't know what he smelled like." "Tobacco and sweat," she replied matter-of-factly. Then she added, "It was a less fortunate time, hygienically speaking." "Less fortunate for hygiene than now?" Patrick frowned. "You would be surprised." "Okay, so the dusters are the Beethoven of bodily functions. So they, what, play the notes of smells? Better?" "Exactly," Dr. Philbin said, clapping her hands. "They smell the most impotent sense many times more powerfully than we do. But," she tapped her temple knowingly, "they still retain their scent memories. So if they smell something they were familiar with in their pre-duster lives, let's say coffee, for example, they'll smell that coffee way more intensely than they ever did before. But it's not shocking to them because it's expected at the same level as all smells." Patrick squinted. "So because every scent they smell is intensified, they're used to smelling intensified smells of things they expect to smell. Though I would imagine there's some period of acclimation." "Exactly right," she chirped. "During the transformation process into a duster, the poor soul goes through what must be agonizing stages of discomfort as they adjust to their new reality. The more gradual the transition, the more gradual the adjustment. But once they're there, it seems things regulate somewhat." "Sure," Patrick nodded, "but if you introduce a completely new smell—" "Precisely!" Dr. Philbin trembled so violently she seemed ready to explode. "You get it! Introduce a very small but very new scent into their olfactory library, and it will shock, stun, and repulse. We don't smell ammonia every day, and that's what makes it so potent," Patrick mused. "It's part of the reason, at least. And that is exactly what I've done with my dust-away spray. It's an entirely new olfactory experience for them." Dr. Philbin nodded. "Then why does it smell like pine sol?" Philbin shrugged. "That's for me. I wanted a mechanism that would make it easy for me to know if there was some sort of problematic leak, similar to sulfur piped into the natural gas lines of old. I need to be able to detect if my own lab is breaking down, so I add terpenes from a conifer resin, alpha-pinene, beta-pinene, limonene, bornyl acetate. Add a few drops of that mixture, and the whole thing smells lightly of pine trees to the average non-duster human." She smiled and breathed deeply, as if inhaling the imagined wonder of Christmas. "Think about snorting an entire lot full of granulated Christmas trees. That's about 1/3 of the experience for dusters. So pine is the opening act and ammonia is the headliner." "You could say that." "Which explains why the dusters in the woods bugged out when they smacked into a pine tree on their way to eating our faces." "Yes, a very fortuitous Pavlovian response. Any duster who comes into contact with my dust-away spray is thereafter unable to bear the smell of a conifer. I can't tell you how many times I've benefited from that." Patrick glanced out the window at the throng of changed, mindless addicts pushing past each other on the postage stamp-sized property. He thrust his chin in their direction. What about them? Dr. Philbin shrugged. They're useful test subjects. I'm always tinkering with the formula, making it better. Or trying to, anyway. You lure them in, then turn on the gas, keep them trapped, and make them breathe the stuff you designed to be more and more painful for them? No ethics lessons, please, Philbin insisted. They would rip your meat from your bones if you gave them half a chance. I've seen dusters tear through my friends and neighbors. You know how hard you have to bite down with regular human teeth to tear out a chunk of flesh? 140, 150 pounds of pressure per square inch just to tear it loose, much less the added strength required to eat a whole skeleton half clean. She tapped her fingers against the window pane. These are no longer people, unfortunately. They are monsters, real-life monsters. If it helps your sympathetic heart, I never keep one group here for very long. I haven't killed a single one. I keep them fed and sheltered. I take quite good care of them, actually, all things considered. Patrick held up a hand. Wait a second. What do you mean you feed them? Well, they need to eat to survive. Patrick's brow clenched. And what exactly do you feed? Whoops! Philbin cut him off as she raised her wrist and checked her watch. It was completely shattered. Time to go. Carla emerged from the basement. Thank God, she grumbled. Let's get out of here. Philbin ushered them to the door. Make sure you open that bag. You want the dusters to really smell it. But wait, what do you feed the... Patrick's insistence was overridden by Dr. Philbin's pushy dismissal. Don't be strangers, and do come back when you have more centrifuges. Good luck, darlings. Then she shoved them out onto the porch and locked the door behind them. Well, Roman asked. The crew members were tapping their feet, annoyed. All good, I guess, Patrick said, holding up the ziplock and pushing through the dusters. Just a little disagreement on the topic of feeding normal humans to the zombies for science. Roman nodded. Ah. And speaking of normal humans, Patrick continued, we happen to be 3 of them. What say we run back to the boat, yeah? Everyone agreed that was probably best. 33. They made excellent time to the river, only to find that back at the riverboat everything was on fire. Sorry. Ted screamed, alternating between apologies and panic as he ran around the deck of the ship, swatting at the flames with blankets. Patrick stood on the road, his mouth agape. Only Ted could figure out how to burn something down while it's surrounded by water. Roman shouted orders to his crew as they sprang into action. Ella and Lucia dashed onto the burning boat and into the kitchen, re-emerging less than a minute later with rusty pails in each hand. They started tossing river water on the flames they could reach. Carla stormed up to the top deck and started kicking through the burning railings, breaking them off the boat. Roman pulled down the lean-tos they'd pitched on the harbor and used the canvas to beat down the flames inside the cabin. Ted kept running around shrieking and swinging his blankets at various fires until he himself somehow caught fire, the sleeve of his T-shirt turning to flames. He screamed himself hoarse, dropped the blankets on the deck, and threw himself over the side of the boat. The rest of the Redcaps just stared. Patrick shook his head in disbelief. I guess I'll go get Ted. Brett stepped up and pulled off his shirt, revealing a set of upsettingly powerful muscles that rippled under his somehow tan skin. Nah, I'll do it. The more I can hold over his head, the better. He set off at an easy walk toward the water, his casual attitude in stark contrast to the general emergency of the situation. Patrick, Gary, Jimmy, and Richie all hurried to the fire and pitched in where they could. They helped with buckets and blankets. At one point, Richie tried kicking through a burning rail, but his ankle popped when his foot made contact, and he hobbled away while sucking air in through his teeth, wincing, "Ow, ow, ow, ow!" Carla knocked that particular bit of wood away from the boat with a quick sway of her hip. "I loosened it for you!" Richie cried, hobbling down a flight of stairs. With everyone in motion, it didn't take long to put out the fires. They were spotty and localized. 90% of the boat was untouched and unharmed. It looked like a small fire demon had taken bites out of the other 10%. "What the hell was this?" Roman yelled when they'd reconvened on the shore. "Where are the girls?" Ted was soaking wet and out of breath.
"First off, let me say, I am so sorry. This was my watch and I take full responsibility. Again, I am so sorry."
"You said you'd defend the boat with your life," Brett reminded him. He pulled a half-smoldering 2x4 from a pile of fire wreckage and gave it a practice swing. "You ready to pay the piper?"
"Don't you fucking dare!"
Ted hollered, ducking behind Patrick for protection. Patrick turned his head and whispered, "You might want to hide behind someone big."
"He wouldn't dare hit you,"
Ted whispered back. "Oh, no. Brett's well known for his deference to authority," Patrick said, rolling his eyes. "I recognize no authority." Brett smiled. He was having a great day. "Focus," Roman said, snapping his fingers. "Where are the others?" Ted cleared his throat.
"Well, they're the ones who did this."
Roman's face fell. "What?" Ted picked up a sooty blanket and wrapped it around his sopping wet shoulders, huddling against himself for warmth. "I was on the top deck," he explained, "just, trying to heal. I didn't see the sisters and the other one all morning. They were just wherever on the boat. Then suddenly they climbed down the gangway with a box full of bottles with rags stuffed inside." Carla gasped. "Oh, shit." Roman raised an eyebrow in her direction. "Anything you'd like to share with the group?" Carla blew a big gust of air out of her cheeks.
"Well, Mel and Mary, they've been running their mouths lately about—"
She glanced at the redcaps, then refocused her eyes firmly on Roman. Everything."
"They're always running their mouths,"
Lucia said.
"I know," Carla admitted. "That's why I didn't think anything of it. But the last few days they've been, I don't know, quiet, weird."
Roman's nostrils flared. Fire danced in his eyes. "You knew they wanted to leave?"
"Shit, Roman, we all want to leave," she sputtered. "And we all want to stay. It's not as if we had our choice for the best possible life. This'd be it. But it's better than most, so yeah, we all want to stay and we all want to leave. But I didn't think they'd actually do anything about it. I guess they've just had enough and—"
Her voice trailed off. "I can't believe they would try to burn down the boat," Ella said. "I can't believe they would try to burn down me," Ted moaned.
"Oh yeah, because you're some great prize."
Richie rolled his eyes. "Go scratch your dumb elbows till they bleed," Ted snapped.
"Shut up! That was one time!"
"God, that was gross," Brett said. His shoulders cringed at the memory. "Disgusting." Roman's face had turned a dark shade of purple. His fingers shook as he ran his hands slowly through his hair. "Carla," he said, his voice trembling, "where did they get the Molotovs?"
"I don't know," she answered honestly. "I mean, my guess is a diva. If anyone can put together a firebomb, it's her."
"Her room," Ella suddenly started. "All those bottles, she used them as vases."
"For dead flowers," Lucia added. "I thought she just had some weird goth girl thing, but she was storing up Molotov bottles."
"Dead flowers," Roman said, almost as an afterthought, his hands still tight against his skull. "Dead flowers in dead peat. Dead peat in old bottles." He laughed. Then he laughed more, harder and harder, louder and longer, until the whole river basin seemed to rumble. "Ella," he said, his voice shaking with laughter, tears dripping down his cheeks, "be a doll and go get the bottle from my desk, please." His fists were still clenched around his hair. Ella's eyes widened. She stepped sideways as if skirting a rabid dog. "Sure," she said uncertainly. Then she sidestepped up the ramp and disappeared into the riverboat. Gary leaned in closer to Patrick.
"What am I missing here?"
"Peat," Patrick whispered. "Peat is really flammable." Roman flashed him a look. "Go ahead, share with the whole group," he said, laughing again. Patrick cleared his throat uncomfortably. Okay. I was just saying that dried peat is really flammable. Put some dried peat in a bottle and stick a dead flower in it, it looks like a Tim Burton Valentine. Take out the flower, add a rag soaked with high-octane alcohol. I would guess you've probably got a good bottle bomb. Gary blinked. "What the fuck is peat?" "It's like swamp earth, kind of," Patrick answered. "Cool stuff, actually. Great at holding carbon. Bad at not catching fire." Ella emerged from the ship. "I can't find it," she said. "It's gone." Roman nodded. His laughter sounded hoarse now, scratchy. He pulled harder at his hair, his fingers turning white from the pressure. Patrick turned away. There was something about watching a grown man slowly tear fistfuls of his own hair out by the roots that really turned his stomach. Then Roman relaxed. He released his hair, smoothing it back. When he lifted his head again, his face was bright. "Well, gentlemen, your timing is even better than we thought. A new crew for a new adventure." He slapped Gary on the back, then strode confidently up the platform. Patrick leaned in close to Carla. Is he okay?" "No," Carla whispered back, shaking her head sadly. "He is most definitely not okay." Roman turned and smiled at them from the deck. "Let's go, team. Let's get this burned-out, broken-down old gal ready to launch. In the morning, we head south." Then he disappeared into the cabin, slamming the door behind him. 34. The next morning, they woke with the sun and made final preparations for launch. Ella headed down to the lower deck to fire up the furnace, while Carla stowed their rations and supplies in nets nailed to the walls. Lucia passed out slices of summer sausage and stale bread. By the time they were done with their cold breakfast, Ella had the smokestacks coughing smoke and the boat was ready to go. Roman gave the word and the big, broken paddle wheel began to churn through the water. "Shit," Gary said, watching the huge wheel make its slow but powerful rotations. "She actually works." "You know what they say," Patrick replied, patting the side of the boat. "Can't keep a good muddy queen down." It was sort of thrilling to be on the water, even if they were moving slowly. There was something about the musty river breeze and the slap of the yellow-brown water against the ship's flaking paint that made the trip feel like a real adventure. Patrick squinted into the sky. "This feels like we're going north. Are we going north?" Gary nodded. "Far as I know, the sun still rises in the east, so yeah, we're going north." Patrick blinked. Not exactly what I thought heading south would be like. Roman came trundling down the stairs, rolling up the sleeves of his button-down. "We have to go north to go south," he grinned. "We'll take the French Broad up to Knoxville, then the Tennessee will take us south." "Sorry," Richie said, looking confused. "Which broad?" Roman laughed. "This one," he exclaimed, gesturing down into the water. "The French Broad River. It links up to the Tennessee River around Knoxville." "We're riding the big muddy queen on the French Broad?" Brett asked. He snorted. "Well, that's it. I'm turned on." Carla rolled her eyes. "There's a sock in the hallway. Knock yourself out." "Way ahead of you." Brett winked. Carla wrinkled her nose and groaned. "So, what's the plan?" Patrick asked, desperate to change the subject. Roman smiled, his teeth glinting in the light. "Home," he said. "The plan is return home." He sat down on a bench and patted the space next to him. Patrick reluctantly sat. He couldn't help but feel like an obedient puppy. "We've got to wind around a bit to get there, up to Knoxville, which should be pretty smooth sailing." "Smooth sailing sounds positive," Patrick said. Roman nodded. Absolutely. So then, why do you need us? After the Tennessee, things get a little dicey. Roman looked at the group and cleared his throat. Could we have the room? Roman's crew roused themselves and headed inside, making for the boiler room to check on Ella. The Redcaps looked questioningly at Patrick. He nodded. They stood grumpily and wandered off. Guy sits down outside and asks for the room, Brett grumbled. Roman watched them wander away. Easier one-on-one, he explained. It all sounds the same in my ears, Patrick said. So, the dicey part. It comes pretty soon after we split from the Tennessee. Roman reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a well-worn knob of paper. He unfolded it and smoothed it out on the bench between them, wiping his palm over the surface. He kept pushing it down, but that didn't do a thing for the wrinkles. This isn't a great map, but it's accurate. Mostly. It was a withered page torn from a Rand McNally, printed in a time when books of maps were a navigational necessity. It predated M-Day by half a decade at least. Patrick exhaled sharply. I haven't seen a map like that since my buddy Clark and I took a road trip from St. Louis to San Diego in... Boy, was it 2004? Maybe 2005? Clark, the friend in Mobile? Roman asked. Patrick felt a sudden wave of sadness wash over him. No, different friend, different adventure. Before the smartphone, Roman nodded. Those were days, huh? Roman smiled. Those were days. I miss trips like that, Patrick confessed, when you could cross the country and not get your hand nailed to a tree or have your own buffalo served to you in a soup. But if you haven't had a flesh-eating armored townie sprinting for your jugular, have you ever really lived? Roman countered. Well, we went to Tijuana on that trip, so we pretty much checked that box. Gotcha. Roman stood quietly for a few moments, watching the bank slip by. Do you think he's still alive? Who, Clark? Patrick shrugged. Maybe. Probably not. I'm sure he's survived the dust, but he's not really built for survival. More of an indoor person. Ah. Though of course I am too, and I'm still here. Then he added, most of me. He motioned toward the map page. May I? Roman handed it to him. Patrick carefully examined the soft, faded paper. So this was your original route? Patrick asked, pointing to a line drawn in red marker that traced a meandering path along the Mississippi River and through the Rust Belt down to North Carolina. Yep, and this one's the path back home. He pointed to a blue line that branched off and spilled more or less due south, running through the Tennessee-Mississippi-Alabama border and continuing on down through along the western Alabama edge. On the map, the blue line ended about 3/4 of an inch above Mobile. It's a hell of a lot shorter, Patrick observed. Hell is exactly right, Roman said. It's shorter, but it's hell. This river here, he said, tapping the map at the Alabama border, that's the 10-Tom waterway. That's the key. It breaks off from the Tennessee River up here, see? The 10-Tom is where we run into trouble. What kind of trouble? Some real Mad Max shit. That waterway's a major corridor of commerce, probably even more so now than it was before. And where there's value, there are leeches, from the boardroom to the bedroom. That's what my old man used to say. He sounds neat. The man could really pick a stock, Roman sighed. Absolute genius. He shook his head and cleared the memory away. Anyway, the whole 10-Tom is full of pirates. Like Disney pirates? 'Cause if it's Disney pirates, I am going to have a lot of fun. No, like hill people pirates. See, now that sounds less fun, Patrick frowned. When we were planning our trip here, I sent some of my guys on a recon of the waterway. Their debrief showed 3 big points of concern. Roman pulled a pen from his shirt pocket and clicked it open. "The first is here," he said, drawing a circle around the point where the Tennessee River diverged into the Tenn-Tom. "You want on or off the Tennessee, you have to pay the toll. And I'm guessing you'd rather not pay the toll." Roman nodded. "First rule of business, never pay the tax." "I thought the first rule of business was greed is good." "Same rule," Roman said. "Oh, that's true." "The second blockade is here," he continued, drawing another circle about an inch or so southwest of the first. "The Jamie Whitten Lock, built to lower ships down off the Bay Springs Lake. There's a gang holed up there now running the lock. My guys couldn't get close enough to see much detail, but a boat of, say, 5 or 6 people went into the chute, and an empty boat came out." "What happened to them?" "Nothing good, I assume. My guys said the locals around that part of the river speak about the Whitten Lock crew only in whispers. Everyone's scared to death of them, so whatever they're doing, it's bad. I'd wager it's very, very bad." "Sounds bad," Patrick frowned. "The third pain point is down here," Roman continued, circling a space not far from their destination. "What happens there? Buffalo Bill takes all your skin and sews himself a wetsuit?" Roman shook his head. "I've got no intel on this one," he admitted. "Some group camped out on the bridge over the water there, but my guys couldn't get close. It's out in the open. My guys were too exposed. So it's a total question mark." "Excellent. And between those 3 points, the river's swarming with smaller, faster boats with some pretty heavily armed dudes trying to board every boat that passes. My guys say they're efficient. So if we make it past the gate and the lock, we could still get torn apart by raiders." Roman nodded. "Most people do." Patrick blew out a long, gusty breath. "And you're sure you can't be convinced to go back the long way?" Roman shook his head. "No way. It took us way longer to get here than we planned. Way longer. We can't take that time again. We were supposed to have been home by now. You know what our absence means to my farm? You know what any absence means anywhere? Every time you leave a place, a power vacuum opens up and some upstart asshole slips in, takes control." He put his hands on Patrick's shoulders and looked him square in the eyes. "That campus is everything. A takeover there would destroy the entire southern U.S. economy. I'm not kidding. That's how integral we are to the supply chain. We have to get back. People's lives depend on it." He released Patrick's shoulders and returned to the map. He traced his finger along the thin blue line. "This is how we get there. This is the route. 3 groups of pirates, 3 serious blockades, any one of which might mean our death. I need your help to survive it." Patrick said. He gazed out at the water while the gears turned in his mind. "How good are your people with those crossbows?" "They're surgical," he said proudly. "Good. We're going to need animals. A lot of animals, dead ones." "Sorry?" "Now look, I'm a champion of living creatures," Patrick insisted, waving his hands through the air. "I'm practically a vegan, minus bacon, eggs, honey, and all the other meat. But we're going to need a lot, I mean a lot, of dead animals." Roman frowned, but he nodded. "Done. What else? You have any tools on board?" "Sure. I'll need to see them. How much do you like this boat?" "I love this boat." "But do you want to keep it?" "I'd prefer it," Roman said. "But do you still need it to be seaworthy after we get back?" Roman thought about that. "I mean, it would be ideal, but no, I guess not necessarily." "Great. Then I regret to inform you that I have a plan." "I don't think I'll like the sound of it." "I doubt you will." "So what are we going to do?" "It's actually pretty easy," Patrick shrugged. We're going to out-pirate the pirates. 35. Gary grumbled and slapped a mosquito on his neck. Anyone know what this genius plan is all about? They had reached the Tennessee River at Knoxville the night before, docking the boat a dozen miles west of the city proper. The 10-Tom wasn't much farther, so they'd pulled off and docked to make the preparations for Patrick's plan. He'd divided them up into teams with specific instructions, which was how Gary found himself trundling through the exurban woods of Tennessee as part of a 2-person hunting party. "By anyone, I assume you mean me, since I'm the only other person in earshot," Carla replied, lifting her crossbow to her shoulders. "Now, shh." She stared thoughtfully down the sights. "What the hell are you aiming at?" Gary squinted into the woods. He didn't see shit. "Shh," Carla said again. She tilted the crossbow a few centimeters to the left and pulled the trigger. The rabbit was dead before Gary could say, "Jesus." Carla crunched through the leaves, slinging the crossbow over her shoulder. "If anyone knows, shouldn't it be you? He's on your team." Gary snorted. "He's not on my team. He's a substitute." "Or you are." "And we may be on the same team, but we're not friends." "Then why are you traveling together?" "Because I tried to kill him for a pretty long time." Carla was intrigued. "You tried to kill him for a pretty long time?" "Yeah, I tried to kill him for a pretty long time," Gary said. "I was mean. I was violent. I did a lot of bad shit. And this is my penance." "Okay." "I didn't know he'd be so goddamn weird, though." "He is weird, right?" Carla agreed. "So goddamn weird," Gary repeated. They approached the carcass. Carla's arrow had lodged in a tree, pinning the rabbit like an insect in a glass case. "Bag," she beckoned with one hand open. Gary sighed and slipped off his backpack, wincing as he unzipped it. The stench of dead animals was already strong, even though the kills were fresh. They smelled like blood mostly, iron and tang, but there was also a hint of spoiled milk and some unspeakable gaminess that made him both sickened and hungry at the same time. Carla wrenched the bolt out of the tree trunk, then used her boot to slide the dead rabbit into the bag. 5, she said proudly. Yeah. Gary zipped the bag shut and threw it back over his shoulder. "Why am I even on this mission? I'm not a hunter." "I know. You tried to kill Patrick for a long time, and he's doing great." "This is why I don't open up to people," Gary grumbled. "Who knows why he sent you to hunt?" Carla said. "Maybe he's playing some weird Six Sigma Strengths Finders leadership game with you. You know, helping you find your power language and breaking you down to build you back up so you can interview for the VP job next quarter." "So you worked in the corporate world," Gary said. "Financial services litigator," Carla said. "God, I miss that job. You think the apocalypse is brutal, you should have been in a courtroom with Goldman Sachs 3 times a month." She inhaled deeply, then let loose her breath with a satisfied sigh. "No blood tastes sweeter than Goldman Sachs's blood." "How do you know what other blood tastes like?" Carla looked at him blankly. "How do you not?" "And how does a bank lawyer get so good with a crossbow?" he demanded. "Just because I'm educated doesn't mean I don't come from Arkansas," she replied. They pushed on through the woods, tramping through brush in erratic loops that Gary figured were random nonsense, though Carla insisted she was following trails. The fact that she then bagged a 6th rabbit, and then a fox, and then another fox, all in the span of 13 minutes, didn't change his mind one bit. "So, you like working for Roman?" Gary asked. "I don't work for anyone," Carla said sharply. "I play my deck for survival. This is the hand with the high cards right now." "And Roman is the king?" "Yes, he is. You'll see if we actually make it back to the farm. You won't believe how gnat-speck small your control over anything has been until you see what Roman's built on that campus in the last 4 years. He basically is a king. That power is working for me. If it stops working for me, I'll shuffle the deck." "So what are you then, a queen?" Carla scoffed. "Hell no. I'm a 10. Gary shook his head. "We're out here hauling dead animals and Roman's at the boat soaking up the sunshine. Must be good to be the king." Carla gave him a side eye. "Yeah, you've got the look," she decided. "What look?" "The look of someone who thinks he wants to be a king." Gary's eyes flashed. "You don't know anything about me." "I know your eyes are little baby black holes of hunger. You think it's better at the top. But believe me, king is not what you want to be. Not in the world before, and not in this one either." "Oh, yeah?" Gary snorted. "Why's that? Too much whiskey? Too much power? Too much fun?" "Because even in a world of 1,000 people, there are still 1,000,000 other Garys out there, all waiting for their chance to stab the king in the neck," she replied. "Read a book." "I read books," Gary lied. "Quiet. Pig." Gary started. "Hey, fuck you, lady. I don't come around here calling you mean names." "No," she hissed, her eyes flashing. "Quiet." She pointed into the brush ahead of them. "Pig." Gary followed her finger and saw the backside of a wild hog that was rooting through the mud beneath a black walnut tree. "Oh." Carla raised the crossbow to her shoulder. "We bag this one," she whispered, "and we can head back. He's going to be so heavy for you." "Shut up," Gary glowered. She aimed the bow and waited patiently for the hog to present its side. Her palms started to sweat. She couldn't remember ever seeing a pig tear at roots so aggressively. It gnawed at the twisted bark, working hard to tear it apart. It hauled back and slammed its head forward into the thick trunk again and again and again. Then it dove right back down into the roots, ripping with its tusks and digging in with its knuckles. Something about it wasn't right. Come on," she muttered. The pig kept on with its furious onslaught, and the tree trunk began to crack. The hog dug in and pushed its powerful legs so hard they sank another 3 inches into the earth as its whole body twisted to the side. Carla flashed her teeth. "There you are." She fired the bolt at the hog's heart. It hit the side of the animal like a stick hitting reinforced cement. The arrow snapped in two as the sharp metal tip bounced uselessly off the hide. "Oh, fuck." Gary's face turned white as death. He grabbed Carla's collar and pulled her back. "Run!" "What?" Carla asked, totally bewildered. She stumbled after him, losing her footing, slipping in the leaves. Come on!" Gary shouted, sprinting ahead. "Run!" The hog had been in such a lather over the tree it hadn't even noticed the arrow that had broken against its shoulder. But it heard the hunters turn and run off, shouting into the woods. Its head snapped in their direction. It took one sniff in the air, spun its legs in the mud, and sprinted toward them through the tangle of leaves and vines. Branches snapped as it snorted angrily, letting fly long banners of yellow-green spittle from between its dust-stained teeth. "Jesus Christ, will you fucking move?" Gary shrieked. Carla finally got her feet beneath her and pushed off after Gary, her powerful legs quickly catching him up. "What the hell is going on?" she demanded. "It's a duster," Gary wheezed, already out of breath. "What's a duster?" Carla asked as they both launched over a fallen tree and hit the soft ground running. The hog was charging them down, snarling and squealing, gaining ground fast. "The pig! The fucking pig is a duster!" "How can a pig be a duster?" Gary shook his head. His cheeks were turning redder as he huffed and puffed. "Animals are dusters now. We saw a fish just like it. Now go!" They tore through the trees, Carla pulling ahead, Gary doing his best to keep up with the sack full of animal corpses on his back. The hog staggered as it ran, zigzagging on what appeared to be a broken front foot. Every few steps it crashed into a tree or slipped into some leaves, the only reason it wasn't on them in the first 10 seconds. They caught a lucky break when the pig stuck one hoof in a rabbit hole. The huge animal pitched forward and slammed into an old oak tree, the crown of its head smashing into the trunk so hard the tree cracked in half. It teetered over, splitting from its base and crashing down into the forest. The earth shook when it hit the ground, but the two managed to keep their feet under them. The pig was so dazed from the brute force impact, it lay stunned on the ground for almost a full minute. Not that a minute was going to do them much good.
"What do we do?"
Gary panted.
"We should climb a tree,"
Carla shouted over her shoulder, still pumping her arms and running way faster than Gary.
"They can't climb trees."
"No, they just knock 'em down," he hollered back. They broke into a clearing, and Gary spied a small river over the hill. It was narrow, but it looked deep, probably a feeder to the Tennessee.
"Can they swim?"
"No, they can't swim," Carla said. She meant it sarcastically, but Gary missed it. He peeled off and made a beeline for the river. Carla looked back and saw where he was headed and called out, but by then Gary was too far away, slip-sliding down the hill and careening toward the bank. The hog was back up on his hooves and pounding the grass, more furious than ever now, closing in with unthinkable speed. Carla had no choice but to turn back and push forward, cocking a useless bolt into her useless crossbow as she ran, because what else could she do? The boar saw them split, and the decision of which meal to follow was simple. Gary was obviously the easy prey, tumbling down the hill and splashing clumsily into the cold water. The animal tore off after him, yellow bubbles frothing from the corners of its mouth. Gary stumble-swam out toward the middle of the river, gasping for air, struggling to turn himself onto his back, to float on the backpack like a sick turtle thrashing on a balloon. He shifted into a floating position, more or less, his arms paddling like noodles, though they kept him mostly above water.
"Thank Christ,"
he thought, sputtering river water and trying to slow his heart.
"I'm safe."
His head bobbed up as he glanced back at the riverbank. He watched the boar thunder down the hill. He watched it ram into the river at full force. He watched it disappear under the water. Then he closed his eyes and smiled. His lungs burned, his chest ached, and his arms were hanging by threads. But he had outsmarted the duster pig. He laughed and laughed and laughed. Then he heard rustling, and he opened his eyes. The hog's face was 20 feet away and closing in. And that was how Gary learned that hogs can swim. His screams echoed through the valley, scaring birds out of their trees for hundreds of yards in every direction. But they didn't scare the pig. It simply opened its jaws and lunged. Carla watched all of this helplessly from the top of the hill. "Oh, my God," she said numbly as the hog went in for Gary's throat. "I just sarcasmed someone to death." 36. "Why did Patrick give us a shopping list?" Jimmy frowned. "Doesn't he know how the apocalypse works? You don't just drive to the store and get everything on your list, you know." "Quiet," Brett said. "I'm reading."
"Yeah, and he needs all his concentration," Lucia said. "Some of the words have 2 syllables.
The team of 3 stood at the edge of a wide suburban parking lot that was littered with dead cars, rusting shopping carts, and a few hundred brownish-green glop piles that used to be humans. "This is the most depressing Home Depot has ever been," Jimmy decided, and that's saying a lot. They skirted around the edge of the lot, watching the doors beneath the tattered orange awnings warily. "Think there's anybody inside?" Jimmy asked. "Always assume there's somebody inside," Lucia replied. "Always assume you're being watched by an army." Jimmy and Brett exchanged looks. "Is she more badass than we are?" Jimmy's look said. "She's definitely more badass than you are," Brett's face replied. They darted between banged-up cars, keeping low and trying to stay out of sight of anyone who might be inside looking out. The only windows were the 2 banks of doors, one at either end of the building, so they swung wide around the edge of the parking lot where they could approach from the blind spot to the side of the building. "No one in their right mind would hole up in a Home Depot," Brett decided. "You don't live at the Home Depot. You raid the Home Depot, take the hatchets and the hammers, then go live it up at the Chuck E. Cheese across the street. Jimmy snatched the shopping list from Brett and read through it again. I don't care about the hatchets and the hammers. I just hope they left the rest of this stuff. Should we keep making small talk out here in the open? Or should we get a fucking move on? Lucia said, rolling her eyes and scooting toward the entrance. Jimmy frowned as he watched her go. Today is going to be a hard day, he decided. They crept up to the busted-out doors with their backs pressed against the wall and their weapons in their hands. All right, I'll go first, Brett whispered as he moved toward the doors. Lucia grabbed his arm. Why do you get to go first? She demanded. Because I know Home Depot. We've all been to Home Depot, Tim Allen. Brett smiled confidently, crossing his arms. But not like I've been to Home Depot. Brett used to be a plumber, Jimmy explained. Oh, wow, Lucia said. You plunged other people's shit professionally. Or was it a hobby? Professionally, baby. Construction level. I laid a lot of pipe. He winked. Ugh, Lucia grimaced. Gross. But you know what? Do go first. Tell whoever's in there how good you are at Home Depot while they beat the shit out of you with a wrench. Brett gave her a salute. Then he slinked up to the doorway, holding the 2-pound hammer he'd brought as his weapon of choice. He took a deep breath, rounded the window bay, and stuck his head through the open doorframe. It's okay, he called from half inside the door. There's no one here. Yeah, sure. You scouted the entire place in 3 seconds, Lucia snorted. Brett pulled his head back out of the doorway, smiling a toothy grin. You'd be amazed what I can do in 3 seconds, he said. Did you just brag about premature ejaculation? Jimmy frowned. Brett winked. Oh, yeah. He motioned them over, and they both reluctantly joined him. See? There's no one manning returns. Jimmy blinked. So what? So if you're protecting a Home Depot, you're going to put men with eyes on the door. And the returns section is already walled off, so it offers the best line of sight with the best protection. Unless you build yourself a brand new barricade, and you can see that ain't been done, then you're going to put half your people at returns to watch this door, and the other half at checkout to watch the other door. Then everyone else can live their dumb, joyful lives in the back doing, I don't know, forklift Olympics or some fuck-all. Lucia sighed. Despite the fact that half the people here and half the people on the other side would account for the entire group of people and wouldn't leave anyone to do fuck-all in the back, that makes a lot of sense. I hate that I'm saying it. Brett tapped the side of his head smugly. 8th wonder of the world up here. Shoot me in the face, she bristled, pushing past him and into the store. Dude, I don't think she likes you, Jimmy whispered, patting Brett on the shoulder. You stupid virgin, of course she likes me, Brett said, slugging him back but much harder. Jimmy wilted. Ow! They explored the building, shining flashlights down the aisles and taking quick stock of what was left. There had definitely been people living in the Home Depot at some point. Old food wrappers crunched under their feet, and they had to step around several large sleeping nests made of gathered rags and tarps. The aisle with the outlets and light switches had even been used as a toilet at one point. Makes sense, Brett said, because electricians aren't worthy of respect. But whoever had been camping there seemed to have cleared out. I don't like it, Jimmy decided. It feels spooky. Why would anyone leave this place? It's like a fortress. A fortress with doors blown out isn't much of a fortress, Lucia pointed out. Besides, who wants to live in a big-ass bunker with no windows? Brett asked. It's like a tomb that's 1,000,000 times too big. Come on, read off the list. Jimmy shined his flashlight on Patrick's hurried scrawl. Okay, first thing, lengths of pipe. Lengths? Lengths of pipe. He squinted at the handwriting. It's either lengths of pipe or Luigi pipe. Probably not Luigi pipe, right? They probably don't have those, right? It's probably lengths. Probably, Lucia agreed with a sigh. You're a doctor, right? Aren't you supposed to be good at bad handwriting? She snatched the paper and read the first line. Lengths of pipe. How many? Jimmy asked. She tapped the marking next to the words. He drew the infinity symbol, so... a lot, I guess? Brett led them purposefully toward the plumbing section. Did he say what size pipe, what material, any details at all? Nope, just pipe. Brett rounded the corner and stepped into the plumbing aisle and whistled. I guess we'll just have to choose, then. He shined his light up at the racks. They were fully stocked. Not a top 10 apocalypse essential, I guess. They pulled a dozen 12-foot lengths of PVC and half a dozen lengths of copper. Lucia found some loose bungee cords on the floor a few aisles over to bundle them with before setting them next to the door. Then they set about checking off the rest of the list. Caulk, a few tarps, some duct tape, 4 buckets, white paint, a packet of rags, half a dozen cans of spray adhesive, and a few more odds and ends. In 30 minutes they were done. They stood in front of the pile. Brett's eyes narrowed. This seems strange to you? What, that he ordered more than we can carry? Jimmy asked, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, feels pretty frustrating. He wasn't expecting us to find everything, Lucia guessed. That's what's strange. But this place has everything. Brett nodded. The tools section is mostly stripped, but otherwise, it's like this place ain't been touched. In 5 years, no one's thought to look through a Home Depot for tarps? Jimmy said. Hell, look at this, Brett said. He jogged across the aisle and pulled a white box off the shelf next to the cleaning supplies. Then he flipped it over and showed them the front of the box. It was emblazoned with a big red cross. A first aid kit, Jimmy said, surprised. Mm-hmm. Brett flipped it open and showed them the contents inside. Still full, too. Okay, that does feel off. Lucia drew her machete from her belt and walked slowly backward toward the door, her eyes darting around the dark warehouse. Yeah, something's not right here. We should go. Yeah, Brett agreed. Time to fly. He started loading things into the buckets, and Lucia began dragging the pipes toward the door. But Jimmy didn't follow suit. He perked up and turned toward the back of the store. Hey, Brett snapped his fingers. Jimmy, what's up? Let's go. Hold on, Jimmy mumbled. He held a finger to his lips for quiet. Do you guys hear that? Lucia heaved the bundle of pipes over the doorframe and went back for a bucket. Hey, genius, if you're hearing noises, guess what? That means it's doubly time to get the fuck out. Brett agreed. Yeah, Jimmy, let's go. Hold on. Jimmy turned his head, pricking up his ears. I could swear I heard someone calling for help. So what? Lucia said. Let's go. Jimmy shook his head. I'm a doctor. He's an EMT, Brett clarified. Hey, why is it you're only a doctor when you want to be an asshole? If someone needs help, I have to help them. I took an oath. You know who needs help? Brett muttered. Me! Grab a bucket. This shit is heavy. Jimmy was already gone. Hey! Lucia crossed her arms and motioned toward Jimmy with her chin. Go get your boy. Yeah, Brett grumbled. God damn it. He dropped his bucket and stormed off after Jimmy, leaving Lucia alone at the front of the store. She dragged the rest of the buckets out through the doors and separated everything into piles so they'd be easier for the three of them to divvy, grab, and go. Then she went back inside. The seconds passed slowly. They turned into minutes. Jimmy and Brett didn't come back. Jesus, hell, Lucia muttered. Her heart started to pound as the familiar feeling of fear began to prickle up her spine. You should leave, she thought. Self-preservation, survival of the fittest. Not your crew, not your problem. Just go. Save yourself. Just go. Yeah, she spat. I should go. She tightened her grip on her machete and stepped into the opening of the aisle. "I swear to God, if I die in a Home Depot, I'll kill myself," she promised. Then she headed toward the darkness Brett and Jimmy had disappeared into. 37. Carla felt bad. She didn't really like Gary all that much, but she didn't want to see him get eaten by a zombie pig either, and definitely not while she was watching. She had enough death on her conscience. She wasn't looking to add to expand her portfolio of ghosts. And the thought of being haunted by an asshole like Gary was too much to bear. By now the demon creature was basically on him, snapping its jaws and closing in for the kill. Gary had swum a few clumsy backstrokes over to a fallen tree, throwing his arms around it, presumably because drowning was worse than being ripped apart by a raving, razor-toothed pig. It didn't matter either way. It would all be over any second now. Carla had one shot. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small vial of bright purple liquid. "Good thing I nabbed you," she sighed. She dropped to one knee and tore off a piece of her tattered sleeve. She cinched it around the shaft of an arrow, then slipped the arrow into the crossbow. Then she pulled the rubber stopper off the vial with her teeth and dribbled some of the zombie gone onto the rag. The pig had reached the log. She heard Gary's screams intensify as the animal smashed its hooves against his legs, scrambling up his body. His chest was suddenly foamy with the sticky yellow pus pouring from the pig's mouth. Gary squirmed under the weight of it, catching a knife-sharp tusk against his chin that sliced his flesh open. The pig lapped at his blood with a swollen green tongue. Carla plugged the vial again. In one smooth motion she cocked the crossbow, pulled it to her shoulder, aimed down the sight, said a quick prayer, and pulled the trigger. The bolt sailed across the hill. "Oh, shit," Carla muttered. She had moved too quickly. She hadn't been steady. She had inadvertently aimed for the log. She missed. "Mother God!" Gary shouted as the arrow went thunk into his right forearm. The bolt came out the other side of his arm a few inches below the elbow. "Ah!" he shrieked. "You fucking shot me! God damn it, Carla, you fucking shot me!" "Sorry!" she hollered down from the hill. She felt like she should say more, but she was at a loss over just how bad the situation had gone. "Sorry," she said again, quieter this time, hoping he wouldn't hear it. But the hog had stopped thrashing. It was standing half on Gary's chest, half submerged in the river. Its wet, bristly head lifted into the air. The tonic-soaked rag was stuck partly within Gary's soft tissue, but even the blood and gore-soaked bit that poked through carried more than enough of the strange purple potion. The hog inhaled 3 huge sniffs, and that was all it took. The scent filled its nostrils and sent a firestorm of chemicals deep into its lungs. The chemicals coursed through its reinforced circulatory system, filling it with ammonia that seeped into its brain. The hog flailed and snarled and pawed at its own snout, trying desperately to work out the confusing new toxin. It fell into the water and thrashed there in the current, too focused on the pain to remember to swim. In a flash, the wild pig disappeared below the water, sputtered a few dozen bubbles to the surface, and went quiet. "Holy shit," Carla murmured. "It worked." She leapt up and clapped, pumping her fists in the air. "Gary, it worked!" she shouted. But Gary didn't hear her. He had passed out cold on the log. 38. Lucia was halfway down the light bulb aisle before she realized the guys had taken both flashlights. She stopped dead in the dark, and she snorted at the wall of bulbs that rose up on either side. "Isn't it ironic?" she said to herself. "Don't you think?" She moved more slowly into the dark recesses of the store, letting her eyes adjust and keeping a tight grip on the machete. She felt safe enough hidden between the impossibly high rows of shelving, but soon she reached the halfway point of the aisle, where the shelves gave way to a wide open walkway that bisected the warehouse. It was a good 5 or 6 strides across that opening to the protection of the next set of shelves. Lucia peered out from between the shelving units and searched for movement. Any movement, from the guys, from a stranger. Hell, she'd even have taken a duster attack at this point. At least she'd know what she was up against. The not knowing was paralyzing. She didn't dare call out for Brett and Jimmy. She'd seen them both go down the light bulb aisle, but where they'd headed from there was anybody's guess. The machete felt small and useless in her hand. She wished she'd brought her crossbow. She was good with a machete, but she was a goddamn artist with a crossbow. It had seemed stupid to bring a range weapon on a mission to raid a store, where any combat was certainly bound to be a close-quarters affair. But now that she was in it, she realized that the Home Depot was just enormous. She was still debating her next move when she finally heard it, a muted but very distinct call for help. It was coming from further back in the store. Lucia checked the walkway for movement one last time, then she darted across the floor and dove into an aisle full of plumbing fixtures. She peered out between two model toilets and saw the outlines of what may have been Brett and Jimmy standing at the far edge of the kitchen appliance showroom, their backs pressed against a refrigerator. They had turned off their flashlights, making it difficult to see details. But when the voice called for help again, the bigger shadow moved quickly over to the back wall of the building, and Lucia recognized by the smooth, loping gait that it was Brett. The fear in her chest broke like a water balloon, and she scurried down the aisle to meet up with him against the wall. "What's happening?" she hissed, creeping up behind him. "I'm about to find out," he whispered back. "Stay